Well, everybody, the sacred day has come. EliteAri made me watch that shit show Arcane, so we made him watch our show, Since apparently EliteAri is forcing this onto the secondary ENT channel, we all know that this is the Kyle Entertainment definitive media property. So we had to indoctrinate EliteAri. EliteAri speak.
Hey guys, we're watching Black Lagoon Season 1, and we've already seen it, so we're not actually watching it, but we're talking about it.
This is a live reaction. That's why it's 4 hours long, because we're going to be watching the whole season right now.
Right. Is it actually... There's no way it's 4 hours long, right? It was really quick.
Well, 12 hours, 3 and 20, it's about 4 hours and probably a little bit. Now, EliteAri, what was going to happen is this was going to go on your channel, and you were going to say, well, hello, everybody, and I'm here with Kyle Entertainment, and then I was going to, and I was going to sing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what that song was just now?
Well, hello, everyone, and welcome. Go ahead, Kyle.
Oh,
I don't know what the song is.
Oh
yeah, the opening.
What do you think? Do you know the whole song's in English? I bet you didn't know that.
No, I don't know what the whole song, but I definitely could tell it was English, like the lyrics.
I have big gun. I took it from my lord. Sick with justice. I just want to feel you. Now you definitely think that says I just want to bang you. I'm your angel, only a ring away. You make me violate you, no matter who you are.
Wow. I'm
it's
sure
all
that means
up
something.
to you, and up to you is like on Revy's face. No one lives forever. Yeah, you didn't notice that in the intro? How many times did you watch the intro?
I don't know, like...
I watched it once.
No, I watched it like 5 times, but afterwards I've been listening to it on loop because I love it so much,
Oh my goodness. EliteAri, we just love him so much. He's just so cute and cuddly, and we just appreciate everything he's ever said about anything.
Oh boy, all right.
But yeah, on the intro, like it's written on Revy's cheek, it says it says you or something. I know, it's a little funny bit. The whole intro is about Revy. You ever notice that?
We have a lot to talk about with this. No, not really. Am I giving my thoughts on the intro? Like the RP?
Well, I was going to read the rest of it, but you can
Keep
just
going.
cut me off. Let's see how many lines you remember, because let's see how many lines I even remember. Being burnt in the hell by all those pigs out there. It's always been hell from since no, she doesn't even say from since when I was born. It's just from when I was born. This is a lie. This website is wrong. They make me violate them no matter who they are. I don't know the rest of the fucking thing. Anyway, it's funny. Everybody has their own words for it because it's in English. It's the most English OP maybe of all time. Much more than "Tell Me Why" by Berserk. That's you can understand all the words of that one. Yeah, this one you like. And you're just humming along, kind of.
Absolutely. I've listened to it so much, but I don't think I understood a single word. But I can tell it's English because it just sounds English, So yeah.
Greatest OP of all time. What the fuck are we saying out here? Anyway, we had a structure for this, EliteAri, before we talked about that. Wait, do I have something else to say about the intro one, ironically? I think I got notes about it in my episode 1. Everybody in the audience, usually when we do these things, we force EliteAri to make all the notes. Today, we've gone with a different thingy. Kyle Entertainment has taken the notes. So this could be the shits, everybody. Who knows if this is good or bad? I'm looking at these episode 1 notes, and I'm like, oh my god, these are all very short notes. And then I look at episode 12 notes, and it's like just paragraphs on every note. Jesus. Which is probably just recap. So, this could be fucking terrible. But we'll see. EliteAri, 9,000 words of notes. Is this a good amount?
I think that's an excessive amount. It's great. Good job, Kyle.
1 of 14 pages, You know
what I have? I have 1 page of dot points.
Embarrassing, frankly.
Yep.
So before we talk about the television program, we must talk about what is our history with Black Lagoon, ? What did EliteAri know previously? Oh my god, aren't we just all so excited? Now, everybody knows I'm the biggest Black Lagoon Kyle Entertainment YouTube channel of all time. I made all the best videos. At some point, I was trying to Google something. No, I was trying to Google the Rock and Revy fight scene so I could get like all the lines so I could write it down and we could read it out when we talked about it because, quote and monologues and stuff, that's pretty cool. And I tried to look it up and if I put Rock and Revy in the search engine EliteAri, all it comes up with is my 5 videos. It was pissing me off.
I had no idea you made 5 videos. I thought you had 1
video. We have Rock and Revy Part 1, Rock and Revy Part 2, Rock and Revy Part 3, Rock and Revy Part 4, and then we have Rock and Revy, the new version, which is the one with all the views.
Okay, so I guess that was one of the only things I knew about the show. Firstly, I knew it's called Black Lagoon. Um, I
Oh my
knew
goodness.
that I knew that Kyle had made a video about like there's no badass women in Black Lagoon. I think that's you, right?
Hey,
Surely that's you. Yeah.
that's me.
And I was constantly thinking about like what he meant when I was like going through these episodes, and I don't know, I have an assumption of what he meant. But we'll see. We'll talk about that.
I'm assumptive and cool.
Yep. What else did I know? I knew Revi was a character, and I've seen her design. Um, and I knew that Roberta was a character, and I knew her design.
He's been spoiled on so much.
And for the longest time, like until I started watching this, I thought Rock was a woman, and I thought that like, there was two main characters, like Rock and Revi, and they're women or something. But that was
Well,
purely based
that's
off Kyle talking about the
embarrassing.
badass women, blah blah blah, Rock and Revi part 10 or whatever.
No,
Yeah. Anyway.
there are no badass women in Black Lagoon, the 3-part video series. One about Balalaika, one about Revi, and one
Oh.
about Roberta. Rock is not one of them.
Yeah, well, I figured that out. So that's, I think, unless there's something else I'm forgetting. I think, no, I
That's
also knew that, no.
Kajima you're talking about.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a
yeah.
boy name.
I thought their name would just be Rock, but no, he has a fancy long name. I also knew that Jockey Bacon has seen the show, and I don't know if he likes it or not.
True.
So yeah, that's all I knew.
Jockey Bacon thinks it's okay, I think.
All right.
So
Kyle,
I don't know if I want to save
experience?
this question for later or say it now. Was there an OST song where it came on and you're like, oh my god, this is in every Kyle Entertainment video, I know this song?
So there's one song, well, no, firstly, no, not obviously, but also there was one song where I heard it and I'm like, this is from like Revolutionary Girl Utena or something. Like I've heard this before, but maybe it's from one of your videos and I just don't remember. Does it have lyrics or does it not have lyrics?
No.
Because the one I'm thinking doesn't have
the
lyrics,
Roberta
it's just
song.
music. Oh, maybe? I don't know.
You know that one? It's like a piano.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if I heard it again, I'd be like, oh yeah, I recognize that when I heard it.
She's slaughtering everybody in the bar, and it's playing some not very. It's playing juxtaposition music, and that music is in every Kyle Entertainment video of all time.
You know what? Doesn't ring a bell, Kyle, but I'll have to see it. We'll watch it again, and then I'll be like, oh my god, how did I miss this? But yeah.
Don't worry, I'm going to soy out about it in the notes when it starts. I'm going to be like, the song,
right?
Song's still going, because my god, they use that song a lot. But anyway. What did Kyle Entertainment know previously? You know, Kyle Entertainment hasn't watched Black Lagoon probably properly since he made those original Rock and Revi videos because they didn't rewatch it for the new Rock and Revi video.
Mm-hmm.
And that was in early 2019, late 2018 probably. So that's a very long time ago. I have rewatched like the first 2 episodes a million times because, you know, I've always been trying to rewatch it. And I think I sometimes got to episode 3. And then one time, like 2 years ago, I watched the first arc of season 2 again. And that's like the rewatching I've done. And it doesn't feel like that long ago for any of those things, but it's been like 7 years in some cases. Or like 5 years. 5 years or 6 years or something. So that's all crazy and stuff.
But how much did you like
surprises. We're not up to that part yet, EliteAri, you idiot. Other than that, what is my history with Black Lagoon? No, shut up, you idiots know this stuff. There's nothing more to say. EliteAri didn't know much. He knew everything, actually.
Oh, wait.
Plot spoilers.
You know what's crazy? I had no idea that Dutch existed at all. But he's like a big part of the show. I'd never heard of him, never seen him. When I saw him, I was like, oh, I guess this is like a disposable character. We'll get rid of it after episode 1. Nope. He was there the whole season. I couldn't believe it. Anyway.
But you are obviously very familiar with our boy Benny.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, no. But he's barely in it, so yeah.
If Dutch is in it 10%, Benny's in it like 6%. 1%.
No way. Dutch has so many scenes, and so many other characters mention Dutch, and like he feels like a big presence.
Their leader, bro.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the great glass reflection reviews of Black Lagoon that came out maybe.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, 15 years ago now. Where he's like, I remember his main criticism of the show. They really need to flesh out that Dutch and Benny character, you know, as they're part of the main crew. They should be equally as fleshed out as Rock and Revi. And he was waving his finger. But he was also talking about how sick it was and that they were swearing and guns and stuff. So, you know, he probably gave like an 8 out of 10, like Jockey Bacon or something. Anyway, so this is the time where we go to overall thoughts, EliteAri. Is he going to break our hearts, chat, or is he going to say, this is the greatest anime of all time, I just love it so much, I can't wait to watch more?
All right. Well, firstly, I do have a lot of actual notes for overall thoughts, but let me just tell you, Kyle. Um, I truly don't understand the appeal of this show whatsoever. So I'm really interested to see what you like about it, I guess.
EliteAri, when I was speculating and I'm watching this television program, I'm like, EliteAri, he's a big fucking idiot. I
Mhm.
thought this was going to be a great opportunity for you to throw the generic label back at me, EliteAri. I don't know if you're going to do that. I cut you
Mhm.
off maybe before you were going to, but if you don't, big missed opportunity, and I'm
Mhm.
disappointed in you.
Yeah. So I had a lot of. It did cross my mind many times about how generic, incredibly generic this show is. Um, like I even have a thing in my overall notes. I said the earlier parts of this season are kind of cool in how generic they are. So I think it's like a kind of cool thing about the show. Because it's like obviously it is incredibly generic, but it's like to an absurd level that it's just so like it wraps around to being like kind of cool, and I like forget how generic it is, you know. I don't know. I guess that's what I'd say about it. Um,
EliteAri, you missed a crucial detail. We also are admitting that we watched this anime dubbed, correct?
that is true, yeah. And the dub,
Oh my
I
god,
I
we
enjoyed the
really did
dub.
it.
I always love dubs, but um, I don't know. It kind of feels like an
So
old
the
'90s
thing,
dub or something. I don't.
kill yourself, EliteAri. Now, we should have, and I remembered I thought about this like 2 weeks ago when I probably started making these notes, but then I forgot to put in the first section. Ali, are you supposed to tell me what I like about this show before I tell you? That's gonna
I
be
mean,
fun.
I
A
have a
fun
guess,
exercise.
but like, it can't be this. There's no way. But I'm assuming it's because they swear, and Revy
Oh,
is like Revy swears, and Revy is really cool, and you like Revy a lot. Is that's what I'm guessing?
yeah, it's just because the dub is the greatest dub of all time. It's
Oh
some of the best
no,
voice acting you've ever seen in your whole entire life, and it's just the bestest of all time.
that's crazy. To me, this feels
That's
like the
why we all like
same.
it.
This feels about the same level of dub as like the Berserk dub from 1997, which has
Oh my
really like
god.
good performances, I think. But the majority of the time,
The
like all the
shittest
background
anime of all
extras and
time, the
everything,
worst voice acting I've ever heard in my entire life. It's
that's
pathetic and
yeah,
terrible, and
that's
every
crazy.
monologue makes me cringe, and I just hate it all.
Yep.
Now, Leori, this is just great. This is just fantastic news because now you're going to be the Kyle Entertainment in the comments for what you've just said, and it's going to be so great.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, Leori's going to be killed. He's literally going to get death threatened
What,
again.
people
It's
a fan
going
of
to
the
be
dub?
fantastic. Yeah, it's like the one thing everybody talks about the show. The
Oh my
greatest anime
god.
dub of all time, along with Cowboy Bebop,
That's really interesting. I wonder why people think that. Um,
because it
yeah.
sounds really good and all of the
Was
acting
this
is really good.
did this air on like was this like a nostalgia thing for a lot of people or not? Is this just like a thing people find online or?
Well, no, I think people were saying that around, what was that, 15 years ago when I was talking about that Glass Reflection anime review. So people have been saying this for the whole time. I remember when I first watched this show, I was about 12 years old. It was about 2014. So
Mhm.
maybe I was 13 years old, EliteAri, if you can do maths.
Sure.
And at that time, there was already the talking points. You got to watch it dubbed, don't watch it subbed. Sub sucks, dub's the best. I'm sure the sub's
Okay.
fine,
It
but
is.
nobody's
It's
ever
certainly
watched it.
interesting.
So.
Like, okay, I guess for me, obviously, Rock is voiced by Light Yagami, and all I can ever hear whenever he says anything is obviously like Yagami, and it's like the exact same performance as him as well.
Well,
I
you
think,
stupid bitch, you should have
yeah,
watched this before Death Note like I did, so it's the other way around.
yeah, maybe. I think Dutch is like pretty much perfect. I don't think I have any issue with him and his performance and how it matches like the animation and everything. Revy has a few moments. I love the voice. Well, okay. Firstly, the voice of Revy was not at all what I was expecting. I was expecting like an older, more mature kind of voice from her. More like a Balalaika, is that her name? I was expecting more like that
Yeah, it's
kind of a
horrific.
voice from Revy. So it was weird to hear her have like this, I don't know, like bratty kind of voice. I don't know.
The funny thing about this Revy voice actress is this Marke. What is it? Huh? She doesn't do any other anime, EliteAri, and she's in My Little Pony.
Jesus, okay. But anyway, what I was gonna say
Like
is that
all
I
of her
think
voice acting.
the voice is good, but it doesn't match up with some of the facial animation at times. Is what I experienced. But it's fine. It's not like to a weird degree. Like I forgot about it eventually. Um, Everyone else is fine. Some of the background extras are kind of like they don't match up too well with the lips or whatever, but it's fine. It doesn't bother me too much. I enjoyed it. Dubs are great. This was a pretty good dub.
Lips schmips. Who cares about lips? Except
True,
for me,
so
that one
true.
time I was complaining about My Revolutionary Girl Utena and how it
Oh,
was
what a
out of
show!
sync,
What a dub!
and I
My
wanted
god.
to, and it was just terrible. The So what were we just doing? You were telling me why I like the show.
Yeah, because they swear and Revy is really cool.
Yeah, basically.
But also she's like hiding her true self, you know? She doesn't want to admit when she's
Oh my
like
goodness, EliteAri, you could write a Rock and Revy video all by yourself.
oh, true.
I will say the dialogue, and I had noticed this before because again I watched episode 1 and 2 a million times. The dialogue is the worst. I will say season 1 is easily the worst part of Black Lagoon.
Well, how many seasons are
Um,
there? There's 2 seasons, right?
well, yes. Oh, this is another thing I wanted to bring up. Just as remember at the beginning of the Devilman video where I overloaded with you with a bunch of
Yes, I
information.
do.
That's what we're gonna do now.
All right.
So Black Lagoon aired. Now, in my head it was always a 2007 show, along with Death Note and maybe Black Lagoon is the other show I think of when I think of 2007. I can't remember. But actually, EliteAri, you're wrong. It was a 2006 show. The first season aired from April 9th, 2006 to June 25, 2006. Awesome. And then, EliteAri, we have a second season. And now I should have opened that up in a tab, but I didn't. I think on Mal you can click over the next one. It aired also in 2006, but they had 3 months off. So 24 episodes in a whole year. It's pretty sick, Madhouse made this anime. They're pretty famous and stuff. You ever heard of Madhouse before?
Yep, they made... Oh, actually, I was going to say they made Death Note, but did they? Or did someone else make Death Note?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah, cool.
I'm pretty certain. Yeah, Death Note is the first thing that comes up. Then this piece of shit Hana Hana. One Punch Man, No Game, No Life. High School of the Dead, Black Lagoon's down here. Monster, we love Monster here. Me and EliteAri big Monster fans. Hellsing Ultimate. Perfect Blue. They didn't. I don't think they actually made it well because that was that other dude. Wait, did he direct at Madhouse or did they just help with some animation? Who knows? Paprika, EliteAri's favorite movie. I'm just scrolling down. Anyway, they made a bunch of bullshit. So that's crazy. But then the third season of EliteAri is 5 OVAs. That shit didn't come out till 2010.
Jesus. Okay.
So
I'm assuming. Is this the Roberta thing I've heard of? Like the
Roberta's Blood Trail, bro. Oh, it's gonna be sick.
Yep.
Anyway.
All right.
35-minute episodes of EliteAri. You're gonna be so excited.
What is this, ReZero? Oh my god.
I don't know what ReZero is. You're embarrassing yourself right now.
All right.
I don't know. I'll just say. Oh, I was saying that the dialogue's kind of not as good in the first 2 episodes, but after that, it's perfect. There is 2 or 3 Revulans throughout the whole thing where it's a little bit off, makes me cringe a tiny bit. But other than that, it's perfect, and I just love listening to them, and it's just the best. I'm just like everybody in the audience right now, EliteAri, and you're the odd one out, so get hate on, shithead. Other than that, I will say mostly, if you're listening to this as an avid Kyle Entertainment viewer, you've seen all the videos. I will say it's mostly in line with all that. There's no humongous new discoveries where I'm like, oh my god, this is sick, this is different. I got to change all my videos. I got to write a new one and disavow them all. It's all basically in line. It's basically the perfect rewatch situation where you're watching Mad Men again, and it hits on all the same beats. It has all the same conclusions you had previously, but there's just a bunch of extra detail that you've forgotten that just makes it better. So that's the situation we're in with Black Lagoon again. So if you were scared, audience members, that I would come out disavowing Black Lagoon, that's not the case. I still love you. You still love me. We still love Black Lagoon. Unlike EliteAri, he doesn't even understand the appeal of the show. Did you hear him say that earlier? My goodness.
All right. Should I go over my other overall thoughts? I have notes.
Oh my goodness. I guess my structure for this was we were going to do standout moments, but I wanted us to just say them if we had any of them, because I didn't want to go into any detail until
I can do that.
We talked about the things. So, of what variety of what are these overall notes? Are we too specific in the EliteAri, or do you think they'll be okay?
I think this is fine. But
okay,
we don't have to elaborate. We can elaborate later. First is that I think the OP and ED, should we talk about them now? Is that all right?
Sure.
Yeah, so the OP, love the song, which is what Kyle's singing right now. Hate the visuals. The visuals look terrible. Except for the final bit of it where the text pops up and it's got the really cool music and the text is shaking. I'm like, oh my god, this is so cool. But the rest of it's pretty lame. And it was really confusing because the text is it shows up and then another font or color shows up on top of it, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, that's sick, bro.
So I don't. Yeah, it was a weird choice. But the ending is really cool. It got me really excited every time the music would play at the end, and I'm like, oh my god, Revi's gonna be walking on the beach or whatever. Oh, so cool. So I love the ending. Really cool.
Now, audience, I'm gonna channel you. EliteAri, imagine we're reacting right now. You're the most famous reaction YouTuber of all time. Every comment right now, especially as you end season 1, will be telling you, EliteAri, make sure you watch the ED for every episode. You gotta watch the ED for every episode, all right, EliteAri? You gotta watch the ED for every
Why?
episode. It's gonna be something's gonna happen, EliteAri, in exactly 3 episodes.
Wait, did I
And then
miss
after
it?
that, you can skip them. No, in the next season. You gotta remember this
Oh,
whenever we do that.
okay. Because every
Get it?
time I
So
finished, I think I watched like the first like 3 times or something, the whole thing, and then I would like go to the end and make sure there was nothing at the end that I was like missing.
can you believe this fucking whore doesn't watch the whole OP and ED for everything he watches every time? It's fucking
I know it's
disgusting.
crazy.
It's unethical, frankly.
Yeah.
Oh, my ethical quandary, EliteAri, but I was about to finish a conclusion here. Oh, that's like, you know how you get to like the your favorite reactors to near the end of like season 3 of Attack on Titan, and you got to tell them to watch the
Yeah.
ED because his story is going to glitch out.
I did watch the whole
It's
ED
not
for the
that
last
exciting.
episode, and it had I thought it was part of like the post-credit thing, but apparently it's a teaser for next season, I'm guessing. And it's like
Oh, yeah,
vampires.
it was
I'm like,
just
what the hell is this? There's
Yeah,
vampires? What's going on?
Oh my god, the vampire twins! You never heard me talk about the vampire
No.
twins? Embarrassing.
Is it changing genres or something? I have no idea. It's crazy.
No, all the previews are like that, where they say something wacky and it's
Oh,
because if you'd
oh
watched
my
if you'd
God.
watched the first, well, not really. If you'd watched the the first Roberta one, they would have been talking about it's a killer made from the future because
Well,
Rock
she
has
is,
that one
right?
line. So no, but you would have been thinking, oh my god, there's a robot in this show. So probably not actually vampires.
Right. I'm always afraid of watching
Anyway.
those previews, so yeah.
My ethical quandary, EliteAri. You're not allowed to put season 1 of Black Lagoon on your media Twitter checklist, right?
Yeah, absolutely not. Why would I?
Okay, good. I'm glad we're in agreement.
We're midway through a show.
Yeah. But maybe you would consider it 2 different shows, you know?
Well, it depends how much it changes, I guess. I don't know. I doubt it. To me, they're
If
just
you were to
season 1,
watch
2.
Steins Gate and then the Steins Gate OVA, would those be 2 different things? Does the OVA count as a different one?
What do you mean by the OVA? There's a few things. There's like a movie, and then there's an OVA between Steins Gate 0 and Steins Gate, and then there's that OVA.
Yeah, the
episode
one
with
where he meets
vacation.
dumb bitch's mother and it's Daru's girlfriend.
That I would treat as part of Steins Gate, but the OVA between Steins Gate and Steins Gate 0 I treat as its own thing, and the movie I treat as its own thing. So yeah.
So what are we going to do for Roberta's blood trail?
It depends how closely tied it is, I guess, to the story. So I don't know. I'd probably do it as a separate thing, I assume, if it's OVAs.
No, I think it's all one thing.
All right, whatever you say. I'll follow your lead, Kyle. All right.
Ethical dilemma concluded.
Easy.
What were we talking about? You were doing
Right,
overall
a bunch
thoughts.
of okay. Let's see. That was the EDOP's good. My other.
Oh my god, EliteAri, they're both about Revy.
Oh yeah, I guess I didn't know the OP was, but now that you read all the lyrics, I know it is. She's like the main
dual
character.
protagonist, bro. Yeah, she's like totally a dual protagonist with Rock. Like I say in that one video, that's definitely not stupid and wrong.
Yeah, because you still agree with everything, right? Okay. I said some of the music is really cool, and I said the strumming song. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like there's a guitar strumming, and it's like happy, peaceful times. Happens a few times. Yeah, it is that. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. That's definitely it. It's the best.
You've heard that in Jockey Bacon videos before, EliteAri? Did you know that?
No, I don't remember that.
He likes that one.
It's great. I love it.
But all the music sucks except for the Roberta song. The rest of the soundtrack sucks.
All right, I'll have to listen back to it. But I love this peaceful one. I think some of the best scenes in the show are when that peaceful music is playing, and it's just like they're on a boat, and like Dutch is saying something cool, and I'm like, hell yeah, this is awesome.
That shot of the turtle like 7 times. It's pretty sick, bro.
A turtle? Oh, the boat. Okay, yeah. I got you.
No, not the boat.
Wait,
there's a little turtle.
I thought you meant the boat is called the turtle. Wait, there's an actual turtle?
No, the boat's called the Lagoon. You fucking idiot.
I thought their crew was called the Lagoon.
Well, that's true. That's the same. Yes, they are also.
Oh, yeah, take that, Kyle. Jesus. Anyway, what turtle? What are you
I'm
talking
finding the
about?
Roberta song, and then I'm going to send it to you, EliteAri. Oh my god, 11 years ago, 1.4 million YouTube views.
Jesus.
Where's EliteAri? He's over here. Direct messages. I pasted it to him. You know the song, EliteAri.
I mean, I can't
Pretend
play
you're
it.
listening.
What if it takes down our
You can play it
stream
for about 10 seconds because you're going to recognize it immediately. And if you don't, well, then you can stop playing it because it's useless.
All right. I know this song, yes. It only took a few seconds, but
That's
yeah.
the song, you stupid idiot.
True, okay. It's a good song. I like it. It represents
Hmm.
Roberta, very well. And the family, the rich family. Remember that family? I don't know what they're called. They were in South Africa or something.
Lovelace family, of course. I remember the
Yeah,
Lovelace family. They're
true.
my favorite family.
All right. Okay. My next overall thought thing, which you'll probably hate, I said it's trying to be like Evangelion, but it's failing. Now
What does
I
that
don't,
mean?
because okay, Evangelion it sets up a very elaborate world, like with governments or whatever, and like there's a lot of like bureaucracy and stuff like that going on in the background, and it
I
feels very
guess I
busy.
see this.
Yeah, whereas in this, they also do a very similar thing at the beginning with the nuclear codes, or I don't know what it is. Some nuclear related company is trying to get the stuff, and it's Rock's company or whatever. And throughout this whole
It's
thing,
like
you
the
have
least
like,
complicated thing.
well,
Every other subplot has way
okay,
more like
no, it's not,
government shit.
it's not complicated. It's very, the way it's directed, it feels very like compartmentalized or whatever, where it's like you have certain short scenes with this like government people, not government, whatever, like some corporation
Oh,
sitting
you're
around the
talking about
table.
boardroom
Yeah,
scenes
boardroom
and
scenes and I don't know, stuff like that really made it feel like it's trying to be like an Evangelion where you have a very elaborate world which is happening in the background and it's not really the focus of the story, I guess. Even like Balalaika as a character, like her running some organization or whatever, like that feels very Evangelion to me. But in the
it's just
less
a
interesting way,
mafia.
I don't know. I see what you mean, but to me, it's the idea of it and the way it's presented kind of feels like it. But I haven't seen Evangelion in quite a while, and I don't remember it too well. So maybe I'm just going crazy. But yeah.
I can truly say I never ever even thought about that once.
All
But
right.
I guess this is like the other overall thought, I guess, for me, is that a lot of Black Lagoon is very steeped in geopolitical real world history, EliteAri. Uh,
Sure.
where a lot of the organization's characters are from are either directly or very clearly like they aren't using the actual name, but it's clearly a reference to this mafia or this war or whatever, where they're mentioning like the war in Colombia or whatever, the civil
Mm-hmm.
war in Colombia and the Roberta stuff, and then some Middle Eastern conflict in the last two episode arc, and
Mm-hmm.
a bunch of Nazi shit in the Nazi arc, et cetera. And this continues throughout, and there's triad stuff and
So I
Hotel
picked up
Moscow's
none of
backstory and
this.
stuff.
None.
Yeah, don't
Nothing
worry, I
stood
wrote it
out.
all down so I can lecture Lead Ari about it and
All right.
inform him.
All I did, I recognized the Nazis. Like, those are Nazis. I know Nazis. That's literally it. Um, but yeah. Anyway, should I keep going?
The thinking man's show leader, you gotta be smart.
See,
You
just
gotta
like
have a high
Evangelion, right?
IQ.
Yeah.
No, Evangelion's for babies, right? You just gotta be sad and then you get it. You don't gotta be smart.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Um, okay. I think you've probably gathered this from everything I've said so far, but I said Dutch is really cool. I like Dutch. He's awesome. Um,
Speak about the lamest opinion you could possibly have about Black Lagoon.
I
He's
just
the lead RE.
I just love how it's the most generic thing ever, but I love how much everyone respects him. They all talk about Dutchy boy and like they're like, oh, is the Dutch is on this, and they're all like, I don't know, they respect him so much. He's so reliable and everything. I'm like, I love him. He's awesome.
One old whore does say Dutchy boy, so
It's great.
Eliari remembers that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. What else? The subtle. Oh, this was really interesting. I don't know if this is an overall thought or like a we can talk about it later, but the subtle love storyline is really interesting because it reframes Revy entirely. Um, this feels like a
Oh
very
my god,
deep
lead
Revy
RE.
thing. I don't know if we should talk about this yet, but yeah.
We'll definitely expand on it later, but you've just cracked the code. You said Revy. Wait, what did you say earlier? And this is the second part. This is what every Rock and Revy video is about, leader. So you just figured it out. You're a genius.
Oh, excellent. I'm glad. Oh, I know what you're saying. But before I said she's like hiding a part of herself, and now I'm saying that she's like
Oh yeah,
reframing.
that part.
Yeah. This feels like I kind of understood that when it happened, when they had the cigarette scene where they're like apparently it looks like they're kissing or something.
Cigarette
Like
kiss. Oh my god, how have you never seen that
yeah,
thumbnail before?
it did seem familiar. When I saw it, I was like, I feel like I've seen this before. Um,
Yeah, 200,000 views. Thumbnail, moron. 300,000
that
views, I
makes a
think.
lot of sense. But yeah, when I saw it and they were kissing, with the cigarettes, I was like, this is crazy. This like makes me reframe like how smart the show is. Because I thought it was kind of a very generic kind of, dumb kind of show. But when that happened, I was like, oh my god, Revy, it's just more to her than I thought. Really interesting. Anyway, I have three more notes here. Oh no, one of them is just saying, what is the appeal of the show? So get rid of that. The second last note here, I said the Roberta episode 8, was the first one that I really, really liked. So I don't know. Yeah, I liked Roberta. It was fun, I guess is what I would say. And then my final note is how I'm glad. Oh yeah, I guess you were asking me yesterday if I'd finished it or not or whatever. I finished this. I think, uh, like early in the day yesterday. I think is when I finished it, and I'm very glad that I gave it like a day, like until now that we're recording, because I would have been a lot more negative about it like yesterday if we just did
Oh, we
it.
should have recorded
Yeah,
yesterday.
I would have been very negative about it. But since then, I've wanted to watch more. Like I kind of miss watching it, and I'm like, oh yeah, I like those characters. It was a fun thing that I want to go back to. Um, in a kind of similar way to the end of Steins Gate, where I got to the end and I'm like, oh damn, these characters I like them a lot, and now I'm never going to see them again. Kind of feels like that, but to a much lesser degree. So I'm interested to see like when season 2 finishes if I'll feel as similarly or not. But yeah, that's my last overall
Steingate
thought.
sucks. It's for bitches, and Black Lagoon is way better.
Cool.
Did you know, EliteAri, that Black Lagoon has a manga that's still ongoing?
I heard something. Someone said to read a manga. I think Miller said to read a manga or something.
Yeah, Miller doesn't want to watch the show. He wants to read the manga
So this
because he's cool
is
and he
this
likes
based on
manga.
a manga? I assumed it was like an
It is
original thing.
EliteAri by Ray Hiro, who started writing it in like 2003 or something.
Huh. I can't understand the appeal of this as a manga. It
It's fucking
feels
sick,
yeah,
bro,
it feels
obviously.
weird. I don't know.
I've
Okay,
read half of chapter 1 of the manga EliteAri, I'll have you know.
that's crazy, Kyle. Well done.
He also worked on the show Recreators EliteAri. You ever heard of that?
Maybe there's a lot of re-shows
That
out
was like
there.
an anime from like 2015, I think.
It's before my
But
time.
yeah, it's sick, bro. Isn't there like a big meme? Like he worked on a big series before Black Lagoon. I can't fucking remember. I'm forgetting my
What, Hunter x
Ray
Hunter?
Hero lore.
I just made that
No,
up.
you idiot. Hunter x Hunter's lame and for pussies. Black Lagoon is
For
what the
cool
hell
people
the
who
fuck is spelling
swear.
his name? Exactly, for grown-ups.
This isn't a grown-up show, right? Like there's nothing mature
It
about
is.
it. Um,
Everything
besides
about it is mature.
like there's no
It's
sex,
subtle,
there's
unlike
hardly
the
any
rest
blood.
of
There's
anime.
all right, sure. I can
You gotta
say
watch some
it's.
fucking
I
videos.
would say this is mature in the same way that Cowboy Bebop is mature, but like I wouldn't say it's a very like adult focused
Are
show
you
at
trying
all.
to kill Delete Ari?
Am I trying to wait? What do you mean?
Because you implied that Black Lagoon wasn't mature, which is fine, whatever.
Yeah.
And then you're like, neither is Cowboy Bebop. Like the show everybody loves for being mature.
No, I stand by that. I think both of those don't feel like they're targeting adults. Like I feel like anyone can watch it. Like it doesn't feel like, oh, this is only for like old people, that they're specifically targeting like the mature audience. It feels like both shows are targeting any
I
age.
guess none of the sick shit, the crazy shit, happens in season 1 of Black Lagoon. But I don't know. Your kids
Right.
can't be watching Black Lagoon EliteAri. It's not good for them.
Like I guess when I think of like mature shows, what do I even I guess I think of
Thinking about
Evangelion.
Mad Men, you know, people sitting in
No,
in a
anime.
boardroom
We're not
being
talking about
sick.
anime. I think of
Anime's sick.
Evangelion,
I hate
definitely.
anime. Yeah, we love Evangelion.
But is there anything
bro.
else I think of about mature?
One Piece?
Yeah, maybe, sure, why not, you know? One Piece. I'm sure there's other stuff as well, but I can't think of it. Anyway.
Is Steins Gate mature, EliteAri?
Probably not.
Hmm.
Maybe there are
Well, you
no
just can't
mature
please
anime.
EliteAri. Mature means good, so you're insulting everything right now,
Oh, I'm
EliteAri.
sorry, everyone. I didn't mean it. Anyway.
Now, EliteAri, I've discovered what Ray Hiro is famous for. You know, the funny thing is that he worked on doujins a lot before he became an actual manga writer.
Dojin is porn, right?
Yeah, it's like porn manga. Actually, does it just mean fan fiction, or does
I was
it
gonna
actually
say, like,
mean
what's the difference
porn?
between Dojin and hentai? Are they like the same?
I think doujin just means fan manga, but the vast majority of doujins, or at least the popular ones, are porn.
Right. Yep. Okay.
That's sick. And he has a few other manga or something. I mean, do you have any other ones?
Those are all my overall thoughts.
Oh my goodness, EliteAri's a whore and we hate him. Standout moments, EliteAri. You're supposed to say all your favorite scenes, like the cigarette kiss scene and the conversation in the submarine. And those are the ones that I came up with.
Oh, we're gonna have to talk about that submarine thing. Jesus.
Uh-oh.
It's definitely not one of my standout scenes. I truly didn't list it or anything. So let's think. I like the cigarette thing was good. That was the first moment where I'm like, maybe the show is good. There's probably the anything to do with Roberta I thought was really cool. Is there anything else? There's like what it's hard to describe. I should have written it down, but there's one scene where I think it's toward the end of the season where I think Rock and Revy are like they're on their own doing something, and then Dutch and Benny are like on the boat, and like the strumming music is playing. They're looking into the sunset, and I'm like, man, this is so cool. That's another thing. I like the scene where they're at the church or whatever, and Rock is talking to the nun lady, and Revy is like shooting or pointing a gun at the other her equivalent of Revy, whatever, the religious Revy.
Edda, the hottest anime girl ever to exist, EliteAri. Oh my goodness.
Wait, you're talking about the blonde lady that she's shooting at?
Yeah, you haven't seen her much yet. Don't worry.
No, I haven't. Yeah, I don't know. That was a cool scene.
My goodness, Edda's only in one episode in this fucking shit season.
Yeah, true. Am I meant to recognize her? Like,
next season.
Was she like? Because when she showed up, she seemed like, oh, we're meant to remember her from something, or she like talked about her. Like, I don't know.
No, the manga viewers are just sawing out because they're like, oh my god, this is my favorite character, and here she is.
Oh, I just forgot the Balalaika. I guess any scene that she's in is really cool. The scene where she like shows up to Roberta and stuff, and she's like exercising her authority and power in that situation. I thought that was really cool. So yeah, I think that's it. That's a lot.
I like her is in season 1 more than I remember, but my goodness, this first arc of the next season, you're gonna be seeing a lot of blonde girls, EliteAri. It's gonna be great.
Excellent.
So
what are your standout?
So those are standout moments. So now we're on to episode 1, EliteAri. Are you ready?
Yeah, I am.
The Black Lagoon.
Is that
my
what
first
called?
note is, what is a Black Lagoon, EliteAri?
Huh. I never thought of it.
Honestly, neither had I. And then I was like, oh, it kind of makes sense. It's like a polluted lagoon or something. Like Roanapa, it's a bad city and stuff, and it's like polluted and lagoons.
Oh my god, does this whole thing take place in one city? There's no way,
Yeah,
right? Did I miss it? Oh my god. Because that name you just said, I'm like, oh yeah, I recognize that.
Oh my god, I feel like everybody can yell at EliteAri for not paying attention. This is going to be great. Every episode starts with a, in this city, it's evil and stuff. Yeah. Not the same monologue, but like it's more so every arc, it'll start with Rock going, and there's
I recognize
mafias are here, and it's very scary, and I'm just
he's like talking about the day in the life. Yeah, true.
Yeah,
I don't know why it felt more like a traveling show. What was your question? Did I forget?
What is a Black Lagoon?
Oh yeah, I guess what you just said. It's a bad lagoon, like they're criminals or something. Because a lagoon
but it's also
like relaxation or something, but they're not relaxing; they're criminals.
It's also the name of the show. The name of the lagoon, the company is the Lagoon Company, and the boat is called the Lagoon.
Yep.
That's sick. Yeah, pretty cool.
I mean, it is a cool
my
title.
Next note. My next note is, I got big gun. I took it from my lord. Sick with justice. I just want to bang you. Which is not what the lyrics are, I guess. What it's not slick with justice. It's like something with anyway. And then I just make my Revy point about how it's about Revy, and then I have in big bold letters because I'm being funny to myself. Deuteragonist, ? Exclamation mark, because later you're going to watch some funny videos. Literally the oldest Kyle Entertainment videos that still exist in the world.
Awesome.
It's going to be terrible. It's going to be full of terrible points. It's going to be very cringe. It's going to be hilarious. Well, then, EliteAri, we open on Rokuro Okajima. You know how to speak Japanese, EliteAri. Say it in your funny Japanese accent. Your racist.
Wait, I'd have to see how it's written, I guess. Okajima, I would assume. Which sounds just like a normal way of saying it. I would, Kyle, I can't speak Japanese, right?
He can, chat. He's lying. You've all heard it before. But anyway, this fucking first episode I have memorized like the back of my hand, and I hate it. He's in Tokyo, he's walking around and he's going to his job and stuff, and EliteAri, and it's all grey. Compared to when he's on the boat in about 2 minutes and it's all blue. That's like colors and stuff and mood and tone and stuff. Ever noticed that?
Not even a little bit.
Well, I did because I watched it a million times. And then he's doing a little monologue about how much his life is like kind of mid, and then Dutch punches him in the face, and it's a hard cut on the boat and crazy stuff. Ever noticed that? I did a million times. I've seen this fucking episode 17 times.
Well done.
Anyway. We meet our characters after they've hijacked a boat to steal a CD, and Rock is taken hostage specifically by Revy. And then I have, oh my god, I should just read my notes. I'm making all the jokes. here that I've already made. I say the Black Lagoon is a company and a boat. EliteAri didn't know! Exclamation mark. That's pretty funny, right?
Yep, I didn't know.
So EliteAri, we're sitting here and we're introduced to our main characters, and you're like, who's Dutch?
Never met him before at all.
That's crazy. But anyway, Rock's here, and you're like, oh my god, fish out of water setup. I've never seen this before.
True. Very generic, you could say, but in a good way.
No. How much of the... Am I reading this whole plot piece by
I
piece?
don't know.
Is this what you do, EliteAri?
Yeah, but I make him very short. So...
Yeah, but then I jump in and interrupt. EliteAri doesn't have the balls to interrupt when he has something to say,
No,
so
I
this is
don't.
all ruined.
You just got to give like a nice summary.
No, they got to
Alright.
do the whole thing. Balaka's contacted. She is hired Dutch for the job. We see Balaka for the first time. She's in the first episode. My goodness, what an important character.
She's really cool. See, I just jumped in there.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know what to say. She's really cool.
She's got burn marks on her face and stuff. That's crazy.
True, looks like she's been through a lot of battles, you know. Maybe I feel like obviously, maybe not obviously, but she's going to be the final boss of this like show. She'll be the final villain is what it comes across as. We'll see how generic the show is in the end, but that's the way it seems like it's being set up.
There's no final villains, are you fucking idiot?
Right, it's all a character thing, right? Sorry, yeah.
Yes, this show has no plot. It's all about the characters, except we're going to talk about the plot in copious detail. Rock's company isn't on board, happy. So we got this character, Kageyama, EliteAri. Of course you remember Kageyama. He's Rock's boss. He's,
oh yeah, I do remember that.
A little fella. He's been sent on a mission to retrieve the thingy after they find out it's been thingy stolen. So that's this fella. The board isn't very happy with him because he let this CD out of the thing. He doesn't know what's on the CD, but it's something about nuclear weapons the company is helping to fund in a third world country. Now, EliteAri, you're a fucking moron, so you don't know this shit, but that's very vague and cool, so we're supposed to speculate. Oh, EliteAri, the show also occurs in 1995. Did you know that?
Nope, absolutely not.
Because they don't have, like, technology and stuff, you know, and all the computers are old. You're just like, that must have been what it was like in 2006.
True, yeah, that's what I thought.
Because you're a big fucking idiot. Now, for a long time, I didn't know it was set in the 90s either, but it sort of has to for a lot of the geopolitics things to line up. You know, this can't be post 9/11 now. Let's not get crazy.
True, yes, I saw the Twin Towers. That's right. It was in a shot. And I was like, oh my god, why do shows always put Twin Towers after the fact? Like Death Note did it as well. It's weird. Anyway.
I feel like I remember this shot vaguely, and I don't think it was the Twin Towers. I think it was different buildings.
That's crazy.
Maybe it was.
I feel like when I saw it, I was so confident that I even like wrote it down somewhere. But
Revy is from New York City, EliteAri.
I had a great question about that. Can I ask it now?
No, because I'm going to bring up the flashback like 7 times.
All right.
So we'll get to it. Anyway, what was I saying?
Balalaiko.
Oh, we're supposed to speculate about which country they're helping aid nuclear research in EliteAri. But you have no geopolitics knowledge. You're a big dummy.
No, let's see.
So you can't speculate with me.
1995, nuclear weapons.
I don't know when Pakistan and India got their nukes, EliteAri. It was probably around that time because after one of them got them, the other one had to have them.
Right.
Because EliteAri, there's like 5 countries with nukes. There's America, Russia, Pakistan,
Iran.
India. Iran has a program. I don't think they have the weapons yet.
Israel.
No, Israel doesn't have them. And then there's one European country. I can't remember if it's France or Germany, but there's 5 countries, you fucking idiot. And then North Korea's kind of got them now, maybe, because they're not in on any pacts and aren't forbidden from having them. And remember, Donald Trump was going over there and being such a sweet young man to that sweet young man, Kim Jong-il. He loved that fella.
Yep.
So is it Pakistan or India or something? I don't know. I don't know when these idiots got them. The other ones, unless it's Russia, but then Hotel Moscow is kind of undermining Russia. That doesn't seem like it could be true. So I don't know. My geopolitics knowledge ran out. Now, for most of these arcs, I ended up on the Black Lagoon wiki to reassure the details. And then that would lead me to reading about real world history, EliteAri, because I was on their Wikipedia page because they would link to this is what it's referencing. The Red Japanese Army. What the fuck is this? You click over this, some fucking communist terrorist group, and you're like, oh my goodness. Ray Hiro, he's so smart. He just knows all this geopolitics stuff, and he's charged into his manga. That's so sick. But I didn't do that for this part, so maybe in the manga they say which country it is. We do have an instance later, EliteAri, in the final arc, where the sort of Middle Eastern terrorist group that our friend Takayama is with. Obviously, you remember Takayama, the other Japanese guy.
Right at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the manga, that group is just Hezbollah. But in the
I know
anime,
them.
yeah, Destiny says that word sometimes. So EliteAri's little ears perked up and he's like, I know that. But in the anime, they were like, we ain't keeping that in, Chief. So they changed it to a fake Middle Eastern thingy. So sometimes in Black Lagoon, they just are the fucking things. But sometimes they got a little fake name. I don't know if that's what was going on here or something. I don't know. Maybe there was a scandal with a Japanese country actually aiding in nuclear research in some sort of country. And that's a big reference, EliteAri. It's gone over your head. That's why you think the show is bad, you loser. Anyway.
True.
Kageyama's got to find the thing. And Balalaika's trying to get the thing. She's hired Dutch and company to get the thing so she can blackmail him and get some money. That's sick. And this is where shaking our fingers, EliteAri, because these are shady businessmen trying to avoid a scandal and they're going to kill Rock for it. That's no good. Big companies are bad, EliteAri. You ever notice that?
Yeah, we don't like big companies because they kill employees.
Yes. They hired a mercenary company and everything. Now, we've got a bit of a Rock parallel here. Now, there's a famous YouTube video called Rock and Revy. Which one is it called? The Best Anime Relationship. True. Based. God, I'm so smart. 300,000 views. More than your shitty videos, EliteAri. And in this, I have a great segment where I put out a point, and it's a Rock parallel. On one end of the spectrum, we've got Kageyama from the first episodes. And then on the other end, we got Takayama from the last 2 episodes. Now, we're spoiling things ahead, EliteAri. Cover your ears. And on one side, this Kageyama is Rock. If he had stayed in Japan and applied himself, he would have risen through the ranks and ended up as Kageyama. And Takayama is what Rock could be if he fully commits to the evil underworld. And he could become like that.
I understand.
Oh my god, what a great...
That is a great
imagine
point.
if you came up with that idea and you had a little graph in your video that you made in Photoshop and you had a little thing. And my goodness, I used to care about YouTube videos. I used to put so much effort in. I'm just so smart.
That's a fantastic point, Kyle. I didn't pick it up at all. I know at the end they were trying to make a very clear parallel between this new guy and Rock, and I had no idea what they were going for, but I get it now.
EliteAri's head.
I made a note because I was like, I have no idea what they're trying to like. Because even Rock is like, I think I learned something or something. I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? But I get it now, right? Anyway, good job, Kyle.
You're so stupid, EliteAri.
Yeah.
But I also, in all of those videos, basically every arc, I'm like, well, this is the Rock parallel character for this arc, and this is the Revy parallel character. This gets much bigger in the next 2 seasons, if that's what we call them. So yeah, everything's a fucking parallel in this stupid show, you know? I'll bring them up as they come across, because I'm very smart. Dutch is mad about Revy kidnapping Rock. And this is the first of a million lines I'm going to quote and say is really good and laugh and giggle at him, EliteAri. And you're going to go, this dub is just like all the other dubs. I'm a retard. That's you, EliteAri.
Well, go ahead.
And she says, now there's great YouTube videos, EliteAri, with trillions of views, 3 million views each, where it's best Black Lagoon lines, funniest moments. Revy, most badass lines. Balalaika, greatest quotes. You can't watch any of those yet, EliteAri. Greatest voice acting you're ever going to hear in your life, but that's all next season. Yeah, so everybody's on my side. You suck.
Wait, what's the line?
You want to say Benny is the line here that's in all those compilations, and I was like, oh my god, she just said the line.
Wait, say it again.
So that was pretty sick. You want to die, Benny?
Oh, okay.
She says it just like that. And it's really funny because he like interrupts and says, you're being too simple-minded. Oh my god, that's actually the line. I know the show off by heart, EliteAri. I'm so smart. Because she doesn't have like a bank account to get the ransom money or something, and they're both yelling at her. So EliteAri, you know, Rock and Revy, they're in love, right? Do you think she was already in love with him at this point? That's why she kidnapped him?
No, definitely not. And I also don't think that Rock is in love with Revy at all.
Oh.
Wait, I don't know. No, definitely not. But I guess we'll see going forward. But my reading of the situation is that Revy feels lonely, and over time she sees, well, because it is hinted at, like she said, oh, you were like this when Benny joined as well. And it's kind of like whenever she gets a new person and she's like, oh, this is like a new experience. I can like talk to this person and get like a new connection that I haven't had before. And that's the way it felt with Rock, where she doesn't want to admit it, but obviously she likes spending time with him. I don't know. I read it as her being wanting a connection and clinging on anyone that seems to at least be kind to her, I guess. I don't know. That's the way I read it. I don't think it's two-sided at all with like I haven't seen anything to hint that Rock likes her. Yeah.
What about when he kissed her?
I
With the
think that's
cigarette?
I think it's a kiss from Revi's perspective. Like I think
Yeah,
she's
it's
the
all
only one.
Revy's side. Revy's the relatable one here. Rock's the stupid bitch girl that doesn't like you back, EliteAri, obviously. What the fuck
Yeah,
are we
true.
talking
I
about?
agree.
But that doesn't matter because Revy's the one that kidnapped him. But also, this is like when you're writing your Rock and Revy analysis, this is the inciting incident, so you can tie it all back in. You know,
Right.
I'm an expert at
Wait,
this.
so
Wrote
do you
7
you
million
surely
lines
you
about
don't
it.
think she liked him before, right?
Well,
How
EliteAri,
could you
that's yet to be
possibly
determined. We'll
justify
talk
that?
about this at the end of the next year.
That's insane. Yeah, there's no way you could justify that. Yeah, and even if the show
It's
brought it up,
intuition. It was meant to be, EliteAri.
even if the show brings it up explicitly to be like, "Oh, I loved him back then," that's one of the most retcon things I've ever seen in my life, and there is no shot that that's the case.
EliteAri, Black Lagoon is subtle. They're never going to say that outright. My
Right, they could
goodness,
say
it's so
anything, and then you could
stupid.
attribute it to subtlety. That's true. Um,
EliteAri, another thing you brought up. I think I'd written like all of my scripts before, and then I go back and I watched a scene again, and then I rediscovered that line about how Revy was just like this when Benny joined the first time, and it was like
mm,
it's one of those script writing moments where it's like, oh my god, the show just confirmed my conclusion.
yeah,
I felt so
that's
smart.
great.
Because I'd completely forgotten about that part like 6 years ago until I had rewatched a specific scene, and I was like, oh,
Mm,
I just understand this show. Nobody else understands Black Lagoon. I'm
true,
pretty fucking
so
smart.
true.
Revy hasn't thought this through, the wrong through. We were just talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then she wants to kill him and freaks out, but Dutch restrains her. That's going to happen a few times later.
True.
Dutch and Rock have a little Stockholm Syndrome bonding moment. They even bring that up, remember that? While having cigarettes. Cigarettes are so cool, and they're everywhere.
Oh
True,
no.
Eliteari. People smoke cigarettes in this
No, I
show. It's so fucking
completely
sick.
disagree. It's so cringe,
It's
and
like
I
a
hate
Quentin
it.
Tarantino movie.
It's
You're so
any.
retarded,
There's two
Eliteari. I want
things
you
in
dead.
movies that I always cringe at. One is like when a protagonist likes a dog or whatever, and I'm like, guys, it's so cringe. And
Yeah,
whenever
you love John Wick. Embarrassing.
but there's no dog with him. Actually, the cringiest part about John Wick is when he gets a dog in the second movie, and it's like meant to be a cool dog or whatever. It's like an action dog, and I hate it.
I'm just loving the EliteAri hate comments that he's
Oh,
farming right
I will
now.
happily beef with you about this dog thing in media. It's so cringe. It's why I stopped watching. What's the America, the Leonardo DiCaprio or whatever, some Hollywood thing that was terrible because it had a dog in it that I hated. What else was I talking about? Cigarettes as well. They're so cringe because people think it makes
They're
you
so
cool.
cool. They're the coolest
Yeah.
things of all time.
No,
I need to
it's
become a smoker,
it's the
EliteAri.
most peer pressure. Like, oh, I want to appear cool to other people thing I've ever seen in my life, and I hate it.
Oh, it's so cool.
Right. Cool in the same way that people think
Quentin
drugs are
Tarantino
cool and
movies are
alcohol
cool,
is cool.
EliteAri.
Like, I hate it because it's all peer pressure.
Yes,
Like,
they are. There's
it's
so
like
much drinking
you
and
care
drugs in the show
so
too.
much.
It's so cool.
No, you care so much about fitting in than the way other people
No,
see
this
you.
is your problem, EliteAri. You never smoked. You were never cool. So you're taking it out right now on
True.
us cool people.
Hey, man.
I've never had a cigarette in my life, EliteAri, but I'm cool and I smoke.
True. You just feel the peer pressure, but you don't give into it. That's very admirable, Kyle. Well done.
Cigarettes are like $40 a pack, EliteAri.
Thank God. They should be more expensive.
I want to buy cigarettes.
No, you
Anyway.
Right.
Yes, I do. I want to be cool like Revy and Rock and
God.
Jackie Brown and Samuel L. Jackson and all those movies.
This is why media is such a bad influence on the next generation.
I remember reveling at Quentin Tarantino movies when I was like 16, being like, God, smoking is the coolest thing of all time. EliteAri never had this moment because he's a little bitch.
Yep.
Smoking ain't gonna stop. Cigars are even cooler, EliteAri.
I guess cigars are okay because it's like a rich person thing, I guess. So.
Oh, shut up. I was farming for you to fucking be even more mad. I think it's even more cringe. They have all the cigars in The Sopranos and all your favorite Joe Rogan Experience episodes.
True.
Crazy. And then I have another quote here, EliteAri. It says, "We're nothing more than delivery boys." That's not true, EliteAri, but that's besides the point.
Mm-hmm. They're people.
And then Rock is given his name by Dutch. Crazy, EliteAri. Bet you didn't see that one coming.
I didn't, because I thought Rock was a woman this whole time, and when they said it, I was like, Rock is a man? What the hell? Yeah.
Okajima. Rokuro. Okajima. Did you like when they said that like twice in a row?
Yeah, I wrote it down because I was like, this is probably going to be an important name. But nope, never gets brought up again, so crazy.
Nope. It's like when they call Revy Rebecca, and it's really fucking sick.
Is that her name? Because I heard that and I was like, I don't know if this is like they're making some reference I don't understand.
Am I dealing with a retard here?
No, I assumed it was her name, but also at the same time they talked about how she was in America or something. There was some cop they were talking about. I'm like, I have no idea what's going on here.
Oh my god, that's the very last scene, Larry. That's very important. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah,
It's got to do with flashback stuff.
All right.
But also, Yolanda of the Ripoff Church also calls her Rebecca
Oh yeah,
because
that's
she's
yeah,
older than her, and it's like a little like,
true.
shut up.
She's the what's the Game of Thrones character? Elena? Is that her name?
Elena, I've never
True.
thought about that either, EliteAri. You know, I watched Black Lagoon first, so Elena is like the Yolanda girl.
Try it. True. True.
How do you feel that I watched this when I was like 12?
It's pretty funny. I makes sense why you like it so much. But
It was like
yeah.
the third Kill Yourself. It was like the third anime I ever watched. It was pretty cool.
All right. Cool.
It was like besides like the kid ones that don't count, obviously. It was like Attack on Titan, and then
Death
Black
Note.
Lagoon. I don't remember what was in the main. No, Death Note was after this, much after
Damn.
this. Steins Gate was before Death Note, and it was like the fifth one.
Jesus.
I don't even remember what the second one was. Anyway, remember when I was going to make the equivalent of that EliteAri video series where he talks about the anime he watched in order, but I couldn't figure it out.
Mhm.
But then I made a document on stream that one time, and I think I did figure it out.
Right.
I should find that document. Anyway, episode 1. Rock's company feels bad that they're going to kill him, and they don't even know his name, or that's when they repeat the name to Kageyama gets the little dude to repeat his name and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
First scene at Bao's Bar, the yellow flag leader, everybody's favorite anime location.
It is true. I did recognize it when they blew it up later. So yeah.
Yeah, it always gets blown up. That's the funny gag leader. You figured that out yet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was really funny. I did like that, right? It probably sounds like I'm being
Bartender,
ironic,
what a great voice actor. He's always saying funny things.
I can't remember it, but I did like the bartender. It was very funny.
He freaks out at Revy and that Roberta thing when she's trying to crawl away, and it's really funny.
Yep, I agree.
Introduction shots of Roanna per EliteAri, where there's the whores and the guns on every table and everything. You loved that. You were like, this is sick. Coolest anime location of all time.
Felt very Cowboy Bebop, whatever planet they're on in that first episode.
The first episode, I guess.
Yeah, with the red eye.
Shut up, EliteAri. You don't know Cowboy Bebop.
True.
Oh my god, I bet the live action Cowboy Bebop took all its cues from Black Lagoon because everybody, whenever they mention, oh my god, EliteAri, how have we not brought this up yet? Everybody compares Black Lagoon and Cowboy Bebop. Did you know that? You even did it?
True. I mean,
because they both follow crews of 4 people, one of which is a hacker dude, one of which is Dutch and Jet are like the same dude, literally.
Yeah, I can see that.
And then Revy and Rock, the love, maybe not love, girl and boy.
Yep, I can completely see that. The thing I compared it to a few times was Steins Gate. In the
you're retarded.
No, it has to do with the how do I express this? Steins Gate has an interesting thing at the beginning, like before it gets into all the plot stuff, where it feels like a very
best part of the show.
It feels like a very episodic thing, where by the end of the episode, all the characters are back to their like starting point or whatever, and they're all like just hanging around in their lab. It kind of feels like yeah, it kind of feels like that here too, where it's like you have the crew that always by the end of it they're like back together doing something, you know.
Yeah, this is not a very plot show, you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, the that's not true for Steins Gate at all. That's the dumbest thing you've ever said in your life.
Seems someone's forgotten Steins Gate, but yeah.
Steins Gate's literally got a whole plot, and then it becomes episodic when we got to save every character at the end after the fucking. Steins Gate's best part is like the first 12 episodes, and then the last few.
True.
They're not episodic at all. They're figuring out the banana disappears, and then they got to figure it out, and then he yells at Kurusu, and then he's got to go and win her over, and then Steins Gate says, "Cool, we got to watch Steins Gate again, but we're going to stop after episode 12. That's the end of the show. There, CERN just gets them all."
Right. True.
Now the end's pretty cool. Remember when he like loves her and stuff, and then he has to give her up?
Yeah, not as cool as Steins Gate Zero, but yeah, true.
Steins Gate Zero is lame. No, Steins Gate Zero, the first 12 episodes or something, I binge watched that. It was fucking sick.
All right.
Anyway. Gun on every table. Oh, there's a sick back shot of the crew where they're all sitting at the bar leader. It's so fucking cool, you know. Fuck yeah. It's like smoking. But they weren't smoking, they were drinking instead. Something almost as cool. And Revy's slightly turned away. It's pretty fucking sick. That's the background image for the what we're discussing right now, Larry. Remember.
Okay. Jesus.
Which country is Rowanapur in EliteAri? Were you paying attention?
There's only a few countries that are named, so it can't be Colombia because that's like not here. It's like somewhere else.
That's in South America, you fucking idiot.
Well, I don't know.
We're not in
Europe.
South America.
It can't be in Europe.
No, you moron.
It can't be in America.
You're not even close. It's Southeast Asia, you idiot.
Southeast Asia.
They're in Thailand, you stupid idiot.
Did they
Remember
mention that?
yes.
Oh,
And they
Jesus.
this city was founded by Southern Vietnamese soldiers who survived the war. Do you know South and North Vietnam? Which one was the communists and which one was the Americans?
Absolutely no idea. I know there was a Vietnam War and Shane Farley's dad was in it or something. That's all I know about it.
Crazy. I got like uncles or something. One of them is in a wheelchair well, he's like a great uncle. You don't feel too bad for me. I don't really know him. But he was in the Vietnam War and stuff, and people got drafted on the television by their birthdays, EliteAri. That's
Jesus,
fucking
that's
crazy. That's what happened to
terrifying.
him. And like his brother, but his brother died or something.
So
Anyway,
sad.
why the fuck were these Australians in Vietnam? These fucking morons. Anyway, because
Mhm.
these Americans were. I know everything about the Vietnam War, EliteAri. I've seen Apocalypse Now and Mad Men's about it. So
Right.
the South Vietnamese soldiers, they lose. They're on the American side. America pulls out and they just lose. So they all ran away to Roanapur and started the city. And that's when it became debaucherous and stuff. North Vietnam, obviously, like North Korea, big communist, EliteAri. South Korea, the American side. It's the same. You don't even have to flip them or anything.
Right.
So, Korean War, 60s. Oh, no, like the 50s. Vietnam War, 60s into 70s. Goes on forever. Anyway, you've been caught up, EliteAri. Thailand's near that stuff. And in the last arc, they're going to the Philippines, EliteAri, which is near Thailand. And so
Right.
if you understood geography like me, like a big brain boy, you would have understand all these things. But yeah, you weren't paying attention, so all your criticisms are invalid.
I've been to the Philippines because it was a stopover, so I was there for a few hours in the airport and then I left.
Bro, that was crazy.
Yep. Thank you.
That was like a civil war happening in 1995 when Rock and Revy were there, but
Yeah.
not when you were there, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is not a spoiler because I don't think it's ever explicitly brought
Uh-oh.
up in the show. Dutch was. Oh no, it is in the end. Dutch was in Vietnam. EliteAri. My goodness, did you know that?
When was this brought up?
It wasn't.
Oh,
I was just making a little thing here.
yeah, because I don't remember it, but that's cool. Awesome.
I think he alludes to being used to being a soldier or whatever, but yeah. And that's how you can tell that the show, that should be like an inkling that the show isn't set in modern times, as in 2006, because Dutch would have to be older.
When was the Vietnam War?
Like 1960 something to
Oh,
1970 early.
Okay. Dutch is like really old then.
Well, if he was like 20 in the war,
Like
it's like
45 or something.
20 years later, so he's like 45. Yeah, that checks out.
Old man.
Black Lagoon is set in the 90s or so because the Soviet Union has just died. Because you remember Hotel Moscow is like Soviets and stuff. So it's like 4 years after this. The Soviet Union ended in what year, EliteAri? Come on now.
1991.
Oh my goodness, you actually got it. You're a genius.
I just remember from Chainsaw Man. I don't know why.
Oh,
I feel like we probably discussed it in Chainsaw Man. True.
Yeah, so it's like 4 years after that. So that's why, and we get some allusions that they're all they fought in the Afghanistan war, and EliteAri's so stupid. He's like, oh yeah, I know the Afghanistan war. That's the, like the two. No, EliteAri, it's the 90s version where the Russians were fighting in Afghanistan. And that's when America backed Al Qaeda and stuff and gave them money, and then they blew up the Twin Towers.
It's terrible. Why would they do that?
They did that so they could fight the Russians for them.
Unbelievable.
And then when Balalaika got back, the Soviet Union didn't exist anymore, and Russia wanted to be peaceful and stuff for a few years, and she was not happy about that, so she became a mafia girl. Crazy. I've learned from the wiki that Bao is one of those Vietnamese defectors. Oh my god, EliteAri, I didn't know that, but the bartender is a southern Vietnamese soldier that fled. He's like our original founder of the city or something. That's fucking cool. Sick, bro.
Wait, at some point...
and the yellow...
Wait, didn't they refer to Revy as Chinese or something?
Revy is, of course, half Chinese, EliteAri. How could you not know that?
Okay.
Half Chinese, half American?
Yeah, because I know, yeah, they also refer to it as American. That makes sense. I didn't realize people could be half Chinese, half American, you know, so...
And you see Chinglish at the end, everybody's favorite character, is full Chinese. Actually, she's Taiwanese, EliteAri, so don't fuck with her and don't call her Chinese, you fucking bigoted piece of shit. When did Taiwan stop being a thing, huh? Maybe Taiwan is part of China and that's like the reference? Because I was thinking, why is she part of the Chinese triad if she's from Taiwan? Shouldn't she like hate the Chinese and stuff? Right. But then also Hong Kong was like British controlled for a little while, but I think that's... Let's just look this up, EliteAri. When did Taiwan split from China. Now, the Chinese will tell you it never happened, EliteAri.
Right.
1949, my goodness, EliteAri. So I don't know why Chinglish is down with the Chinese triad. Now, the answer might be because Hong Kong is not part of China proper in the 90s or something. Hong Kong British give back date. Did you know the British controlled Hong Kong and then they just gave it back? And
I remember.
in 1997, oh my god, EliteAri, I figured it out. Oh my god, I can infer things from my great knowledge.
Well done.
I'm so fucking smart. Anyway, where are we up to? I was lecturing you about something. Oh, and the yellow flag, which is the name of the bar, is a reference to the Vietnamese flag, which had yellow on it. So it's like a reference to that. I never knew these things, EliteAri.
I still never.
Black Lagoon is steeped in geopolitical history and stuff. I'm so fucking smart.
Yep.
Intelligent. I can turn a phrase at the drop of a hat, you know? That's a phrase in and of itself.
Yeah.
Benny is nice to Rock and tells him nobody knows anything about Dutch. And EliteAri's like, that's way cooler than cigarettes being mysterious.
Yep.
Fucking loser. Benny's backstory is that he hacked something and pissed off the Mafia and the FBI at the same time. Incredible.
Yep. And Interpol.
What did he hack, EliteAri? Oh yeah, Interpol. He says that later, right?
Yeah, it was really cool when he said it. I was like, "What's Interpol?" I feel like I've heard that before. And
I don't know what Interpol is, EliteAri. You get to explain something to me.
I think it's just international police. That's all I saw when I googled it.
Oh my god, that's pretty cool. Interpol, like police. That's crazy. That's pretty cool.
What was the question? Oh, what did he hack? Probably like some military secrets.
But why would that piss off the Mafia?
Because they wanted the money from hacking it. I don't know.
True, and then Revy saved him somehow, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, then they fell in love.
Did you notice that Revy always wants to make Rock wear a Hawaiian shirt? So
yes, I have a note on that. Yeah.
Oh, and Benny wears a Hawaiian shirt, Lamau.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah, but that's pretty awesome.
Oh, she successfully what do you call it? Domesticated Benny, but not Rock. Not Rokuro Kajima.
Well, not yet, but yeah.
God, that's such a great point that you'll find in the Rock and Revy video. Oh, I'm just so smart and can put all the pieces together. Anyway, Rock says he usually tries to avoid confrontations, but then he gets into a dirty drinking contest with Revy. There's something underneath that corporate exterior, EliteAri. There's something devious about this Rock. You better watch out.
Yep.
Dutch gets a call from Balalaika and warns him that extra order is coming to get them and kills the informant, all cool and stuff. Oh, yeah. Because Balalaika like captured the dude and then like killed him. But she'll do that again in 2 episodes, and that's probably the one. No, you're thinking. Oh yeah, the phone. I think it's on the phone both times. Anyway, then there's a fight in the bar. Oh yeah, the extra order guys come in and they start shooting people, and Revy starts shooting them, and she's smiling and she's crazy for real, and her nickname is Two Hands, and she tells Rock, "Don't cry, dipshit." That's in quotes. And the bar is bulletproof, EliteAri. All cool things happening.
Yep.
What do you think about the action in Black Lagoon? Did you think it was the greatest action you'd ever seen?
It's definitely not. I mean, it's like, it's the most indulgent when it comes to just like, we shoot with gun. Sometimes it hit, sometimes it doesn't. And then like, we're the main characters, so no one can hit us, but we hit them. I don't know. It's just like the most generic gun like action ever. I don't know. It feels like a very, it just feels so generic in the action. I don't think there's any good action in this at all. Maybe besides the Roberta stuff, when it's like chasing stuff, like that was fun. But no, like gun action is interesting in there.
Famously, EliteAri in the original Rock and Revy series, it's all about how Black Lagoon is not just a shitty action show like everybody says, where it's just cool and stuff. It's actually really deep and smart and stuff and great and best characters ever, you know, best anime relationship. And in that video, 2019 Kyle Entertainment is very adamant that the action in Black Lagoon sucks, and if you like it for the action, you're a loser and an idiot.
I agree.
Okay. But it's very cringe the way he does it. And then he tries to pretend that Black Lagoon is super realistic and everything but the action. And then I was just watching the Roberta stuff now, and I'm like, how did I ever think this? She literally drives off a roof and like walks through a flaming building.
She's stronger than, what's his name? Dutch.
She's pulling Dutch out the window. That was fucking sick.
Yeah, it was great.
So yeah, I was like, man, what was he thinking, EliteAri? What was that fella?
I don't know. Whatever he was thinking, that was the best part of the show. So well done to him. Good.
Who? I'm talking about me in the third person. Who are you talking about?
Oh, so about the author of the show. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, fucking idiot.
All right. I mean, you're basically the author, right? Your
Oh yeah,
analysis. Yeah.
author's dead, and I'm him now.
Yeah.
The Oh my god, EliteAri, and when I was looking up half the stuff and I was on Reddit, and it would be like a message, like a comment from 2 years ago. It was just literally Kyle Entertainment talking points and the responses. I felt a little proud.
Mm.
Then also a little not, because I was like, man, Kyle Entertainment's a fucking retard. Why are these idiots just parroting his talking points?
Right.
Literally about what we were just talking about. So that was fucking crazy when I saw that like 2 days ago, EliteAri. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway. One day you'll see Norn Grey Rat discussions in 3 years, and you'll look back and be like, I know all these fucking opinions. They're
True.
mine.
Maybe, yeah.
It'll be crazy, and you'll have forgotten you even said it, and you'd be like, oh yeah. Oh, and this extra order guy, EliteAri, the evilest guy to ever be evil in his life. He's like, in Liberia, all we had to shoot at were old men and brats. He's like just killing Africans, EliteAri, because he's a military for hire dude.
Wait, what's his name? I'm gonna Google it.
I don't remember.
All right. Oh, I believe you, Kyle.
What are you believing me about?
The guy. I don't remember this guy. Who the hell are you talking about?
The main bad guy in the first 2 episodes.
Oh, okay.
In the helicopter.
Yeah. Okay, I remember him now. Yeah, he was awesome.
He's very, very evil.
He's the most generic like bad guy ever. It's awesome. Yeah. True.
They escape, and there's another line that's in all the funny Black Lagoon compilations where Revy throws a grenade and says, "Take this, cocksuckers!" It's really funny and cool. Black Lagoon's the best anime of all time.
Remember in the final episode where she's like, RPG or something. It was like slow motion.
Oh yeah, that was funny. It slows it down.
That's kind of weird, yeah.
That was funny. It was a little odd. Back on the boat, they tell Rock they'll leave him at a port, and then he gets on the line with Kageyama, and he's very excited that he's going to be saved. But then he's told that he's going to get fucking killed. But the company will... Oh, and then he gets the exposition about the nuclear weapons. But some of the bosses at the company will attend his funeral, EliteAri, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a good honor, you know? They're very honorable in
Japan, I'm sure they love that. His mummy would be very proud. She'd be like, my boy died.
Yep.
What a good man. I can be proud of that. My social standing will not falter.
Mm-hmm.
Then Rock's freaking out and he's vomiting and stuff. And then we see they got a helicopter and they're chasing after the lagoon. And there's a dramatic cliffhanger as Rock gets angry and he throws the gun up really high in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Why does my life always end up like this? He says something like that.
It's a good cathartic thing for him. Well done.
Yeah, I got this whole fucking thing memorized.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ED comes in, EliteAri. Do you like how sometimes they use the ED music, but it's not the end of the episode, so it freaks you out a little bit?
I didn't even notice that. Yeah. I noticed at the end of every episode they do it, and it's the coolest part of every episode.
Yeah, it's so fucking sick, and it comes in a little bit early, and like, oh my god, it's the end of the episode, and it's a really ominous way to end it. Oh my god, this is so cool. But besides that, that was in the Glass Reflection 15-year ago review. You know,
right? He
says like, oh. The ED music starts playing before the ending sometimes, and you freak out like, oh no, the episode's ending. I love Black Lagoon. I don't want it to end. But then it's not ending. And he was like, oh, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
See, because normal people love Black Lagoon and they don't want it to end, unlike you, EliteAri.
Sure.
The ED's really dark and cool, bro, until it's not. Not dark anymore. It's still cool. I like that it cuts to the second. It cuts in seconds before every episode, like it's a queue. Yeah, we already talked about that. You fucking idiot. And we get previews, EliteAri. Were you watching all the previews?
Definitely not. The only one I watched was the final episode.
Bitch.
Yep. Why would I want to know what's happening?
Because it's sick, obviously, and to get excited. EliteAri be like, I'm not going to watch the Evangelion previews, even though they're famous.
I didn't even watch the ending for Evangelion.
Terrible. And the ED changes like every episode slightly, and you're supposed to clock into that, and it reflects what's happening in the episode. God, Evangelion's so cool. The dub is a little rocky in the pilot.
Oof.
Rock is voiced by the same guy that voices Light in the Death Note. We already talked about all that.
True.
Episode 2, EliteAri, we made it. Mangrove Heaven. Mangrove.
I figured.
You know what a mangrove is?
Yeah, I visited the mangroves, yeah.
Shut up, EliteAri. No, you didn't.
It was a school excursion.
Okay, I'm going to speed run these notes, EliteAri. Okay. We open on Kageyama saying that the unemployed care about... Oh, he's on like a plane. He's like, only the unemployed care about daybreak on the sea. and he wants to like check his stocks or something. He's what a businessman. We cut to Rock post gun throw. Revy is very mad because that cost a lot of money. That was a funny moment where she jumps on him and is like, "You fucking moron."
True.
It's like undermining the dramatic moment at the end of the last episode with a cutting realism, money. Rock's disposition has changed and he's mad now instead of sad. The Lagoon Company realizes that they're being played with and cornered. They try to escape the mangrove trap, but it fails. Oh, and there's the helicopter CGI later. It's pretty sick.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the cars are CGI later too. There's a CGI butterfly in the Lovelace family flashbacks. It's
Wait,
sick.
would you say the show looks good?
Oh, the show looks excellent. This is the greatest anime look. This is how every anime should look. It looks kind of like Death Note and Steins Gate. It's that 2000s / early 2010s anime when anime looked good before they started looking bad.
Right. I don't think it looks good at all. I think it's like the most like mid kind of, maybe even below mid, like everything. I don't know. Presentation.
EliteAri Mushoku Tensei looks good, but this stuff looks
True,
bad.
yeah.
Whatever.
I don't think
Lame,
it's not comparable. Like the amount of like
in Mushoku
complete
Tensei
styles
they
are so
move
different
and stuff because I'm a loser and
I know, Kyle. I love Berserk 1997. I think that looks really good.
It doesn't look that good.
And there's barely any movement in that at all.
Kill yourself. Movies look better.
Yeah. Nice, looks pretty lame.
Evangelion looks great though. Sickest anime of all time.
True.
Oh, and this is like the default Naruto Shippuden look too. Oh my god. Naruto Shippuden's the other 2007 anime. God, 2007-6 anime should have stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, they pass a sunken ship on their way into the mouth of the river, and they all accept their deaths effortlessly, except for Rock. That's pretty cool because they're all hardened criminals, Leary. They're ready for death at any moment.
Mm-hmm.
The extra order guy, the main guy, has a line about how he's getting hard, EliteAri. That was pretty hot.
Yep. Well, I know it's pretty good.
EliteAri said yep. Dutch punches Rock for complaining as they go through their options.
Yeah, Dutch
everyone
that was his one evil moment. I couldn't believe he did that, but yeah.
Nah, that was sick. Calm down, you fucking little whiny bitch. Oh, EliteAri, Rock has some like Shinji complaints sometimes, especially in like 15-year ago anime reviews. Oh my god, EliteAri, you gotta watch the old Gigik
oh boy.
Anime review of Black Lagoon that's like 4 minutes long and just talks about how badass and sexy all the girls of Black Lagoon are, but Rock's a bit of a pussy.
The appeal of this show is just wild to me. Like I can understand it appealing to you, but to appeal to other people is insane to me. I don't know why Bacon would like the show. I have no idea how he would give this an 8
has
out
a
of 10.
fucking brain, all right? That's why he likes the show.
All right, sure.
Now this is a situation where it's interesting because I will say I think the things you like are probably expanded on, especially in the next two. Like, I feel like the last arc of season 2 is like 5 episodes. It's the greatest thing of all time. I feel like there's no way EliteAri doesn't walk away thinking that was pretty sick.
All right, we'll
see. The first 3 episodes he'll probably like. The middle ones are fucking sick too. I like Greenback Jane. She's fucking sick.
Greenback
and the
Jane.
Blood Trial's the greatest thing ever. This thing's like these little first seasons things, they're whatever. So I feel like EliteAri's gonna like this show more. So I guess it's not going to be a big reveal about why like Bacon would like the show or something. But I'm sure Bacon liked it at this point too. But I probably said the same thing because I remember Bacon watched it after like when we were already best buddies, EliteAri. So I was DMing him, and I'm pretty sure he probably said, "Oh, season 1 was okay," and I'll be like, "Yeah, just wait, Jockey Bacon's. It's just gonna get better."
True, he gets good in season 2.
Yeah, it's fucking sick, bro. No, it gets good in episode 3.
All right, sure, yeah, all right. Anyway, more Roberto will just be better. More Dutch will be better. It'll be great.
Roberto's not in season 2, EliteAri. Just in
the my heart.
Spoiler. Where are we up to? Everyone decides they should dump their torpedoes for safety, but Rock interrupts EliteAri. He's got a plan.
True.
I say we go face to face with these guys. This is why I was calling that. I'm like, whatever, that's a shitty Rock line. Nobody cares about Rock. And then it goes into our first, are you retarded? They say retarded in the double EliteAri. It's so cool.
Yeah, it is very cool.
They say it like 4 times. And then I wrote after that, I heart Black Lagoon. It was very funny how Dutch says it there. And dramatic.
It is interesting. Swearing, because I've heard you say this before, which is that like sometimes swearing comes off as very natural, like in
Black Lagoon.
I was gonna say like Ellie in The Last of Us. You said it came off very natural, but sometimes it can come off as very cringe. and as though it's like an actor trying to say something that they usually wouldn't say. I think in most instances in Black Lagoon it worked very well, but there were a few times, not that I could list them now, where I was like, this feels like they're swearing because it's in the script or something. But the overwhelming majority
too
did.
thought that at some
Yeah,
point.
it was good though overall. It felt very natural.
So it's a 10 out of 10. EliteAri agrees. Have you ever seen a Quentin Tarantino movie, EliteAri? I think the answer is no, right?
I don't think so. What's like a famous one he's done?
Let's go through them all in order. Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, Jackie Brown, Kill Bill, Kill Bill 2, Django Unchained, Inglourious Bastards, Hateful Eight, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Oh, that's the one I was saying, the terrible one with the dog or whatever. Yeah, God, I hate that. Yeah.
Oh.
No, I haven't seen any.
Funny.
Yeah.
No, the dog was funny in that. Fuck, what was I saying? Oh, people say Black Lagoon has very Tarantino-esque dialogue, and it's just because they swear a lot.
True, we love swearing.
So I wonder if EliteAri would also hate them, but it doesn't matter.
Hey, I didn't hate the swearing. I liked it. It was good.
No, EliteAri thinks it's lame to swear and smoke and drink, and that's all Tarantino stuff. That's why it's in Black Lagoon, because literally, Ray Haro in an interview, like the only interview of him that's on YouTube is like, I just love Tarantino stuff, bro. That's why Black Lagoon is sick.
It's fair.
What were you going to say? You like jumped up really excitedly, and then
No, you just like, I was just going to say that I don't like the smoking because that's like cringe. Drinking is like okay because it happens in everything. Swearing is also, I think it's fine. Like he can come off as like trying to be cool, but like in this case, it didn't feel like that. I don't know. Unless I said earlier that I didn't like the swearing. I don't remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I was so passionate.
No, I probably just grouped it in with the smoking thing because they're both the coolest things of all time, and they both start with S, and you're an idiot.
True.
Anyway, retarded Lamau. She's going to say cunt later. It's going to be incredible. Rock starts, I think they said cunt twice because I was like, oh, they said it twice, but I can't remember the second one. Rock starts menacingly, vaguely monologuing, and even Dutch is taken aback. We cut it like, oh, there's something dark underneath the leader, right? It's taken aback. We cut away from him telling the plan for dramatic effect. Classic. And we hear them reacting. Yeah, that was the funniest thing. They literally cut one line where Rock explains the plan, but they still show their reaction and stuff. It's pretty cool. So keep it a mystery from the audience. So we're engaged to EliteAri. It's a great literary device.
Yep.
Rock has ingratiated himself back in, and they light a cigarette for him. EliteAri's just shaking his fist at this. Don't you know about the long-term effects of smoking on your lungs? Shut up, EliteAri.
True.
And they agree to the plan. Scary Dutch stare. Yeah, sometimes Dutch has scary stares, EliteAri.
Does he?
It happened a few times. Yeah, he does it here where he's like got a weird pose, and I know it happens like at least twice.
Do we ever see his eyes? I don't even remember. Maybe there was like one shot that we see it, but
I don't know. Everybody's wearing glasses, and then they have the one shot like Roberta where the glasses become like opaque, and you see their eyes.
Her glasses so cool. Yeah, when we see the one like soldier eye or whatever. Oh, it's so cool. God, Roberta's the best.
Those are the eyes of a soldier, Sergeant, bro.
Just like Revy's eyes,
cool, bro. Yeah, bro. Except Revy was never a soldier.
Yeah, so why does she have the soldier eyes?
Just a killer. Because she's a killer.
Right.
So it's basically the same thing. Rock's crazy plan works. The missile hits the guy in the face. That was sick, Alita. Remember, it literally hit him in the head and didn't even explode.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Oh, and then there's another one that I don't really like. This is one of the bad swearing moments, but it's in all the compilations where Rock flips him off and says, oh, no. Oh, yeah, this is when he says, yeah, you got fucked. Did you think that was a bad one, Alita?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know. But probably. Now that you're saying it, I can imagine like Yogumi's voice actor saying that and just cringing, but I don't know. Maybe not.
And then there's, Rock sucks and his voice actor sucks, by the way.
But he's great as Light Yogami, though. I
just don't like as much. He's okay. And then I have another quote where the extra order dude is like, you're about to get fucked, baby. And then he's like, It was pretty cool. I love him.
He is the most generic character in this whole show. It's awesome.
Yeah, he's like Snake Baron levels of like evil. Sure. First bad guy. It's fucking great.
Yep.
Everyone wakes up after the fact. Dutch says, Dutch has, this is like a funny line too, where he's like, well, feels like my head's still attached and my sunglasses aren't broken. Amen, hallelujah, and peanut butter. Pretty cool line, huh?
That's really cool, yeah. I wonder what they said in Japanese.
Not that. I think the sub is like way different in all the
Probably, yeah.
dialogue aspects. Now, an internet talking point that I've never verified is that the manga swears a lot, and then the sub doesn't swear very much, but then the dub put the swearing back in, so that's pretty sick, bro.
Right. That's awesome.
But also, this is like a talking point from like 2013 when all manga, like especially like the scanners back then, would add swearing in everything. Like Attack on Titan had swearing constantly, and in the official translation there's like no swearing. Like Levi's every second word in all of the early like translations that I was reading in like 2015 2016 was just this fucking brat Aaron, I fucking hate him.
Yeah.
Unironically. And then, like, I remember there was a famous Naruto one where there was, like, one of the big lines, like, somebody yells and they say, and you're gonna fucking die. And I think One Piece had a lot of them too.
Yeah.
Because, Alira, you speak Japanese. Isn't there, like,
No, I
one
don't.
swear word in Japanese that just means bastard?
I don't know much about swearing in Japanese. I don't
Yeah.
know. There's
It's
like I don't even know what
Bakaro?
it is. I mean, there's
You know that
baka,
one?
but that's like idiot.
Yeah, but then there's the full sign of that. They yell at each other in wrestling all the time.
I don't know, Kyle. I don't know any Japanese.
You're a fucking disappointment. Oh, and Revi is in a provocative upside down position, EliteAri, after they crash and stuff.
That's terrible. Why would they sexualize her like that?
So, EliteAri, is Revi the hottest girl of all time, like all these losers keep saying?
Wait, is that like a thing that people say?
Yes. God, EliteAri, you don't know fucking anything. Everybody loves, they want to. Now, I always thought Balalaika's face things made her ugly, so I was never into Balalaika, but we got the Balalaika jerkers. Now, everybody loves this dumb maid bitch because she's in a maid outfit. Oh my god, I want to come. And then there's the real based individuals that like Eda because she's blonde, and blonde anime characters are really hot, even though I never date a blonde girl in real life. You know, the blonde girls, they're not hot.
Yeah.
But in anime, Android 18,
True.
Eda, Ino was my favorite One Piece girl. You know, just these blonde anime girls. You just love them. Now you're gonna see Eda in different outfits other than this fucking silly nun outfit. Though that's pretty hot too, earlier. You gotta admit. But then there's this bitch Revi whose ass is always kind of showing, and my goodness, oh my god, EliteAri, the greatest story of all time.
Oh boy.
There may be a scene where you see Revi's boobs in the shower one time.
Oh my god.
Spoiler alert. And I remember I was watching this reaction channel in like 2015, EliteAri, and this dude, he's reacting. And the shot, and there's a shower, so like there's like it's a scene, and she's talking as she's in the shower, and this dude is literally begging for them to show her naked. He's like, "Please show it to me." And then there's like the final shot is like a side profile where you can see one boob and a nipple. This is in the OVA, EliteAri. We're allowed to do things.
Oh damn!
And he's like, and he literally like comes. He's like, yeah. And I was like, and I had forgotten that, EliteAri. It was forgotten media in my head. And then I remembered that as I was thinking about, oh, I'm going to bring up the sexualization aspect with EliteAri. And I was like, oh my god, that's like the true, like everybody is like that, but with Revi because she's got those short shorts on, EliteAri. And yeah.
It's like
so
it's weirdly unbuttoned at the front or something. It's weird how she wears it.
Yeah, it's got like a clasp or something. It's pretty cool. Oh, and there is that scene in, I think, episode 11 where like her butt is showing, EliteAri, when Rock goes into her room.
Oh yeah, that was a weirdly, interestingly subversive scene. Where in any other anime,
at all.
Well, no, I think that he in any other anime.
Oh yeah,
we're
literally going to bring up exactly what you're about to bring up, EliteAri. You know,
right,
don't worry. This is in all of the Kyle Entertainment videos. You're not making a new point. We'll get to it.
What a shame. Yeah.
You think I haven't talked about subversive things? You fucking loser.
You're right.
But yeah, so Revi's super hot, and EliteAri just wants to watch her be naked and stuff, right? Who's the hottest Black Lagoon girl, if not her, EliteAri? Go ahead.
I mean, it's probably Roberta, but I think both of them. I think both. I think Revi and Roberta, they're both great. I haven't seen much of Balalaika, but I don't know. Maybe. We'll see.
I mean, you're never going to see...
Ask me again at the end of the show, I guess. We'll see.
EliteAri, there might be parallel shower scenes with Roberta and Revi in that OVA.
Oh,
so don't get too excited and don't watch it early, you know. Yeah. Same side profile boob shot. Anyway, spoilers.
How exciting.
Sadly, EliteAri, you're never really going to see Balalaika in any more provocative. I think she's in that outfit for the entire show.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah. Oh, and this fucking mangaka, how he's like, I've seen so much manga art where they all just look like anime girls, and they're very, very, very sexualized. There's also an interesting thing that was brought up, and I don't know if it was out of context, but apparently in the Black Lagoon manga, like, you know how anime, like manga have little like things in between chapters and they'll have little images? Apparently in Black Lagoon, every like chapter like that is like the characters taking off their costumes, not in a sexy way, but implying that like the show is diegetic and they're like stage performers. So it'll be like a Revy coming off the like she's going into like the makeup room and taking off her Revy wig and like the actress's real hair is underneath or whatever, and she's looking in the mirror or something. I've seen a screenshot of this. I don't know if this was just a one-off thing that's after like one chapter, or if this is like a whole thing and like Black Lagoon is supposed to be like a big meta thing about something. I've always been interested in that. I remember Best Guy ever bringing that up on a live stream. And I thought it was really cool. But I never investigated because I haven't actually read the manga. When we finish EliteAri, we're going to read the manga, right?
Wait, you know, we'll see how much I like the show. All right.
I'll do it anyway, chat. These idiots been trying to get me to read this manga for years, EliteAri. Anyway. How did that come up? We were talking about, EliteAri's a perpetual hard-on for Roberta.
Of course, yeah. My goodness, those glasses, when you see one eye and the other eye you don't see.
Oh my god, another one of these glasses fetishes. Disgusting. EliteAri likes e-girls, remember, chat? That's what he said.
Well, no, that's not what I said.
What his aesthetic was and like what girls he likes, and he was like the e-girl aesthetic.
I said, yeah, I like the aesthetic.
We all cringed.
Oh my goodness.
We all cringed, yeah.
If I was a girl, I would definitely have the e-girl aesthetic. True. Anyway.
I was a girl, what aesthetic would I have? That's a crazy question, EliteAri. I don't have an aesthetic. I don't care about that stuff, you know?
Right, you're too cool. You wouldn't be like all the other girls, right?
Absolutely not. I'm not like all the other girls now.
Right, true.
Rock is fast asleep, however, and we get a Rock monologue about the adrenaline dissipating. That was pretty cool. I like that monologue. And just like that, in a moment, it was gone. That's how it starts. I don't remember exactly how it goes.
All right.
We're nearly finished with the first arc, EliteAri. Dutch hands over the CD to Balalaka, who hands it to Kageyama for ransom. Balalaka name drops Hotel Moscow for the first time, I think. That's the name of their mafia, EliteAri. Did you know that?
Nope.
It's fucking... Shut up!
Okay.
They say it like 7 times. There's no way you didn't know that.
All right.
I thought he was doing a gag chat, but he's serious. Kageyama comments that the world is full of things that can't be helped and tells Rock to come with him, because afterwards he's like, all right, you can come back to the company. You're still alive. We've got the disc. It doesn't matter. But Rock wants to help himself, so he takes off his tie, bro, and he's like, he calls himself Rock instead of Rokuro, and he rejects Kageyama and his old Japanese boring life. EliteAri, the other day I was watching a video that I didn't think was too good. It was called... why every RPG is about killing gods. You ever heard me talk about this video on stream or something? Or Heath bring it up to try and make me watch it? Yeah, everybody was. And this whole video was about how modern, or all modern, as in like 1950s to now, Japanese life is miserable and everybody wants to kill themselves in Japan because they're all overworked. And it's all about how every piece of media in Japan is about escaping this Japanese hellscape of like going to work, and then your whole like night is drinking with your boss, so he thinks he's cool and stuff. And then you never get time to yourself or any time off, etc., etc. And I was like, man, that video is fucking stupid, and I hated that point there. But bro, Black Lagoon's just like that, and like they're rejecting their Japanese way of life, and that's Rock's whole thing, and that's like every anime, bro. You ever notice that?
It's because we follow male protagonists, you know, because they have to work and stuff. But
True.
The women, they have different social expectations in Japan.
They ain't having babies, EliteAri, remember? They got bad birth rates.
That's true.
So they're probably working too.
Anyway, it's crazy. I can't believe how quickly Rock joined the crew. I thought it would be like over the whole season he'll slowly get like ingratiated. Is that the word? Like they'll slowly get together.
That's such a pal entertainment word. You're so smart, EliteAri.
But no, it happened so quickly. They were like, next episode we're in.
I mean, that is the structure of the season, right? But like it's more so him ingratiating himself to Revy.
Yeah, like I mean, Dutch accepts him like straight away. Like there's no like, oh, you can't be on the team if you can't do this or whatever. Like it's like he's basically part of the team after this episode.
Nah, that was going to happen at the end of episode 1. I'm surprised it took 2 episodes.
There were 2 things I was expecting. I think I said the other one before. But yeah, one of them is like I thought Rock would, you know, slowly get into the team. The other thing, I was certain that by like episode 5 or 6 or whatever, Dutch is going to die. And it will be like the beat, because I'd never heard of him, obviously. And I was like, oh, I can't have heard of, like, I surely would have heard of him if he was important. And also the fact that it felt like he was going to be he'll die and he'll like bring the crew together or whatever. And like Revy and Rock will like, it will expand their relationship and blah, blah, blah. But nope, he's still there. I couldn't believe it.
I feel like he could make a million like plot predictions, EliteAri, and they would all be wrong.
Yeah, probably. I have no idea where this show is going. So yeah,
Balalaika's gonna be the final boss, bro. It's pretty cool.
yeah, that's how it feels like.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. We're gonna have a shootout with the mafia at the end.
Well, it'll be like a Cowboy Bebop ending, right?
Oh my god, you're so smart, EliteAri. Who is Revy dying? Rock can't shoot.
Yeah, it'll be Rock. Rock will learn how to shoot. He's gonna have a whole arc about like Revy will show him how to shoot, and
He's gonna have a training arc.
Yeah,
like, bro.
I don't know.
No, Rock's a little cuck boy, and that's the whole dynamic. Revy's a cool woman that'll tell you to fuck off.
Right.
Oh, that's another thing with the sexualization of all the Black Lagoon characters. It's a bunch of mommy dominate me stuff too. You gotta love that.
Yeah, oh, that's why I was expecting like a dommy mummy voice for Revy, but it was just like a bratty kind of voice. I was kind of surprised. But yeah. Anyway.
It's like raspy and stuff.
Yeah,
it's definitely
kind of
the voice people fetishize of like, yes, call me a little cuck pussy, yes.
No, I was expecting like Balalaika's voice or like Midnight from My Hero Academia, like one of those voices, or like what's her name, Olivia Armstrong, whatever from Full Metal. I was expecting like that type of voice for Revy, but it was completely different.
I've literally never heard Olivia Armstrong, my favorite Full Metal Alchemist character, have a voice actor, but I exactly understood what you meant. So, and I literally pictured a voice or heard a voice. So that was a crazy moment just now. I intuit things so well. Balalaika is impressed and calls him a tough guy and tells him to come to Hotel Moscow if there's ever anything he needs. Now, EliteAri, this fucking show, everybody says that to Rock. If you ever need something, just reach out. It feels like a video game, huh?
To me, a lot of this show kind of felt like PS2 cutscenes or something. Like a very, you're playing like an action game and you're getting this cutscene where they're like doing some mission or like talking about the objective they need to do, or they've just finished and they're being congratulated or something. That's what a lot of the show felt like early on. So I guess, I don't know.
Well, that's not what I was going for, but I'll take it.
All right.
But yeah, it feels like it's basically like just like plot drops of like, well, we're going to have a Hotel Moscow arc later where Rock is going to be like that. And this is the setup for it. And they have that with your Rhonda of the Ripoff Church later. She's like, listen. And it's also them all being impressed with Rock's shrewdness or something, where he'll stand up for himself and they'll be like, very sexy, Rock. Would you like to come with us later? And it's like, okay, we'll remember that. Oh, and then there's also another Rock parallel, EliteAri. You haven't even watched the videos, but you already understand the bit. Where there's like the little Kageyama's little servant guy is like looking back and he's like, what could have happened in 2 days to make Rokuro or Kajima change like that? That's crazy. And he just is going along. That sounded like I was being racist to EliteAri, and it wasn't even intentional. But he's just going along. He's like, what if Rock had gone back and continued in that life, and this poor Japanese fat man has to do that. You definitely don't remember this character at all, huh?
I do. They were in the back of the taxi or something. I remember.
Yes, EliteAri, you're so smart.
All right.
Rock is officially invited by Revy, importantly, to join the crew. Shots of Revy's hair blowing in the wind. It was so pretty, EliteAri, my goodness. We cut to Rock and Revy on a job where Rock is trying to be professional in their hijacking of a ship while Revy is out of control. Revy is mad at Rock for not wearing a Hawaiian shirt. This is where that's first brought up, so I had to note it down. Gag. She brought for him, and then I have like Benny in brackets, so if, in case I hadn't brought that up yet, I would have been reminded by this note. I'm so good at note-taking. Rock watches the rocket launcher fire and is turned on, he says. Sometimes it brings the savage side out of me. And he's like, okay, this is pretty cool. We also see Kageyama getting congratulated for a job well done, and the board who he bows to. He also returns home to his home life. This is more of the parallel stuff of like what Rock could have had if he was successful in this life, and he's got like a shitty wife and who's mad at him, and a daughter that stays out too late, and a fat otaku son, and a little girl, and a dog. EliteAri's fucking throwing his fist up.
Yep.
And it's like got a big house, and he doesn't seem very happy or fulfilled, and he just reads his newspaper. So it's like, man, maybe this isn't the life Rock should have chosen. It's not very exciting and fulfilling. What a great capstone, EliteAri. Way to thematically rope it all in to end the episode, you know?
Yeah,
genius.
Pretty clever,
genius. Yeah. Thematically dense, character rich, action stuff. Not a lot of plot, but that's how we like it. We hate the plot.
Slowly convincing me.
Episode 3, Ring Ding Ship Chase. The Buddha and the noose are introduced. When you go into Roanna per EliteAri, how do you not know it was all one place when we see the Buddha and the face is like cut off? So Buddha can't see. It's like his eyes cut off, so they can't see the debauchery in the town. And also we're in Thailand, so they're probably all Buddhists and stuff in the actual area. So it makes sense, and that's a pretty cool visual.
I agree.
Like, Jesus can't see here. What God doesn't know won't hurt him. Like that girl in Harry Potter, and she puts the thing down. You remember?
Yep.
And there's a noose on the bridge where you drive over, and it's like that's going to be your noose if you fuck with Roanna, bro. And then I wrote down here that episode 3 is Welcome to Roanna per the episode. We were kind of here last time, but this is about meeting some of the characters, seeing how it works around here. Rock gets a shave from a guy with a weird tooth. That was pretty funny. The birds repeat phrases about killing people, like the parrots and stuff. And old ladies sell you rotten fruit, EliteAri. All terrible things happening in Roanna.
Yep.
We see the Lagoon company digs. Do you like how I use that word? You know, digs? Like your location where you hang out?
Oh, yes, I get it. Very funny.
He gets it. Dutch leaves and Rock gets nosy, but Revy tells him not to be nosy. About Dutch, that is. This episode is also kind of a Dutch episode. The most Dutch episode you'll ever get, EliteAri. Lap it up while you can. Where he's like, man, nobody knows about Dutch. He's so cool. Everybody respects him.
Yep.
We say we don't know much about Dutch. Revy explains that international criminals come to this city to lock horns, so everything's a scam. And we like get a scene later where Dutch is walking through the streets, and we're introduced to. We see the Colombian cartel, which is in the Roberta stuff. We've got Hotel Moscow. We've got the Chinese triad, and we've got we see the Italian mafia for a second. So those are the 4 big players in Roanna per EliteAri. Did you know that?
I knew there were different mafias, I guess, but not really.
Do you know which ones are running shit?
No.
I think they say it in this first season, where it's like the Triad and Hotel Moscow had a fight recently, and the Triad won.
Nope, don't remember.
How did they beat Hotel Moscow? Do you know who the Triad is, EliteAri?
The Chinese mafia.
Yes, Mr. Chang from the last arc, EliteAri.
Yep.
Oh, you're so smart. So yeah. And then did they explain why why Dutch and Balalaika are like friends? Because he saved her life. I think that's all they say, right?
I don't even remember that, but that's really interesting. I thought it was just because he was reliable or something. But
no, he saved her life.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I guess it'll be expanded on in the very next arc. So I guess I won't say the whole thing here, but you know.
Good. I love Dutch, so yeah.
Anyway, yeah,
what is
so
okay?
Dutch
Okay. How do you say your name? Balalaika? Is that right?
Balalaika.
Balalaika. Okay, cool.
You haven't said it wrong yet, EliteAri. You haven't been like Lamau idiot saying it wrong, so
good.
You're doing okay. Anyway, Revy's lounging around having fun. Have you been seduced by Revy yet, EliteAri? Oh my god, if I hadn't have already brought it up, we would have been talking about that now. I'm great at note taking. Rock wonders if he's still too soft. That wasn't intentional, but that's pretty funny.
Okay.
Get it? That's like a penis.
I do get it. Yes, thanks, God.
Oh, EliteAri got it, guys. Dutch gets a job on a payphone and wants $12,000. Mr. Chen arrives, not to be confused with Mr. Chang, EliteAri, you racist, and complains about his misfortune since the Russians showed up. So Hotel Moscow's kind of recent to the city, it seems. And he boasts about how he's going to get rid of Balalaika and how Dutch should work for him. And he calls her Fry Face, EliteAri. People will call Balalaika this sometimes.
So cruel.
Yeah, she's pretty cruel too, though. She's pretty cool, though. Dutch brings up an old job where Chen fucked him on, and they part ways angrily. Oh, that's Chang fucked him on. Chen. Stop being racist, EliteAri. Dutch wanders throughout Roanna and is propositioned by some hookers, but he tells them he knows what's in their bottles because he shipped them here, EliteAri. His bitches were trying to roofie him and then steal his money.
He would never fall for that. And evidently he didn't.
I never realized that until this moment. And then I was like, oh, roofies. That's what that line is about. Till this watch through.
No, you were too young back then.
Yes. He passes the Italian mafia who voice anger over his loyalty to Balalaika. He runs into Benny, who's excited about his new computer parts. Oh my god, EliteAri's favorite character.
No, definitely not. Probably my least favorite.
You're a loser, you like computers? Oh, because he's Jewish. You hate him, EliteAri. I see.
I didn't even know he was Jewish.
Remember in that whole Nazi thing where he says I'm
Oh
Jewish
yeah, I do
and I
remember.
don't like
Okay,
Nazis?
yes, you're right. You're right.
He's not paying attention, chat. Make sure you put that in the hate comments.
True.
Rock is kicked awake by Revi because they have a job. They're receiving a package from the Vietnamese army because that's right near here because we're in Southeast Asia, you fucking idiot,
See,
EliteAri.
all
Pay
the clues
attention.
tie in. This is great.
Revi is... God, you're so glad I'm here. You're just loving Black Lagoon more and more by the second. How well thought out it all is.
You know what?
Now, I will say, for a show with no plot, all these plots are very complicated and funny and cool.
It does seem like, you know, when you're saying these things, that there is more depth than I originally thought. So isn't that crazy, Kyle?
EliteAri just thought it was a silly action show. My goodness, do I have a video for him to watch? It's about 4 hours in total. Revi is frustrated by another lame job and complains again about Rock's clothing. He and Revi get into a fight. They're flirt fighting, EliteAri. Obviously, they're in love. So stupid. We see that the job is a big fuck around by Mr. Chang. They spoil it because he's on the phone. He's like, "Stupid Dutch, you're gonna get got." It's funny. Rock on the boat is trying to tie a rope, and Revi gets frustrated with Rock and just does it for him. The classic home reader strategy, EliteAri. I probably brought this up to you before. You remember when you're a little kid and you got to read a little book because you're in the first grade. You got a home reader, and you got to read this book and then write it down in your reading log to show that it's your homework. And instead, you get to like a page and there's like 50 words in this page. So you're like, fuck this. So you pretend you can't read the word the. And you keep fucking it up until your mother reads it for you, because obviously in this situation, you got to read it out loud to your mother to prove that you're doing it. And so you just say, duh, duh, duh. And then she goes, oh, for fuck's sake. And then she reads the whole thing. The egg was green and the egg. It was a classic that. That was a funny joke.
I just can't relate, but that's very cool.
Do you not have home readers, EliteAri?
This was like 20 years ago or something. Wait, like, are you talking about in like kindergarten?
No, in like the 1st through 4th grade, maybe.
I don't even know what you're talking about. What is a read? Like, why is it called read? What does that mean? Like you're reading...
Because you're reading a fucking little book, EliteAri.
Not that I remember. I don't remember reading books.
They have books in the back of the classroom. You got to take one home every night and read it for your homework.
No, I definitely don't remember that. No.
They were like tiny little books, and it would be literally the green egg and ham, but not that one by Dr. Zeus. It would be the ham is green. Next page. The bread is brown. And then then you get a page and there'd be like 3 sentences on it. And so you would pretend to be incompetent to make the other person do it for you. This isn't actually what Rock was doing. He was just incompetent, but this was going to be a funny, relatable gag.
Okay.
And he ruined it.
True.
But we're getting to a good part here. Revi says, even a retarded monkey could do it. That's pretty funny. You're not cut out for this, she tells him. Another quote. Rock talks about his old job, and Revi thinks he's pathetic, and then Rock inquires about Revi's past life and tries to make a Hollywood guess at her upbringing, where he's like, I bet you were swinging around a cutlass from the age of 3 on the banks of a river, and then Revi gets real sad and stuff, and she says that her past life was awful, and everything you'd ever considered to be bad, she did. And we see the exterior shot of her apartment in New York for the first time, and the feathers and the bullets. And she says, it ain't no sick joke. So, EliteAri, you remember this motif where you see the feathers and the bullets a lot? And the blood?
I do. But I think
and the exterior shot of this one building.
No, you know what? I think I only remember this from the ending. Are there also feathers in the ending?
No, it's in the opening. Actually,
the opening? Okay.
Which I was about to bring up is like, oh, you've noticed it like 5 times because they've showed it 5 times in the anime. You wouldn't guess that it's in the opening too.
I think that's the only place I know it from. I don't remember it at all in the anime.
Remember, Chad, he's not paying attention.
It does feel like that when you're bringing up these things, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But I know that I paid a lot of attention.
I know this because, like at some point, we're going to get more exposition on the backstory. So I'm like, oh my god, it's the first one. Oh my god, it's a tease. It's not like a big twist or anything, so don't get too excited about it.
Damn, that sucks.
But we even see it further. We even see it iterated upon in the Roberta stuff, where we see a little bit more, and you were supposed to freak out because it gives you more information later. But you don't even remember that.
I do not remember any backstory for Revi whatsoever. I don't remember any apartment. I don't remember any like feathers. I remember the feathers, but I think it's from the opening is where I remember from. But I don't remember anything with that associated with Revi whatsoever. I have no idea.
Do you remember this scene where they're tying things and then Rock speculates about her past?
Yeah, I do remember that scene. Yes.
Because it is only shown for like, it's like a 5 second thing where it's like exterior shot and ominous music, and then it's like a gutter, and the bullets and the feathers like blow in the wind down the gutter. Like, it's easy to
No.
miss.
No,
They
I
just
don't
show it a
remember.
few times.
But if I did, I probably
Well,
would have
that's
thought it was like some abstract thing, I imagine.
yeah, because later in the Roberta thing, we see like what looks like Revy when she's like 10 from the back. You can tell because she's got jean shorts on, with a gun in her hand, and then a man, presumably her father,
Dead
with
on the
like porno
ground.
mags on her chest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
I thought
he's
that was
been shot,
Roberta.
and he's on the couch. No, it was Revy.
Okay, so I do remember the scene. Okay, no, I just purely thought it was Roberta the whole time. Because she called
Well, at the
Roberta
beginning
a
here,
gutter rat or whatever as well. It's like, oh, a fella of a gutter
yeah,
rat.
that's where the gutter line comes from. The gutter mud stuff, because that's like Revy's inciting incident. Well, not really,
Yeah.
for being a criminal and stuff. Killing her own dad, my goodness.
Yeah, so I just assumed that was Roberta. Okay, interesting.
But fuck. I was gonna tie it all in,
Well, go
but
ahead.
this is like, it shows the first bit. This is the first tease of that, I guess. So pay attention, EliteAri. Where was I up to in these notes?
You have no idea. Next time, I'm gonna be saying, I'm gonna look at it like frame by frame. I'm gonna be so closely paying attention.
I did think, because I was like, man, EliteAri doesn't give a fuck about this geopolitics shit, but I'm gonna bring it all up to him, and he's like, EliteAri's not paying attention to all these mafias things, so I'm going to explain it to him in season 1, and then in the next part, he's gonna notice them all because he's gonna be more checked in because of my priming, and that's gonna be a good way for him to enjoy it more. So I already thought through all this. Now, something like that happened in something we were reading, but I can't remember what it was. I guess maybe it was Chainsaw Man, and I was like, oh, maybe this will do a thing. Or maybe I was pointing out like the beginning, like thematic somethings or somethings, and therefore it was easy to talk about in the future. I don't know. Maybe it was Black Sails. I don't remember, because you didn't remember a lot. You didn't remember a lot of Black Sails, so I could be like, this is going to happen to EliteAri, and you're like, no, I don't remember. Crazy.
Yeah.
They are then beset on all sides by the ambush. They are all small boats coming up fast. Dutch realizes what's happening. Benny says, starboard somewhere. He says starboard, EliteAri. That's like in Black Sails.
Yeah.
I was sawing out.
Yep.
There was another one where I think they just said astern or something. I was like, oh, that's another one. Boats. They still use the same vernacular as the 1960s and the 1690s.
It's funny. I did actually think of Black Sails when I was watching the show in a completely different context, which is that in a negative context, I guess. I like Black Sails despite not liking pirates. It's kind of like it makes a genre I would otherwise not like, and it elevates to be really good. I don't care about like shooting guns or any like swearing and being cool like that in any way whatsoever. And this show, it doesn't elevate it at all. It feels like it's just another one of those things that I don't like. So,
oh my god, EliteAri, you just made me out a brain blast. Remember when I'm like, pirates are so lame, but everything good has pirates in it. All the best things. Black Sails, One Piece, Uncharted 4. How have I never put Black Lagoon in the thing? Because they're kind of technically maybe kind of pirates.
Yeah, they are technically, yeah. They even call themselves pirates.
Everything. Pirates are just so cool. But whenever you think of pirates, EliteAri, you just think about that dude from SpongeBob in the intro, and you're like, pirates are fucking lame, bro.
No, I think of Black Sails. That's all I think of now.
Mess me with that pirate shit. Anyway. Oh, and there's even a tie-in here to the gutter things that's going to be elaborated on, EliteAri, that you didn't pick up, where when Revy's like, the boat's coming up, and Revy's like, hey, Dutch, I smell it. And it's like they do this, like, you can smell the stench of Roanapur on people when you're, and the gutter thing is like that too, where it's like, these are hardened criminals, bro. You can just tell. And that's going to be elaborated on later.
It's like Thor's in Vinland Saga, how Askeladd can smell him.
Yeah. More pirate stuff. But that's, Vinland Saga's not good, so. EliteAri right now thinks Vinland Saga is better than Black Lagoon. Let's just point that out. Embarrassing. The guy hired to take them out is called Luwak. I remembered the name because it's kind of funny. Apparently, he's a known fuck-up. God must pity you for your stupidity, Dutch says. They end up firing on each other by flanking wrong. A classic. We loved that one. Did you remember that, EliteAri?
Say it again. Flanking.
So these boats, they surrounding the thing, and
I remember that,
like,
and they fire
and they
at
shoot each other.
Yeah,
because they're fucking stupid, Lamel.
I do remember that.
Revy then turns her headphones on and kills them all. This is fucking sick, bro.
Right.
Slow shot of Revy walking past the windscreen. Oh yeah, this is a great shot where it's from like Dutch inside the cockpit, and Revy's on the outside, and she just slowly walks by because she's really cool and she's gonna kill them all. That was sick. Something like that happens later, and I was like, oh my god, they did this shot earlier in episode 3. Crazy. And by later, I mean things you haven't seen yet, EliteAri.
Right.
Revy can jump very far, EliteAri. Remember when I was saying this show was super realistic in
It's like
2019? That
Vinland
was
Saga.
crazy. Oh my god,
Where
yeah, they
Thor
did do
jumps
that
on
in
the boat
Vinland
really
Saga.
far.
Huh?
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah.
When did this Vinland Saga fucking manga start? I'm doing the
I
funny
don't
thing
know.
where we blame
It's
one
like
for
what,
copying the
1990
other.
something?
No shot. It's like 26.
I don't know. It was airing
2006.
when I was in
Vinland
primary school.
Saga. What?
So it's definitely before
Vinland Saga?
2008. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The manga. Right?
Well, that's not airing, you fucking idiot.
What do you
You're
mean?
acting like it's a TV
Oh,
show.
I'm sorry. Okay, it's not airing on the free-to-air channels or whatever. Yeah, you're right.
2005. So Black Lagoon happened in 2003, I think. So
Yeah.
Vinland Saga is a big copycat bitch.
Yeah, probably.
Black Lagoon. I think it's 2003. 2002. Oh my god, just clearing it.
Jesus, even earlier.
It's in Shogun Shuken's Seinen magazine with the monthly Sunday Gene X. It's pretty cool.
What a crazy thing that it's still going. Jeez, what could they possibly be doing in this story?
Same thing they do the whole time, you idiot.
No way.
Little mission.
Jesus. All right.
There's like 4 more arcs in the anime, EliteAri, and like 1 more in the manga. So there's like 4 arcs in this first season. So
Wait, I thought you said the manga's still going.
Yeah, there's only 1 more arc after.
What, over the 10 years?
Oh yeah, he's like a Hana guy. He doesn't make chapters that long.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
There's like one YouTube video called like "The Black Lagoon Manga is Returning" by like this girl, and it has like 500,000 views, and it's like from 2015, just because people Google it so much, and then they click on the video. I remember that.
That's awesome.
Revy's still smiling through the violence. Luwak tries to escape on the final boat, but Revy blows him up, and they go, "She's not even human." Crazy.
Mm-hmm. Is there meant to reflects... be like, I don't know if this is like, maybe it'll show up next season or whatever, but is there, I don't think there's been any hint of Revy not liking violence. Like, I don't think there's anything where even secretly deep down inside she's like, oh, I wish I didn't kill people. I just don't think she cares. If anything, I just think she feels she's lonely.
Stuff.
Yeah, sure.
She has some regrets and stuff. I don't think it's a lonely thing, but we'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Rock reflects on what must have shattered her life for her to become who she is. Remember, reiterating on the backstory thing you were speculating about before. You know, it's all tying in. What a great structure for an episode. But he must be pretty fucked up too if he can just sit here in awe of it. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
We cut back to Chen freaking out. Oh, and another great Black Lagoon line that's in all the compilations, EliteAri. What kind of a mother raises such a useless piece of shit? I feel like I say that in videos sometimes. So you've heard that line.
Yeah, well, what's so good about it?
The way it's delivered is so funny, and it's such a great line.
All right.
And then he says, "This is a fucking disaster." Afterwards, I really like this Mr. Chang dude's voice acting. You know, it's the first good one in Black Lagoon.
Right.
And then everybody's good from here on. Cool line delivery. I have a note, EliteAri. Balalaika shows up with her troops and takes him out. It's pretty cool when like he opens the door and there's the ominous shot and it's just a bunch of Russians there to fuck him up, EliteAri. You thought that was cool, right?
Yeah, that was
really like cool. A music cue. No, that's the Discord disconnected noise. Giving Dutch a call so he can get some satisfaction. She blows him up, EliteAri. She closes the phone and then the explosion.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Cool. That's the one. And then the music starts or whatever.
Yeah. He was too loud to organize any successful conspiracy. He was a big dumb fuck. We knew this the whole time, and his partner was a big fuck up, and it was all funny. Dutch is in a good mood and tells everybody that they're going to the yellow flag and that he'll cover the tab. And Revy really freaks out, EliteAri. She's very happy about this. And then we get the ominous ending music over miscellaneous shots of the environment and the corrupted Buddha. It's so cool! ! And that's the end of episode 3, EliteAri. Man, we're making real quick work of this stuff. Episode 4, EliteAri. Die Rache des Alders.
Is that German?
That's German.
Are these the Nazi
and then
episodes?
I have Nazi arc! This is the first great arc of Black Lagoon.
This is the first goofy arc of Black Lagoon. What is this? This is a weird arc. Jesus.
This is sick. It's got all of the best Black Lagoon moments, all the most iconic moments in Black Lagoon that everybody loves so much.
Right. This is the thing that... All right, we'll get to it. Oh, the Revy submarine thing. God. All right.
The Revi speech, EliteAri, the most famous monologue from the show, the greatest scene in anime history.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, we'll get to it. The water is pretty around here. Oh, the water is very pretty around here, EliteAri, because we open on shots of Roanopa. Now, I thought we had the whole Nazi flashback for 10 minutes, but they did this cool thing where they were cutting in between rock and the flashback, and I thought that was cool.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an acid trip. Dutch says this because they're out on the boat, and this is all a tease for Rock to say that he likes going diving and stuff, because this is going to be thrown back in his face later.
Yep.
But Revi is also playing the harmonica, EliteAri.
What do you think I'll say to that, Kyle?
That's fucking sick, bro.
I'll say,
Harmonicas
I don't
are all my
remember.
favorite.
That's what I would say.
Oh.
But yeah, that is pretty cool if she actually was and you've not just misinterpreted it.
She was blowing on something, if you catch my drift.
Mm-hmm.
Flashback to a Nazi boat leaving a smoggy Germany in 1945, EliteAri. Were you like, oh my god, that's the year the war ends? The Nazis probably getting fucked right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And also, I was going to call it a U-boat in my notes, but then I was not sure because maybe I'll sound stupid because I don't know if all Nazi ships are U-boats. And then it turned out later that it was a U-boat, so I know military boats and stuff.
True. Can I say?
Be proud of me, EliteAri.
Maybe this will overcut some of your recap though, so I don't know. But this was an interesting subversion, unless I misunderstood everything. The story with the Nazi on this boat. Right? It was meant to be a subversion, right?
Oh, yeah.
I
want to talk about this, yeah. Okay. We're going to get to it, yes. Okay. I think I know what you mean. EliteAri, do you want to know how I knew that was a U-boat? That Germany used U-boats in World War II?
How did you know, Kyle?
Uncharted 1, EliteAri. You find a U-boat down a waterfall, and it's a really cool shot, and then Nathan Drake explores it, and then it blows up, and then it looks like Sully died, but spoiler alert, EliteAri, he's not dead, and he's in all the other games.
Cool. But
they do pretend he's dead for more than half of the first game, so that actually is a big spoiler for when you watched all those Last of Us videos, playthroughs, but never Uncharted, the greatest video game of all time.
Yep.
You should watch that unironically. It'd be a fun time.
There's no way
they're not even that long. What?
It's about guns and stuff. They're shooting, right? It's like Black Lagoon. There's no way
it's like Indiana Jones, but a video game. You love Indiana Jones?
Do I? Okay.
Don't you? Or is that Miller and Minty and stuff?
I've seen the Crystal Skull one. That was good. Everyone hated that though.
Whenever I think about generic Discord conversations, Leary, I just insert you into them. So
right.
Embarrassing. They're saying farewell to their motherland, EliteAri, because they're heading off and they ain't gonna survive.
Their fatherland, yeah.
No, they say fatherland later, but only the Nazi says that.
Oh,
motherland is cool. Well, I guess they're German soldiers in World War II. We're talking about it now, EliteAri. You ever read The Book Thief?
Nope. Don't even know what that is.
In grade 12, 11, 12, Miss Winter's English class. She was the prettiest girl to ever exist, EliteAri. Next to me sat Black Lagoon girl, EliteAri, in this class. Oh my god, it's all tying in. That was crazy. Check 17 minutes into Rock and Revi best anime relationship for context on that one. Shut up, EliteAri. What was I saying? The Book Thief, EliteAri. We had to read the book. Now, of course, I didn't read that book, but I did watch the movie because they show you that right before the test because these fucking English teachers, EliteAri, they're smart. They know these fucking idiots aren't going to read the book. So they show the movie. So on the test, you can kind of get it.
Yep.
So it's about Nazi Germany, EliteAri. Oh my god, it's all tying in. And this family is harboring a Jew in their basement or something. EliteAri just did a gasp. Oh my god, did you hear my gasp?
I did, yeah.
That fucked up my throat. Anyway.
Jesus.
Gonna fuck up your throat if you know what I'm saying, Revi. That's what the disgusting Black Lagoon fans say, EliteAri.
Yeah, we hate
Not
him.
me. I love Edda. The point is, what the fuck was that? The book thief, EliteAri. They're harboring a Jew. And then the father, he's a very good German man. He's not like these crazy Nazis running around. And the point of this is that gives context to EliteAri, that not all these Germans were Nazis, EliteAri. Not these German citizens. Their government just got taken over. And what were they going to do? Well, he fled. So you're going to be like, oh, he gets away with it. He left.
Right.
but this is a German citizen staying there. And even his oldest son joins the Nazis and stuff, and even lectures him. And it's about the little girl. He's got a daughter too. But anyway, eventually the father gets drafted, EliteAri. Oh no! So he has to fight in a Nazi uniform in something, and he dies in the war or whatever. But then you learn that, man, these Nazis were getting drafted. So maybe there were some nice German people that didn't hate the Nazis. They were even harboring Jews that got drafted. So I don't want to give the clip of me saying not all Nazis are bad, EliteAri, but I just did it. So that opened my eyes, EliteAri. I was like, man, not all these Nazis were totally evil. And so now I'm here and I'm like, man, this dude was a Nazi and he's even proud of Germany and stuff. This commander dude, you were going to bring this up before. This is why it's all tying in. This is a roundabout way to get there, EliteAri. Of course, you understand. So we got the SS officer. Those are the real Nazis, EliteAri. They're like, you know what an SS officer is, EliteAri? You heard that before?
Some Nazi officer thing. I get the gist of it.
Special forces or something. You would have known from the first shot that he was showing. He had an SS thingy on his neck. EliteAri didn't notice that because he's a fucking idiot and he doesn't understand all these visual cues that the geniuses in Black Lagoon are given out to drip feed you information so you can figure these things out before they happen in the plot. So those are the bad guys. They're like the special police. They're Hitler's boys. Whereas the other ones, they're just soldiers, bro. They're just on the side of the war. So that's kind of what was being shown there, I think.
Okay.
You were going to bring that up before. You were going to say it was a subversion with the Nazis.
Wait,
I thought
what?
that was the point.
Did I think we're talking about different things, unless I completely missed it. Because I promise you, Kyle, I hardly understood anything about the history and war stuff and Nazis and everything about the show, so I probably completely misunderstood it. My understanding was that there was some bad people on the boat. Not even bad people, some like patriotic people who wanted to like destroy the whatever ship, the English ship they ran into or whatever, right? Remember that? Those people? And they're like they're the hot-headed bad people we don't like because they're like going to get the mission ruined. And then there's the calm-headed guy who's like, are we really going to like attack that boat? Like we're wasting our time or whatever. Or like it's not part of the grand mission thing of the grand mission. You got to get me to my place, blah, blah, blah. You know, remember that guy?
Yeah, the evil SS officer. That's the bad guy.
Yeah, but he's obviously the first scene we see him as is portrayed as good. Like he's like we should be listening to him. He's the calm-headed, like rational person who is like probably not very obsessed with the Nazi stuff. We already saw the thing
that says that he's an SS officer and he's an evil Hitler dude, EliteAri. So we're not supposed to think that.
It doesn't matter.
Just because you missed that, EliteAri.
You're misunderstanding. It doesn't matter if he's a Nazi because all of these people are portrayed, in my opinion, when I see them, like okay, they're German Nazis, whatever, from the World War II. And I'm like, okay, so he's an evil person alongside these evil people, but who knows if he's actually evil? Because like he's trying to at least like get away from the war. He realizes maybe, oh, we're losing. It's done. Like, why are we still fighting? Blah, blah, blah. Maybe he's like a reasonable person, you know? That's at least the way he's portrayed initially.
But they're still at war, EliteAri. They're supposed to blow up that British ship on site.
Yeah, but maybe he's a smart person who realizes the futility of all this war, and it's like, why are we doing this terrible stuff? And maybe he actually regrets it, and he's like he didn't say anything evil here, right? He just wanted to get away from this like violence and just do what he was like trying to do, which is like transport this painting.
Well, no, he was betraying his whole country and being like, fuck this war, you guys can lose and we're going this way.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood, but my impression was that he, in that scene, was portrayed as wanting to avoid the battle, the current battle, which is a good thing.
The point of the scene is that he wants to avoid the thing because he already thinks the war is lost. And he just wants to get safely to his thing so he can get out of getting in trouble. Because he wants to go into hiding like the later Nazi dude that we see who's older did.
Okay, you need to, before I explain what I was thinking, you need to clarify here. There's a reveal later on that some guy has some painting, some historical painting about Hitler or whatever. Who is that guy?
The guy who... on the phone? Is that who you're talking about?
No, the guy who, like, in the flashback in the submarine or whatever, so whatever it is, that ship, he has the painting and he talks about how, oh, I got to get this painting. It's going to reunite our people. Yeah,
that's the same guy.
It's the same calm guy at the beginning who I'm talking about, who I'm praising.
Yeah, the SS
That's the whole point of the subversion. That's what I'm saying, Kyle. You think that he's going to be the reasonable, insane Nazi person. Like he's like the only good person.
He's got an SS badge on EliteAri.
What you're not understanding is that it doesn't matter if he has an SS badge. There's good people and bad people, right? No, it doesn't. You can be a good person doing bad things, right? And that's what you were explaining to me before, right? That was the whole book point you brought up.
Yeah,
right?
but he's obviously trying to get out of it. But initially, you're like, yeah, you kind of think he's like, oh, he doesn't want to engage. Like,
No,
oh,
I thought
that's
that was the
kind of
entire point. And then when you get to the end, the subversion is that he's actually the most insane of all of them. He just cares about this painting
yeah,
that's getting like through their whole
that's
like
kind of the
ideology.
point. Yeah,
I mean, that's what I thought was really interesting about this flashback. That he was portrayed initially as being the calm person, but actually he's the most insane of them all. I thought
that
that
was
was really
just
cool.
cool Nazi World War II stuff. That was what was cool about it, Alita.
I
You
guess,
idiot.
like, yeah, but I didn't understand any of it, so all the subtleties because I don't know history.
You're
But
big and stupid and dumb.
anyway,
But yeah, I think you are right about the subversion thing. I just
all right, that's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Oh, they even say that Germany's all smoggy and stuff because they were trying to like cloud up the skies because the British control the air at this point and they can't see if it's all smoggy, which was a cool little detail. I assume that's from history. That's real sick, bro.
Mm-hmm.
These fucking English were coming down on him, EliteAri. They wouldn't kill these Germans.
Hell
Also,
yeah.
there was one thing he said in there that was like, well, the futility of this war. EliteAri, Germany stops existing for like 20 years after this. Well, not really. It's West and East, and it's not a whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
But Germany's a real survival was at stake, right? So they started it. They invaded Poland. That Hitler dude killing the Jews and stuff, all bad things.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, if you're just some German grunt, your family's gonna get fucking killed. You gotta fight these British pricks.
That's terrible. If only he cared about his family, Damn, poor guy. He only cared about the painting.
Right? And later he has a monologue about how his son will never have to grow up seeing that accursed Nazi flag, EliteAri. So he's a good guy.
Who?
The captain.
Yeah, the captain. That's not the guy I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
You're talking about the SS officer.
I'm already confused enough with this history stuff, right? Yeah, Jesus. Let's stick to one thing.
EliteAri thinks all the white people look the same. He's a bit of a racist.
I like to think of the
racism.
future rather than the past, Kyle, all right?
Oh my
I'm
god,
a
that's
progressive,
like the
not a
conclusion the guy
conservative.
comes to in the end of episode 12, EliteAri. You're so
True.
smart for bringing that up. They have a Japanese passenger who's sad to leave Germany, who is studying aeronautics. Aeronautics is a funny word, EliteAri. You just think of the 90s Spider-Man cartoon, and I think it's like a fake science word, but it's actually like aeroplane stuff. So
cool.
That's pretty funny. Japan was obviously an ally to Germany in World War II, so it makes sense why a Japanese man would be in Germany, EliteAri. Do you pick up on that?
No, but I mean, I'm glad I picked it up now. Thank you. I truly don't know much about history. Okay.
You're so stupid, EliteAri. Who was the third big empire in the Axis powers with Germany and Japan, EliteAri?
Well, there's only one empire I've ever heard of, which is the Ottoman Empire, so it has to be that.
No, you idiot. The
What?
Italians were also on their side.
What are you
fucking
talking
stupid
about?
idiot.
The
The
Italian
Ottoman
Empire?
disbanded before World War II started. Ever heard of Gallipoli, EliteAri?
I have.
My goodness. Do you know that was on Ottoman soil?
I do. At least I think I did. Now I'll never know because you told me, before I thought of it. But I think...
Yeah. Little bro EliteAri, he's like, what? The Axis powers? I never had to write this out 50 times in my history class in grade 10.
Mm-hmm.
Stupid EliteAri. Doesn't understand nothing about Black Lagoon being good because it's historically accurate and has interesting
Yeah, like Vinland Saga, true.
Anyway, they're doing a big trip, EliteAri, from Germany all the way to, were they going to Thailand or something? Japan in World War II raped all of Asia, EliteAri. You ever heard of Nanking? They were invading China, both Koreas, I think Vietnam too, Thailand, the Philippines. They started bombing Darwin. That's how fucking south they got, EliteAri. We were fighting on Papua New Guinea. They were coming for us.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah, the Kokoda track and stuff. Crazy.
Isn't it
Anyway.
Trail?
Yeah, something. How come they didn't go for New Zealand? Get rid of those idiots.
So far away.
I guess they're south. Yeah. Anyway, the Japanese at one point were killing everybody and winning. And, we fucked them up real quick. And Japan did a thingy. Oppenheimer, you seen that one?
I have.
But yeah, so it makes sense. So they're going to Thailand, which is near where Rowanapa is, which makes sense why it's not a long trip for the Lagoon Company to go to the boat, EliteAri. The geography matches up. So that was my point of bringing that up.
Mm-hmm.
But they have to go around Africa because Europe and Southeast Asia are very far away, EliteAri. So they had to go around Africa and Spain, and we see little tidbits every time they there's And it's always in German too. It's like, and you can tell because it says Africa, but it's spelled a little weird because it's German. And then it'll be like Spain, probably Spain first because you pass Spain before you pass Africa and stuff. And they were so close to making it to their destination, EliteAri. Can you believe it?
Yeah.
There's an
so sad.
SS officer on board who's acting strange, EliteAri. And one of the German soldiers says they're a different breed. Yeah, that could mean
Sure.
something in Germany. You know, they're about breeding and stuff.
Yep.
Cut back to Rock, who's dealing with car trouble and is interacting with the locals in a more familiar way than last episode, showing that he's been on the city a little bit longer. He wants to buy some diving equipment, but he doesn't. I bet you weren't even peeping that he was looking at diving equipment, and then later Dutch shows up with the diving equipment, and Rock gets really excited. No, you didn't, because I had to go back and figure it out.
No, I definitely understood it, and because I was like, oh my god, Dutch is such a nice person. But then I realized he was using him later on. But yeah.
You thought, stupid.
Yeah.
We cut back to the Nazis in Africa hanging out and strolling. They're playing guitar, tying up turtles, and learning shogi, EliteAri.
Turtles?
Yeah, they had like turtles tied up on the boat, and then they're like, we're having turtle stew tonight.
Oh.
Like the Shredder from Ninja Turtles would say that. But it was ominous and scary, like he was going to kill the Ninja Turtles. We don't like that. Then we cut to them on the Indian Ocean, not sure how they got there. Oh, this was me like monologuing, trying to figure out where the fuck they were going, because I was like, are they actually just going all the way to Japan? What's going on here? But they're going to Batavia, which is in Indonesia, not Thailand. Wait, EliteAri, I've been fucking up the whole time. Roanoke is in Indonesia, I'm pretty sure.
Oh my god, Kyle. And here I was thinking it was Thailand.
I was yelling at you the whole time, and I got it wrong.
I knew it was in Indonesia, Kyle. How could you...
Roanoke is a fake city, by the way, EliteAri, so my real-world knowledge is still up.
Damn.
No, it's in Thailand. You're a fucking loser and a bitch, and I hate you.
All right. That's terrible. Now I'm just like confused. Anyway. I don't know what to believe anymore. All right.
Southeast Asia. They're all around there.
All right.
Indonesia's real close to us, so it's real south, right? Because Bali's there, and you go there on holidays and do drugs. Close to who? Close to you.
To you.
And me. I guess I'm a little closer.
You're way closer. Australia's a big country.
I don't know. Yeah, but we're pretty close.
You're like double the distance. Oh, I'm like double the distance, right? Anyway.
No.
Okay.
You know, Brisbane's at the very bottom of Queensland, right?
That's true.
Relatively. Anyway.
Let's get to it.
Nazis in Africa hanging out. Indian Ocean, not sure how they're me trying to figure it out. There's a British ship out of South Africa. Obviously, EliteAri, you didn't know that there was an African frontier to World War II, so when they're crossing that, it makes sense for them to run into a British ship. They actually don't shoot on a British ship. It's not till they get near to Japan, and there's a bunch of American ships that censor them, and then they get into a fight. So they didn't end. Oh, did they fire on the? Yeah, I think they did fire on the British ship. I guess they beat the British ship, and they just kept going. You know, fucking British. They don't know anything. We cut to Rock doing business calculations, and then he shows up with the diving equipment. Yippee! We cut to the Germans again in Indonesia as they are cornered by a U.S. fleet. They send out a missile as a diversion underwater in his heat scene, and hopeless, the Japanese soldier has already committed suicide after they get hit, EliteAri. They're all going to die. The crew is resigned to their fate. The captain and the SS officer get into a fight over the importance of a painting he's transporting. The whole thing is like, oh my god, EliteAri, did you know Hitler was a painter? So they're like, oh my god, it's Hitler's own painting, and they all worship Hitler. So the SS officer is like, this is really important. Did you know Hitler was a painter? There's no way you didn't.
I did, but it didn't even once cross my mind that like Hitler would have painted this or something until they explicitly
when he said it's the Führer's own work.
No, I understood that. I understood that.
Oh my god, it's Hitler.
But before that, it didn't even cross my mind.
But then it turns out it wasn't Hitler's painting the whole time. It was all part of a scheme. That was classic.
Yep.
That I totally didn't remember until I rewatched it.
That's obviously what I thought. When I knew I was like, okay, this is obviously like a piece of information. It's just like Spy Family, you know, when they have like a painting and there's like some hidden thing inside.
Spy Family ripped off Black Lagoon. I know it.
Yeah. Anyway,
the captain says fuck the Nazis and goads the SS officer into firing and killing him. It could very much be the will of God that our ship sank here today. The captain says that, and that's really cool. So it's like, oh, it's the will of God. The Nazis are losing the war. Oh, God's such a nice guy. Rock's freaking out about diving, then Revy tells him to shut up and to get interesting. That was a great line. I didn't quote it, but yeah, he's like, could you shut the fuck up and get more interesting? Revy, classic. We love Revy. They've got a job salvaging the ship that we've been following in the flashbacks. Benny gives some additional exposition. That's history with a capital H, he says. because it's a story. Get it? Have you ever heard that phrase, EliteAri, where it's
Yes.
his story? Oh my god, it's so classic. You know, we hate men. How about her story? They don't know that Hitler painting is a Hitler painting, though. Their client, an antique collector from Spain. Now, where you're like, oh my god, I know the history. A lot of Nazis fled to Spain and like pretended not to be Nazis, and they all got rich.
Kyle, I had absolutely no idea. All right, anything you say history-wise, I'm not gonna know.
Yeah, EliteAri, listening class next time. That's a pretty fucked up hobby, Revy says. That was a funny line.
Mm-hmm.
Rook and Revy get into another fight when he freaks out about having to weld. Oh yeah, you not welding. And then Revy gets mad. Dutch subdues, heart get it, her grumpiness with Rock. Oh, I was making a joke earlier.
Mm-hmm.
With an underwater rifle, Balalaika gifted him. Oh my god, bring Balalaika into this world building. EliteAri. This fucking anime is the greatest of all time. Benny is impressed with Revy's swimming abilities, and Dutch says he would have never hired her if shooting was her only skill. That was cool.
Yep.
Revy's good at swimming, EliteAri. Characterization. When Rock and Revy go underneath, the ship pulls up on the lagoon. It's the ship of modern Nazis, EliteAri. I guess this is where you probably thought it was really goofy. Huh?
It was very
open
goofy.
fire on them.
I think it's intentionally
they were crazy.
goofy. Yeah.
We'll make it's funny because you know Nazis kind of went out of fashion a little while, and like I feel like the 90s and 2000s, and then in the 2010s they came back because everybody was accusing people of being Nazis again, and these neo-Nazis are actually a thing on the internet, etc., etc.
Yeah, they're on breaking.
So I feel like this is like, yeah. So I feel like in like now, if there were Nazis in anything, it would be like there's certain ways of making fun of Nazis where this is sort of like an old school way of making fun of Nazis, where it's like Lamau, they're incompetent and they're all bald and Lamau. Whereas like in modern day, it might be a little bit more preachy because we think Nazis are actually a threat again or whatever. So I thought that was like it's like an interesting like not cultural difference, but like time difference and how things are portrayed. But yeah, they were very goofy and overwrought with passion for the thingies. But in the end, it's like Lamau, even the dude that hired them, who was a real Nazi, thinks they're pathetic and stuff.
But you know what's? I just randomly thought of this, but it's interesting how. Have you seen The Force Awakens?
That's the first one, right?
Yeah, the first new one.
Yes, I watched that one.
There is a speech from General Hux there, which is very passionate and like screaming and yelling.
Oh yeah, everyone's like, "Oh, it's a Nazi speech."
Yeah, which I think it's like a really, really cool speech, like a really well performed speech. However, when I was watching it in the cinemas, everyone laughed at that scene, and they all thought it was very goofy and stuff. And it's very similar to what's going on here in Black
Lagoon.
Do
remember the scene?
Yeah, it's really interesting how people can't take passionate speeches seriously. Like a lot of people just can't. They see it and they see how all these people are yelling about like serious things or whatever, and they just find it funny.
Yeah, passion is cringe.
Yeah, it is. It's interesting. Yeah. Anyway,
unless it's not.
Yeah.
There is a line from a Nazi here where they say "runaway degenerationists," and I'm pretty sure that's not a word.
That's cool.
Because I looked it up and it didn't seem like a word, but that's funny. Degenerate is such a racist word, EliteAri. It's gross, and I never use it.
Sure. Yep. True.
Don't you just hate it when somebody says degenerate?
Not even a little.
It's
bit.
like a pet
doesn't
peeve
bother me
of
at
mine.
all.
It like makes me so mad. It's like, oh, so this person's a fucking retard. Retard's okay. Degenerate is not okay.
Terrible.
Anyway. Rock and Revy enter the underwater tomb, and the ED music creeps in. Episode 5, EliteAri. Eagle hunting and hunting eagles. Dutch dodges the missiles and stays out of their range. We cut to Rock and Revy blasting their way into the sub. And Rock's pissed again about her not warning him about the explosion. Yeah, Rock's just complaining and shit. And Rock's all freaked out about being in a like underwater tomb, and Revy's just kicking the skulls around. She don't give a fuck. She's really cool and stuff. Rock laments all the deaths and their situation, and Revy tells him to think happy thoughts. They see the gunfire site, and we flash back to the shootout. This is where we get the last of the flashback. The captain gets shot, and the crew comes to investigate, and the shootout occurs with the SS officer and the other crew members.
All right, wait.
Back in the present.
This is I probably should have said this earlier. You know, would you ever, like, if you were in Rock's situation, would you freak out seeing a skull? Like, I feel like
it's interesting.
It's not scary at all.
Idea.
I don't know why. Like, if it had like
but it's like a person's old skull.
If it was a human face or something, like a head, like an actual human head, I'd be scared. But if it's just like a skull, I'm like,
freaky, huh?
It's just like a skull. Who cares? Like,
I don't know. It's like a skull. It's a little like ominous. Back in
That's
the
all I meant to
present,
say.
no. Especially if Revy's there later, yeah, I'd be real cool about it, okay? Don't
Sure,
you
you need to
worry. I might
impress
stare at it
everyone.
a little bit, but I'm not going to wimp out like this pussy Shinji. Oh, Freudian slip. I mean, Rock. You don't understand the discourse, EliteAri. Rock's a big pussy, just like Shinji. He
Right.
needs to man up. Giga said so.
Oh my god, I can't imagine him saying that. Jesus, sorry.
Yeah, he started both those memes, or at least he popularized them.
Oh
He
no.
definitely didn't start either of them. Back in the present, Revy wants to steal the medals and crosses, but Rock has a problem since they found the painting and he just wants to leave. Uh-oh. Also, I got the final battery warning. So, audience and EliteAri, soon we're going to be switching to shitty phone audio because we ain't recording this tomorrow. We're recording the whole thing in one go, and we got like an hour left at least. Aren't you excited, EliteAri?
Woohoo!
Sealing things. We cut outside, and Benny and Dutch watch as the Nazis form up and send off soldiers down the submarine to the submarine. Also, they give an impassioned speech and introduce the Suicide Division and sing a Nazi song. The song dubbing was terrible, you know.
Eh, it's okay. I mean, it's all meant to be goofy, so I'm like, whatever.
For the greatest dub of all time, it was not good enough.
All right, that's fair.
Benny recognizes the song, and him and Dutch both don't like Nazis since the whole black and Jewish thing. EliteAri, like,
yeah.
what?
I didn't even consider that the Nazis didn't like black people. I knew the Jewish thing, but until right at the end when they're like, "Oh, it's okay, it's a shame you're black or whatever."
Music, EliteAri. Yeah,
that's
great.
great.
They did gas some black people, I'm pretty sure too.
Yeah, well, I
and a
didn't
lot
know
of
that.
gypsies and some Romanians or something. But 6 million Jews to EliteAri, right? 6 million EliteAri.
I agree. Yeah, I watched Lex Friedman. He talks about it all the time. He's reading the rise and fall of the Third Reich for the past like 5 years, so he's finally getting to the end, I think.
Crazy. We cut back to Rock and Revy in the sub. We're watching the dub, idiot. And we get the scene, EliteAri.
Yeah.
Revy is done grave robbing, and Rock confronts her. The bodies deserve the medals or their family members, he says. Revy sits down and tells a story. Do you want to talk about this generally before I do the whole recap? And then I literally have the whole speech written out.
No, I want the recap.
All right, we'll say it all at the end. You better not interrupt the fucking thing, EliteAri, or I'll punch you in the tit. She compares the skull and the cross and asks what they are, and Rock gives the literal answer, but Revy says they're both just things given fake value through meaning, and their only value is determined by the one thing everybody agrees on, money. Oh, and now I have the whole thing. Because this speech is the greatest thing of all time, best anime performance of all time, and there's a million YouTube videos sucking its dick, EliteAri. I made a few of them. Revy. The rest is just sentimental bullshit. Oh, wait, no, this isn't where I start quoting. That's later. Rock asks Revy about if money is her god, and she says it's power, something much more useful than God. Then the monologue happens. Oh, here we go. It's power, something a lot more useful than God. And Rock, if you think about it, other than this, what do we really value in life? God, love, don't make me laugh. Back when I was just a brat crawling around that shithole city, we saw some of these flashbacks, EliteAri. It seemed like God and love were always sold out when I went looking. Before I knew better, I clung to God and prayed to him every single night. Yeah, I believed in God right up to the night where the cops beat the hell out of me for no reason at all. I'm not even looking at EliteAri. I have the whole thing memorized, I promise. All they saw when they looked at me was another little ghetto rat with no power and no God. What's left for a poor little Chinese bitch to rely on? It's money, of course, and guns. Fucking A. With these two things, the world's a great place. Rock said, oh, this is the best part of EliteAri, the greatest fuck you of all time. Rock says, I wish I hadn't heard that, I'm sorry, and Revy cuts him off, fuck you. And then Rock says, huh? Revy says, if I was looking for pity, I would have told you something a lot more colorful. EliteAri, more backstories, worse stuff. The moral of the story is that when you're living on the edge, all that matters when you're living on the edge, that's all that matters to you, because that's all you've really got. Not everybody can get off on being normal, Rock. And one more thing, all those rich fat bastards living under palm trees and bitches who think life's only about putting on makeup, I don't want to hear you ever speaking your mind from the same perspective as those hypocrites. Nothing's worse than being treated like some whore by your companions. I'll say this once, the next time you decide you're going to tell me what's proper, you'll no longer be one of us. When that happens, I'm going to kill you. And then I've got a YouTube video linked here which is a famous video, EliteAri, where somebody literally just like typed out the words as Revy says them. And it's sick. And I remember shouting this out in my original Rock and Revy video. And it's got like 200k views because Black Lagoon's famous and everybody's seen it except for you, EliteAri, you little bitch. I'm pasting it to you now. And the funniest thing is that in the comments it says class project. No, in the description it just says class project.
Oh wow.
So
that's great.
Like a high school. And it's like he didn't really do anything. He just added some graphics and wrote out the dialogue. Oh, and I think these comments are somewhere. Oh, you're not allowed to read the comments, EliteAri, because they all just steal my conclusions from my video.
Don't worry, I won't.
Because I'm famous and my video has more views than that video. But yeah, so EliteAri, you hated this. You already told me.
Did I?
EliteAri, I'm going to predict what you think. Well, everybody, we're here again. Back, we were disconnected for about a minute and a half there. EliteAri cried in my absence, but here we are with the phone microphone audio. You gotta love it. This is how you're sticking with us for the last hour or something of this fucking video. Now, EliteAri, I gotta get the notes up. I didn't, but I was just not pretending, predicting what EliteAri is gonna hate about this scene because he was teasing earlier that he didn't like it because he's a little bitch boy. Hey, Word, how about you refresh to give me my fucking notes? All right, here we go. We don't need the notes for this. I don't know why I'm doing this now. EliteAri thinks the philosophy is lame because it's just a bunch of nihilism stuff. He can't possibly think the delivery isn't good because it's the greatest delivered anime monologue of all time. Though I will say the bitches and makeup line is a little bad. What else could he dislike? I don't know. Okay. Go ahead, EliteAri.
Okay, so I guess for me, when I was watching this, my immediate thought when she started monologuing was, oh, okay, I guess this is one of those scenes that people are going to like. Because I'm like, okay, so yeah, we have a character that's like, doesn't usually speak that much and they're speaking a lot. And, they're alone with another character. It's like one of those generic scenes you see in everything where it's like the two characters that like don't really talk are like forced to talk because they're alone together.
I will point out these characters talk to each other more than anybody talks to anybody in the show, but go ahead.
Right. Anyway.
Anyway, I didn't just destroy you with facts and logic.
No, you didn't at all. I'm talking about generic things about how... Okay, Kylie, okay, if you want me to truly argue about this, do you think they talk more on the ship, or do you think they talk more in the sub?
Well, amount of words, probably more. Are you talking about just this episode or in general?
In terms of density of say in general, do you think they speak more frequently when they're in the sub or when they're not in the sub?
Like in the one episode?
On average, like throughout the entire show.
Obviously, they talk more on the ship.
God, okay, whatever. You're insane. So, and I feel like hopefully
this is literally like
what I'm saying.
A minute of the show.
In terms of dialogue per minute or whatever, like surely in the sub, literally they're the only two characters there. Every bit of dialogue in the sub is with those two talking. Clearly, this is like the most that they will ever talk in terms of density. Like everything is about them on the sub.
They're gonna have plenty of scenes together where they just talk to each other later, right?
Okay, maybe I'm just misremembering. What's another scene where it's just them and the others aren't there? I guess I can think of...
Well, they were in the room. When they were in the room, that wasn't as long as this.
Before this, I guess, is what I'm saying, because this is the first time where they're alone.
Oh, before this. Well, yeah, I guess. And obviously, this is the most honest conversation they've had, etc. It's not the most they've talked to each other,
All right, if you say so. Anyway, that's the first thing I was thinking. Secondly, it definitely feels like it comes out of nowhere. I don't understand what triggered Revy so much here to kind of spring into this monologue. Maybe you can enlighten me here. Like, why do you think that she started?
Well, he's just telling her not to steal, and that's kind of it.
Or maybe it'll come up more in her backstory. Okay, I understand. We'll see.
Not really, no.
Okay, well, to me, it just felt like it came out of nowhere. It felt like the show was like, okay, this is where we do an important character moment here, where she's going to give a speech and it doesn't feel very prompted, but we're going to insert it here anyway. So it's my cynical take on the creation of this scene, I guess. It also... I
feel like if you have a problem with that, you must have much more problem with the aftermath stuff where she's
yes,
really mad.
Yes, because I was like, why was that speech she gave so important that now she's like mad about stuff. I was like, what? Firstly, I had no idea what she was mad about. It took me a while to figure out that she was actually talking about that scene in the subs. I was like, that was so insignificant, and now she's like mad about it. Like, I don't understand. And it just becomes so important. And I'm like, if it was that important, like, I feel like it just didn't hit for me. I'm like, man, I don't understand why it was so important.
This is
like, yeah, I don't know. The philosophy aspect just didn't even cross my mind. I didn't think it was interesting at all. Like, I don't think she said anything interesting, but that's not really the point. It's like a character thing. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, the character thing is like her personal philosophy, I guess. I guess the whole like this is obviously the big like initial sort of scene in all of the Rock and Roll videos, EliteAri. So if I don't articulate it here perfectly, you can just go and watch those videos when you finish the whole show because they all have spoilers in them.
All right.
But obviously Revi over here is living her best life out here. She's not really thinking about things. Rock is making her stop and think here, which makes her very mad and makes her feel judged. When she doesn't feel like she should be judged in Roanoke. Also, she's throwing a bit of a pity party for herself because she's and this is expanded on obviously in the next like 3 episodes where she's like, you don't know what it was like, you don't know why I do these things or how I ended up in this position, so you have no right to judge, etc., etc. It's basically just a hissy fit because she got called out, and she's a very violent person, so she gets very mad. Obviously she's wrong here, like, and she doesn't even really believe it, but that sort of comes out more later. So yeah, it's like Revi being a hypocrite kind of, and it's so cool.
Okay.
And the dialogue's really good.
I'll give it a second chance, right? On my next watch through, I'll see if it's any different.
You can just watch that video, EliteAri.
Very true. Maybe it'll convince me.
And read all the comments.
It probably is that I am clouded by my cynicism of the intent of the scene. Like, I wonder if I watch it again, maybe it will be different.
Yeah, I just didn't. None of that was a thing for me. I was just like, man, oh my god, it's a submarine scene. And I can't remember the first time I watched it to think if I thought it came out of nowhere. Probably not, though.
True. All right, well, that's all I have to say.
I even have the note here. We see some of the New York imagery here again. It's expanded slightly. So we see her apartment building and the feathers and stuff.
Maybe I remember the feathers from here. Who knows? I do remember feathers, though. I don't know where.
Do you remember in the Roberta fight where a feather literally falls down and lands like her feet?
I remember feathers. I do remember seeing feathers. Now, it might be from the opening.
But they're in the intro, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, where was I up to?
True.
We got one more note on this fucking episode. They are then interrupted by the Nazis, and a shootout occurs. Rock slips. All right, the text is a little small on my screen now. Okay, you gotta bear with me.
Yep.
Rock slips and drops the painting, and the Nazis end up with it and head to the surface. That was fine. Revi chases after them, not knowing it's a trap, and Rock has to save her when she's coming out of the water. The Nazis think they've got them, however, they are picked up by Dutch and Benny. Everybody decides to chase after the Nazis and get back to painting. And then Revi has a great line, "You're telling me some fucking skinheads got one over on us." Great delivery. That's in all the compilations, EliteAri, you know.
Right.
Rock and Revi concerningly look at each other as the ending music comes in. My goodness. Episode 6, Moonlit Hunting Grounds. We open on the Nazi commander marveling at the painting, while the second in command slightly questions whether or not it was all worth expending all these resources to retrieve. Alfred is mentioned for the first time. That's the old Nazi dude, EliteAri.
Oh my god, wait. I forgot. The one thing from I don't think we mentioned this, but I think it was so... Wait, or maybe you didn't. I just like... Because now I'm having deja vu. I'm like, oh my god, Kyle did mention this, and I didn't laugh.
Yeah, I'm so smart.
It's so funny how... Rock thinks that the Nazi guy loved his family because he died with the photo, and the whole point of showing the photo was that he didn't care about his family and he only cared about the painting or whatever. Anyway.
No, that's the wrong dude, EliteAri. The captain did care about his family.
No, but wait.
And that was a photo of the captain. The SS officer does say that he cares more about the country than his family, but that wasn't the photo of that family. It was a photo of the captain's family.
Oh, okay, that's
Rock is right.
I'm sorry. All right, yeah. Sorry to misinformation there. All right.
You're just full of it.
You know, the show is worse than I thought. Yeah, I thought there was one good scene there, but there wasn't.
My goodness. Alfred is mentioned for the first time. That's like the Batman dude, Lamau, what a Nazi. And he is going to bankroll the party if the painting is brought to him. That's a bit of a lie. We cut to the Lagoon, wondering why the Nazis are going through all this trouble, and Rock figures out what Dutch seems to have already figured out, that the same guy hired both parties.
Mhm.
Rock is told to go feed Revy, who is brooding on the prow of the ship. Rock tries to make amends, but Revy says they have nothing to talk about. You ever get EliteAri? Destin even talks about this sometimes, so you'll have an opinion on it. God, you're so smart.
Mhm.
When you get really mad, EliteAri, are you one of these people that if somebody talks to you, you want to kill them and you just want to be left alone? Or do you want to immediately talk through your problems? I'll tell you, I'm
I
just like Revy for real,
I think it
and
depends.
Rock is the Black Lagoon girl, and I'm just like Revy, and that's the whole point of the Black Lagoon series, but you didn't know that yet, so
Oh
yeah,
no.
don't fucking talk to me or I'll scream at you.
I don't know. I guess I don't get angry enough. I just can't even
Yeah.
remember the last
When's
time.
EliteAri ever gotten me?
I mean,
I get mad constantly,
I
EliteAri.
can get mad
I'm mad right
online.
now.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't even know what I would
Well,
say. I guess to me, if I'm mad, I feel like I have a justified reason, so I'd probably argue about it until I'm proven right or something. I don't know.
you don't want to argue, then you might be proven wrong like Revy here, so
It's
you just gotta
impossible.
get away from it. Don't worry. Me and my lady friend EliteAri have very different. She wants to talk about it immediately. I was very mad. All right, it's
Good.
not good.
I like her. That's great.
I'm just like Destiny for real. Remember, he said, "Don't talk to me, Melina," and that's how their relationship ended because she did try to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
It's women EliteAri, except in this case because Rock is the woman and I'm Revy.
Right.
See, I don't want to fuck Revy EliteAri. I am Revy.
I
That is
gathered
pretty
that.
much.
That is what I thought.
Yeah, you know, Rock and Revy
Because she's
relationship.
like, what is she? She's the Uska, the Kuska.
Yeah, she's a tsundere, EliteAri. You're so
all right.
smart.
True.
Or what was the one? Oh, and the heiress. Remember when
Yeah,
EliteAri
the
freaked
heiress.
out on me
True.
because I called heiress the tsundere, and he's like, "No, that's not what she is." She was. Well, now she's literally got red hair. You moron.
Right. Right.
Anywho, like she's flamey, like me. I got red hair too.
Well done.
What a great tangent.
Look, we're
That tied
halfway.
in. Nearly. Rock tries to make amends. Ravi says, "We got nothing to talk about." Ravi and Dutch are ready to raid the ship. Oh, Dutch goes with Ravi. I bet you like this. No, and he notices the extent of Ravi's bad mood by the way she's talking and giving like one-word answers.
Mm-hmm.
She says she just wants to kill whoever and steal whatever. See, she's throwing a tantrum, right? Just like me all the time.
All right.
And then she smacks Rock's hand away before she leaves. We cut to the Nazis getting drunk and celebrating. Revy just starts slaughtering them to create a distraction for Dutch to go searching for the painting. She taunts them with a piggy line and has bloody footsteps as she walks through the battlefield. It was crazy, EliteAri.
Mm-hmm.
She's gone fucking psycho. Benny and Rock watch from afar. There were lots of Benny watching from afar shots, like him and Dutch were watching from afar with the submarine stuff. I think they're kind of cool. Benny says he and Rock aren't the type of people to be able to shoot and kill other human beings. Ravi finds the bald one from the submarine, who stole the painting from them, and shoots him, and he lets off a bunch of explosives. It's pretty cool. She doesn't look back at the explosion, EliteAri. She's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Then we see Dutch doing some slaughtering, finds out the commander is on an upper level. He goes to tell Revy, but she's not responding, and Dutch freaks the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
Revy makes it to the control room where a bunch of non-Nazi crewmen are hanging out, and she doesn't seem to care that they are innocent. She shoots one of them in the leg and then goes to shoot him in the head with another piggy line, but Dutch interferes. It also did the cool thing, the insanely cheap thing, where she shoots, the gun's aimed at his head and she shoots and we cut away, but it turns out she just shot him in the leg. It was sick.
Because it's not a mature show. Yeah, true.
No. They then have an argument outside where Dutch throws Revy against the wall, talks about the differences between a gunman and a shooter, and tells her to calm down or go climb a clock tower and start shooting up college kids. It's like a mass shooting reference, EliteAri. Is Revy a school shooter in this moment?
Basically.
And then Revy gets mad at her lecturing about that he's lecturing her too. They tease shooting at each other, but then they actually shoot the Nazis quietly around them. Quietly surrounding them. Revi then says she thought Dutch was going to actually kill her, and she says, "Me too, partner. She seems more normal now." Revi kind of snaps out of it a little bit. Did you think anything about this Dutch and Revi confrontation, EliteAri?
I thought it was kind of weird. Like, kind of felt a bit out of place, but it didn't bother me too much, I guess.
The EliteAri, he's not feeling any of this. He's like, "Why is Revi mad?" Question mark.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know. It's kind of the most confronting scene they ever have, and it's kind of cool.
It is, by far. And it's all motivated by a silly speech. My goodness.
Oh my goodness. Revi's calmed down. She seems more normal again. We then cut to the commander on the phone with Alfred, who has an SS ring on. That's not good. He chastises him for calling with an insecure reassurance and everything, and that everything is going fine. He wants the painting. We cut to Revi and Dutch talking, and Dutch says Revi has Whitman fever every time they bring somebody new on board. I assume Whitman is like a shooter or a psychopath or something. So every time, and this is where we mentioned that Benny, she was very similar with Benny when he first showed up. They split up again, and Revi is set upon by the second in command. And this is another famous Black Lagoon monologue, EliteAri, where he talks about how strong and cool his gun is, and she just cuts him off by saying, "Shut the fuck up," and then shoots him, and it's really cool and funny, and that's in all the compilations.
That was kind of cool. I like that one.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think it's the first one in the oldest, most famous Black Lagoon is sick compilation. That one probably isn't on YouTube anymore. I haven't checked in like 5 years. And I got sick of it because it was in all the compilations, and I just see it so much. That wasn't your internet cutting out, EliteAri. That was just my voice.
Yep.
Alfred over the phone hears the background and concludes that it's all over for the Nazis. Dutch barges in and ends up on the phone with Alfred. They have a pissing contest over the phone with some added racism. The painting might not be Hitler's after all, it turns out. He might not have been a good enough artist to paint such things. The paintings have documents in them that could identify the Nazis and would undermine his current company. So it wasn't about Nazism at all. It was about money. So this was a little complicated, EliteAri. So these fucking SS officers realize the war is ending and they're going to lose. So then they gather up a bunch of Nazi funds, I guess, and transfer them into their own personal accounts under their new fake names, and they're going to go live in Spain. So why didn't they just destroy the documents originally?
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, the documents are what give them the funds. They need the documents.
No, but they somehow already got all the money, right? They're all rich and living in Spain.
No, they're saying that they ended up not needing the documents because somehow they managed to, like, they made like enterprises or something. They managed to make the money without needing the documents in the end. But the documents would give them more money. They just couldn't access it.
So they had to find them.
At least that's what I understand.
But then he wants the painting to destroy the documents. So he just doesn't want the extra money, I guess. Because he wants to destroy the documents because it coming out that he's an old Nazi would be bad for business and he might get drugged before a international tribunal or something.
Right. I don't remember the details. I just remember I got the impression that he didn't. It's better that the documents get destroyed than someone else get the money or something like that. That's just what I assumed. But maybe he didn't say that. Like, I don't know. I think the gist was that he just didn't need the money anymore because he already made it somehow. Maybe even through legitimate means. Like, who knows?
Yeah. I don't know, something was going on there.
Yeah. Maybe it's a historical reference, like something actually happened like that. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe, but yeah. Revi and Dutch then play a game where they give the commander a chance to kill himself and have a battle whether or not he'll turn or give them. And it's funny how they don't, like, they're both like, yeah, of course he's not going to do it. There is no bet. And Dutch is like getting pissy. That was cute. But then he tries to turn the gun on them, but the gun isn't loaded, and they double shoot him. Outside, Revi promises Dutch that she won't cause any more trouble, and Dutch tells Revi that whatever's eating away at her comes from deep inside, and no amount of killing is going to make the pain disappear. Revi says that Rock's on the other side of the tracks, and that she hates that feeling that she can't partner with that guy. We get a worried shot of Rock coming to pick them up as the EU music kicks in. So this is a little thingy that I thought was nuanced and a little interesting. Where at the end, she sort of has a vulnerable moment where she's just like, "I just don't like being looked at like that, and like I can't work with that guy." Where she sort of admits that she's being like throwing a tantrum almost. And I thought that was very cute. Even on a rewatch, I didn't remember that she had said that, and I was like, "Oh, that's like an added layer of depth to this thing that I already thought was very depthed." I
Yep.
didn't want to say deep because that sounds lame. This didn't spark your brain a little, and you're like, yeah, this is the greatest anime of all time.
Not particularly. I guess if you think about it retrospectively after the cigarette scene, where I'm like, oh my god, she's in love, um, and I'm like,
Well,
oh
not
wow, there's
really.
more going on with Revy than I thought. Oh my god.
The
So it paints all these past
oh,
scenes with her like being sad, not being sad, but like lashing out or whatever in a better, more interesting light.
yeah, the because earlier you said lonely.
Mm-hmm.
I guess this is the point to talk about that. I
Okay.
guess I don't think it's loneliness. It's more like no, I guess I can't really talk about this, huh?
All right. Well, let me think. So how would I describe it for now? Um, what is my reading on Revy?
Because she has like friends and she has like I don't know. I don't think it's a loneliness thing. I think it's
Mm, I think, let's see. So Revy, she's young. She feels like the world is
how young is
terrible.
Revi
No,
Elite,
no, I mean when she was younger. Sorry, like
yeah.
when she's a little kid or whatever. She hates the world because the world hates her. Um, she grows up a rough life. Um, she ends up maybe she ends up making friends with. Maybe she meets Dutch. Dutch is a nice person. She meets a bunch of other people, maybe people like Benny or whatever, and she's like, "Oh, this is like a nice person who hasn't lived anything like the life I have. He's just like a this like normal guy, you know." Then he meets Rock. She meets Rock, and he's like, "Oh, she's just some normal guy or whatever." And she kind of just wants to live a normal life, I guess, maybe. And she sees these people who have lived normal lives, and she's like, "Oh, I guess I could be normal if I like if these people if I don't know something like that." You know what I'm saying? It has to do with connection, but it has more to do with her like feeling like these people are normal people, and she wants to feel like that.
EliteAri,
What?
I know what you're saying, brother.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Isn't that funny? Everybody just giggled with me when
Oh
EliteAri
no!
said
Oh
some things
no!
there.
I'm so nervous.
Was
This
it
is
in a
gonna
good, like, oh my god, EliteAri's so smart, or was it in a
they're
bad
gonna they're gonna
EliteAri's
completely
idiot?
contradict me. I can tell. It's gonna be like the first episode scene of next episode or something. Oh god. All
Did
right.
EliteAri just stumble over the thesis of all my Black Lagoon videos, or is he off by a
I'm
margin of
the
10?
antithesis. Yeah. Anyway, we'll see. Time
We'll
will
never
tell.
know. Am I being subversive here? Episode 7, Calm Down, Two Men. That's funny. Revi's not a boy. Why are they saying that?
Hmm.
This is the greatest episode of all time, right, EliteAri? It's episode 7. This is a slice
What?
of life episode with the cigarette kiss scene.
Oh yeah, true. It was a good episode.
No, my name's EliteAri, and the first good episode was the next one with Roberta. I'm a little bit.
Actually, that was the first really good episode. But yeah.
No, this episode's the best one in season 1, obviously.
Hmm.
We open on the can't. Also, EliteAri, I like moved the headphone a little bit. So does it sound any worse, or does it
It's
sound
fine.
equally okay? Okay. You know, one ear got sore, so I could put
I
the other
understand.
earbud in. You got to do some things
You have sensitive
sometimes.
skin. Yeah.
Yes, I'm a sensitive young man, just like Revi. I'll fly off the handle at any moment, EliteAri. And
Yep.
don't talk to me.
I wouldn't dare. But Kyle,
We
you just said slice of life. It's good. I even have a note here. I went to my episode 7 notes, and I said the best part of the show are the peaceful moments. So there you go.
the quiet moments, you might say, EliteAri.
Yeah,
Yes,
maybe.
not the
Yeah.
bombastic action moments. Now that's truly the thesis of my Black Lagoon series.
Excellent.
We open on the carnage left on the Nazi ship, the bloody footprints and the cigarette ashes still remaining. We then cut to Rock and Revy in the car entering the city by way of the Noose Bridge. So, EliteAri, obviously this is like an ominous way to open the episode to fill scenes, but like, isn't that crew still there? Shouldn't they have like cleaned up or something, or taken the ship and back to port or something? So it makes no sense why that ship is still there.
I don't think about it.
No, I have to think about everything. Everything in Black Lagoon makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
Rock is trying to tell jokes, and Revy knows all the punchlines and gets annoyed and tells him to just shut up and drive. That was a pretty good scene.
That was awesome. Yeah.
She's very mad. He like starts one of them about the church or something, and she just immediately says a punchline. That was pretty cool. She's very mad that she's stuck playing errand boy with Rock today, and Dutch has clearly set them up. So he's like a daddy. He knows that if they go on this errand together, they'll be in love by the end of it, and everything will be fine.
Yep.
First, they head to Rowan's strip club, EliteAri. He's very excited because he thinks Revy has decided to become a stripper or a star in his bondage movies. So, EliteAri, did you pick up that he's also a porn producer? They mention it like in one line.
There was a balalaika looking at some naked people.
No,
or
that's
something.
a different thing.
Because I had no idea what that was. I don't know.
It was pretty self-explanatory. She's editing porn. It's the 90s, EliteAri. The mafias and stuff make porn and shit.
Oh. I thought it had something to do with some secret message or something. I got no idea.
No, it was very literal.
Okay.
It's a very good way to make money in the 90s, EliteAri. Internet porn didn't exist. Can you imagine?
Right. Yeah, it's a different era.
And we see nudity for the first time, EliteAri. You can see the nipples on the strippers.
Oh yeah, through clothing or something, right? Or is that another show? Yeah, I remember seeing that. Thinking, this is weird. One. Like, what a weird, like, I didn't know that they could do this, but yep, they did it.
Yeah, Rock is blushing, and they offer him some booze. Oh, Rowan is, and they want to sell him booze. And then he's like, "Why does Rock look like he's never seen titties before, bro?" And they laugh, and Revy kind of blushes when Rock is brought up, and is kind of proud of him. You know, it's kind of cute. It's kind of like, is she in love with him? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Larry, you ever been to a strip club?
No, never.
Neither have I. I wonder what a strip club is like.
Probably very uncomfortable. I don't know.
Yeah, what's even the point?
I
guess maybe in Roanoke you can probably fuck the strippers if you pay them enough, because there's prostitutes around. So that could be good.
Right.
But I don't know about these average strip clubs. Anyway, where is up to? They then head to Balalaika to tell her the shipment will be late, and she's grumpy because she's been editing porn. And this is one of the famousest lines from all. Why, Leader? You think editing porn is just some joke?
No, I just can't believe that that's literally what the scene was. I thought there was some cleverer thing going on that I was missing, but it's just,
no, you idiot!
Oh my goodness.
This is what do you think the famous line that's in all the compilations from this scene is, EliteAri? Do you recall?
Who says it?
Revy.
I had no idea. No.
Is she taking it up the ass?
Oh yeah, I do remember that. No, I remember. You know what I thought when I saw that? I thought this is like one of those jokes in Japanese that didn't translate to English. It just
in Japanese that they changed the joke, because I'm pretty sure this is one of the ones I remember seeing the sub and being disappointed it was different, because it's like there's no reference to anal activity.
Yeah. I don't know. It just felt out of place, that joke, but yeah.
That was great. I don't know what the fuck EliteAri said. Maybe pussy.
All right. It's a different era. Back then, that was like a shocking thing, I guess. Maybe I don't know.
Oh, that is kind of true. Where it's like, it's a porn movie, Revy. What are you doing? But yeah, it's a VC. They only got porn on videotapes, EliteAri.
That's crazy. Yeah, Jesus.
Anal wasn't just already a made thing. 1,000 videos at your fingertips. You freak. Anyway, Balalaika does mention somebody selling drugs without permissions and how they have a meeting about that later. This is going to be important later on, EliteAri. My goodness, how Black Lagoon is setting up its little plot lines. It's so smart and such a great show, and I just love it. Our last stop for the day is the Ripoff Church, and here we get the introduction of Edda, in brackets, my queen. Edda tells two guys to put some shit in the shed, and says Revy isn't allowed in the church. Then we meet the older sister for the meeting. First of all, every ripoff scene church means Edda's around, which means it's the greatest scene. This is easily the worst ripoff church scene in the whole show, EliteAri, because Edda was barely in it.
Oh my god, how exciting!
Yeah, Edda's my favorite character. Of course, she's coming back.
What do you think of her name? Idiot. It's a strange name.
Yolanda.
No, the Edda, or whatever you're saying.
Edda.
Yeah, what a strange name.
A strange name, huh? Anyway. Nah, it's like an old white girl name, like Edith or something.
Oh, God. Okay, yeah.
Or Margaret.
Jesus.
That's right. Peggy from Mad Men's real name, Margaret. Somehow Peggy is short for Margaret. Anyway, where was I up to? They meet with the older sister. They deal weapons and are holding out on them, and Revi isn't having it. She calls Revi Rebecca. It's cute. They end up in a standoff, but Rock saves the day by figuring out that the ripoff church is the one selling the jugs without permission, the Balamalika mentioned earlier, and is holding it over them. Revi has a fantastic Rock, will you shut the fuck up? Great line delivery. The old nun is with Dutch, is impressed with Dutch for
True,
finding
Dutchy
Rock.
boy.
Yeah, Revi flips Etta off as they leave. Revi's also in love with Etta because she's mean to her EliteAri.
Okay.
They will be best friends in the future, and it's kind of a bad retcon that they seem like they are not friends in this scene when they should be like old friends. But that's just what I had noted. Spoiler alert. They literally will be best friends in the next episode you watch EliteAri.
We'll see.
It's fucking weird. Bit of a retcon. These idiots had the money too. How did they not do this?
I don't know if you're like joking or I got no idea because you could be messing with me on multiple levels of irony here.
But, I'm not at all.
When I saw them in the scene, I thought they had like an established relationship because they were like pointing guns at each other. When obviously they're not going to shoot each other.
It seems like. I don't know, the relationship they have later. I feel like Revi would. Etta is like her second favorite person in the whole world, and like I feel like she would not shoot her in any circumstance.
All right, we'll see.
So it's kind of like this is a little weird.
Yeah, Black Lagoon is really bad. True.
They can kind of get away with it. I guess you can consider the next art them bonding.
All right, no more spoilers. Let's keep going.
Anyway, where the fuck was I up to? Oh, this part. We get the scene. Rock and Revi. Oh, this is another one where I have the whole monologue written out. EliteAri. Rock and Revi have an argument. Rock stands up to Revi, and Revi wants to kill him. So this is also the Rock has been a little bit of a pussy little shingy bitch, and this is the scene where he's like, "No, fuck you, bitch," and I'm not apologizing, and I didn't do anything wrong, and actually, bitch, you're the one that's wrong. Revi wants to kill him for it. She even pulls the trigger, and this time it actually is aiming at his head, EliteAri. But Rock grabs the gun, and it only grazes his head. Rock accuses her of becoming just like his old bosses, and calls Revi pathetic. Revi says Rock doesn't understand her or what she's been through. Rock says the same thing to Revi. Actually, I don't think I have this whole thing written out. I think I just have it in note form. EliteAri, you're lucky.
Some fan.
Oh, this is the part where I was trying to look up the This was the scene I was trying to look up to get like a transcript of it because I got it easily for the Revi speech one, and all because it was Rock and Revi in the title. All that came up was my videos, so that was no good. Just like 8 results, which were the different parts, and then the old website that has like the typed up versions of those old scripts. Terrible. Anyway, calls her a coward. She tells him this isn't a movie and there's no heroes in this life. What's all this about pride? Fuck your pride. Look around, it's all shit as far as the eye can see. I hate to break it to you, but there is no fucking Robin Hood. Greatest delivery of all time. Rock yells, tells her to become Robin Hood if there is none. And Revi goes back to trying to kill him. And Rock tells her to keep chasing her tail like a dog. That's all I know how to do, she screams, and then she punches him in the face and he just tanks it. The ED kicks in, but it isn't the end of the episode. Rock tells Revi that she saved... Oh, never mind. I want to talk about something before this. Because this was cute. Rock's like being nice. EliteAri, what do you think about my dialogue worship of this show? You think it's silly? You think it's stupid? You're like, what the fuck is so good about this? You thought Arcane was the cringiest thing of all time with its dialogue constantly, but this is better. This is what you're thinking, right, EliteAri? You're an idiot.
So you haven't praised too much of the dialogue, right? It's only been the 2 speeches?
Well, no, I think every episode, I'm always like, oh, this line, great delivery. But I can't really expand on it. My whole point here is like, how do you even explain that the dialogue is good? Like, it's just what sounds good to you. Like, Arcane lines sounded cringe to me. Black Lagoon lines don't sound cringe to me. They sound great.
Yep.
And EliteAri's like, well, I'm not impressed by this. Because I will say the singular most impressive thing about the show, the reason why it was my favorite anime for a long time, and probably is like number 2 because Evangelion is so cool and stuff, is like the dialogue. That's like number 1, 2, 3, and 4 about what I like about the show. And then Rock and Revi's relationship is like 5. But you can't make videos about dialogue good or why the syllables are said correctly in this line to make it good. And I don't know how to portray that to you to make you like them too.
You just have to compare it to other things, like give examples, I guess.
I feel like that's a terrible way to do it.
All right. I don't know. Dialogue didn't.
Yeah.
Nothing stood out to me as particularly good. I don't know.
Like, to me, that's the most crazy thing anybody could ever say in their whole life.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like you had a similar reaction where I was like, this fucking Arcane dialogue is terrible.
Did I? I don't even remember.
No, I said that and you were like, that's stupid. Why are you saying that?
Yeah, maybe. I guess nothing really stands out to me as terrible in Arcane. I don't know. What can I say? I don't. It's just nothing.
Yeah,
There's nothing special. The performances were fine. Dutch sounds great. I don't know.
Wait, I think I had a conclusion there somewhere, but EliteAri must have missed it. You know?
If you're listening right now, 3 hours and whatever minutes into this, and you're still listening, and you're engaged, and you're actually listening to my words right now, leave a comment down below.
This is Black Lagoon, EliteAri, that people love it.
Yeah, leave a comment down below and say Ari or say Kyle or something. I'm listening. I'm on Kyle's side. I love it. Or I'm on Ari's side. I don't really care. So, yeah.
Anyway. Then punches him in the face. And then Rock's confession, where Rock tells Revy that she saved him from his mundane life in Japan, and that now she's trying to recreate it here. And his tone changes here when he's speaking and stuff, and it's like, man, Revy, I thought you were the love of my life. You saved me from everything, but now you're being mean to me, and that makes me upset. Because he'd been yelling at her the whole time. It was so cute. Yeah. And it was like, and it gets through to her, and she's like, oh. Yeah, it's like,
this is a good scene. I like this scene, Kyle, right?
Yeah, greatest scene of all time. Yeah. He basically thanks her and she melts. Oh, this is great because I was hardcore standing Revy, where it's like, oh, yeah, I'm gonna be real mad, EliteAri. If I'm mad and I'm telling you not to speak to me, just say something nice to me and I'll forgive you for everything forever. Mm-hmm. Just play into the ego, EliteAri. It's the great idea.
Right.
Anyway, what a great way to phrase it. God, I'm so smart.
Yeah, that was really
good.
He
basically thanks her and she melts. I'm gonna melt, EliteAri. Make me melt. That sounds sexual.
Yeah.
And turns it into an almost joke. Oh, yeah, and then she breaks immediately and she starts joking again. She's like, you're a real pain in the ass, you know that? An idiot, like, you won't live long. And she's like, oh, she's in love again. And it's like, we didn't just have a massive fight. It's like when you cuddle after. That's great. Go ahead.
The fact that you like characters that you feel like represent you or whatever. And I'm the complete opposite. I hate characters when it feels realistic like me.
Were you around for the whole fucking thing where I had the realization that I don't love the tsundere characters because I like girls that are mean. It's because I am the mean girl. Oh,
yeah, you talked about that with Eris and everything and Aisha or whatever.
When I realized that in it would have been like 2019 or something. It was probably right before the Rock and Revy relationship video. I think it probably was because I had the revelation about the Black Lagoon girl thing and likening that relationship to the Rock and Revy relationship. You've never seen that video.
No.
You just understand the reference because, I reference it constantly.
You talk about Asuka.
Yeah, and the Asuka thing. When I was like 14, I was like, Asuka's so cool. I want to marry Asuka, bro. But then I was like, nah, that's me, bro. And obviously, I'm egotistical. And what do they call it when the trans people are attracted to themselves? That fake thing? Autogynephilic. That's me, EliteAri.
Never heard that.
EliteAri just watched Country Points videos. He doesn't know this shit.
Now that's cringe. God, those videos.
I'm in love with myself, EliteAri. I'm just a narcissist. Like Cersei and Jaime, they only like each other because they were identical twins, and they're both narcissistic, you see.
Right.
Anyway, what was I up to? She just starts negging him again.
Right.
Then the cops show up, and Revy tells them to mind their own fucking business. And the chief of police is corrupt, and Revy knows him. They have to take them in because of paperwork, and it's very cute how okay Revy is with all of this. Shout out to my favorite cop dude. He's pretty cool. Rock and Revy are loaded into the back of the car, and underrated interaction occurs. This is just me gushing about the dialogue where he's like, hey, chief, don't go stealing our car. I don't want that fucking piece of shit. Come get it later. That was great.
It sounds great in retrospect when you're saying it, but I don't remember it, Kyle. But it does sound great.
No,
you just said it.
No, it doesn't. Also added a fucking in and ruined the
line. Okay. So you made it.
I don't want that piece of shit.
Okay.
Come get it later. It was just funny how he says it. Revy asks Rock what she says is her final question, and she'll leave. And after that, she'll leave him alone. She wants to know which side he wants to be on. He says, he's right here where I'm sitting, Revy. I'm not anywhere else. Oh my god, EliteAri just got the soy boy chills. Then we get the cigarette kiss. She goads him into it too. Oh yeah, I didn't remember that at all, but it's so cute where she's like, where the cop has the lighter and Rock's like, the cop has the lighter. It's like, this is now I'm Rock EliteAri. You ever get the girl's trying to make a move on you but you don't get it?
Never.
And it's like, yeah, shut up, EliteAri. And then she's like, she does some stupid shit like this, because she's not gonna say it directly at EliteAri. These fucking girls, they ain't never gonna do that. She's like, you got a light right here, and then you're like, oh, you got to. Otherwise, it would be awkward if you didn't, even if you didn't want to. But you actually do want to, and you're just being awkward yourself. So you just gotta light it and kiss a cigarette. You want a cigarette kiss me, EliteAri?
Never. I hate cigarettes.
Oh.
I'd cringe.
Oh, and then after their cigarette kissing, we get close-up shots of their eyes, EliteAri. They're fucking. I know it.
Okay. Yep.
Especially the framing of the Revy one, yeah. Oh yeah, the Revy, like Rock is like the framing of it is kind of like it shows a lot of his face, but with the Revy one, she's like sunken down, it just shows her eyes. You know, framing's important, EliteAri.
Yep.
Very good.
She's in love.
Especially the frame with the Revy one. Revy says she's tired and wants to go home and sleep, and then I put 2 exclamation marks because that means bed, which means sex. EliteAri, they fucked. The ED music comes in for real this time. Now there was something I wanted to say in there. Oh, she brings up at the end, like, she wants to know which side of the track she's on, and this is, like, they sort of, eventually they settle on a metaphor for this, and they sort of do it in the Roberta thing, where it's sort of like, the gutter mud on your boots versus, like, the soldier's eyes or whatever. They eventually settle on, like, one metaphor for this, which isn't anything in season 1, so it's kind of interesting. But sort of is Rock still a citizen, or is he now part of Revy's world? And Revy, it seems like here, I'm trying not to spoil my great videos. It seems like Revy here is like, she wants him to be on her side of the aisle so they can like be together, kind of. Not even in the romantic way, but just so they're on the same side of the tracks.
Yep.
But maybe EliteAri, the reason why she likes him is because of his opposite of the tracks aesthetic.
Well, of course, that's my whole thesis.
Your thesis. Anyway, but yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, I think something, maybe in this episode earlier, they had a different metaphor for it, and I forgot to bring it up then. But yeah, it's complicated, you know, EliteAri. It's complicated. Episode 8, Rasta Blaster. Oh my god, EliteAri's getting excited. There's a dumb maid bitches here.
I love Roberta.
Roberta famously went to war, you know, saying that she wasn't as good as the other characters, you know, people want to shit on me, you know, but Roberta's pretty cool.
She's so cool. That's all that matters. She's like a Terminator. That's what the reference they make. And she looks so cool with her like glasses and stuff.
Yeah. Shut up, EliteAri. You stupid Terminator nonsense. You haven't seen Terminator, don't you?
I bet you haven't seen Terminator. That's what I think.
I haven't seen Terminator at all.
I didn't think so.
Because I was on the wikis for this, as I was making notes and stuff, getting all my geopolitics in order. There was a little, you know, these wikis have trivia at the bottom.
No, they do. Oh, you mean like a wiki, not Wikipedia?
Yeah,
Okay.
like the Black Lagoon wiki.
Yeah.
And one of them was like, oh, Roberta was only created because the author was hassled by his editors to create a flamboyant character. I was like, oh, that's kind of funny. If I had seen that back in like 2018 when I was scripting these videos, I would have gone mental, because I'd be like, Roberta's representative of everything that's wrong with this show, and it was because the other and everything else is realistic, but Roberta ruins the show.
Editors are always the greatest, aren't they? Oh my god, making the best decisions.
Yeah.
Jesus. Android 18, Roberta.
I was gonna say that, but I was drinking, you stupid slut.
It's great.
I'm gonna say Android 18 sucks. Got a new one. But Android 18 was actually the second one, because, you know, initially we had 19 and 20.
It was actually the third one.
Shut up. Nobody cares about.
Right. Actually, I didn't even know if it was the third one.
Attack on Titan, but it's actually Dragon Ball Z.
Yep.
We open on Rock receiving a shipment, but there's an ethical catch where there's a boy included in the shipment that the Lagoon Company is supposed to transport for the Colombian cartel. Did you think Garcia was a little annoying shit, EliteAri?
No, I thought, actually, I guess a little bit. Yeah, sure.
He's a little annoying, you know. He's making fun of Revy. She's my queen.
Right.
No, that's Etta. She's my favorite.
Are you gonna do a character tier list at the end of next season or whenever though? If
Well, I've
anything
already
you...
done a Black Lagoon character
Oh
tier list
wow,
later. You can just check it out on my YouTube
that's
channel. You know, it's not
exciting.
a big deal.
All
It is
right.
true though, because I always put Revy on my top 10 characters list, but Ed is
Mm-hmm.
never on there. You know, so I'm just
You're a hypocrite.
conceding that my Eda love is just about her beautiful blue eyes and her flowing golden hair and
Right.
her boobs. She's
Right.
incredible. Anyway, and her great attitude.
This is
Anyway.
crazy. I can't wait to see what she does. I've seen her in one scene, and I don't think she was dressed very provocatively at all. So it's gonna be
Oh,
interesting.
the nun outfit is hard,
Okay.
EliteAri. What are you
All right.
talking about?
All right.
Literally, the next time you see her, she will be in an extremely provocative outfit, but it won't be in the way you're thinking.
All right.
It's provocative in the letters that are on her shirt. But
All
anyway,
right.
it's going to be funny. God, we're not going to get to watch this show for like 3 months, EliteAri.
True.
Ugh. Um, where was I up to?
Roberto?
The boy's name is Garcia, and Rock
Oh,
is a
yeah.
little hung up on this. So we just had the whole thing where Rock and Revy were clashing over ethical dilemmas, but they seem to have gotten past that by ignoring the ethical dilemma, because that's not what anything's about. Obviously, everything's about feelings and emotions, EliteAri.
Mhm.
Anything else doesn't matter. That's our philosophy when it comes to art, and mine in life, EliteAri. You understand these things.
I understand these things. Yes.
And what the fuck was I saying? Oh, but now there's an ethical quandary again, but they sort of keep it simmering underneath. Rock is sort of, and Revy's like, don't get attached to this kid. He's clearly getting trafficked. He's going to be in a sex cult. Don't worry about it. That's not ended up being true, but that's crazy. Because they don't know that it's an important dude's son yet. There's some great interaction between Garcia and Revy here. And Dutch has a great line where Revy's like freaking out at Garcia, and he's like, as you can tell, there's not a lot of maternal instinct there. That was pretty funny. Rock has to look after Garcia. Garcia does notice he's not like the others. Garcia then explains to Rock that he's not an orphan like Rock was told, but that he's from the Lovelace family, one of the 13 great families of South America. Rock knows about them, and it's funny how Rock just knows everything in this show.
He's a
where he's
businessman.
like, oh yeah, I was in the materials procuring department, so I know about this one story from South America. And later he's going to like translate Spanish, and there's other things he just knows. So it's just like, okay, if we can just move the plot along by being like, Rock is smart, I buy it. And Rock knows about them and says they're the least well off of the families, but thinks Garcia is lying. The story is Garcia's father won't sell his land to the mafia, so they've kidnapped the son to try and force his hand. There's some fucking rare earth minerals on it or something. Rock ominously asks about the family dog, but Garcia actually think he's asking about a little dog, Lamau. They have a meeting about why the cartel would have lied to them, which comes with Revy warning Rock not to get attached to Garcia. You get the fucking point. Because he might be getting trafficked or cut up or something. Dutch decides to ask Balalaika for some extra insurance and to look into the family and the cartel. She says that might be impossible and that they just got a job relating to the cartel too. Oh my god, there's some big conspiracy going on. There's intrigue. The Lovelace maid is mentioned to be the only employee at the Lovelace family compound. And then cue the fucking music. And we see Roberta standing on the prow of the ship, entering Roanoke, grey-lipped, smiling sadly. God, I'm referencing fucking Game of Thrones quotes for no reason in my notes, EliteAri. I'm a fucking sociopath. Grey-lipped, smiling sadly. Obviously a reference to Victorian Greyjoy on the prow of the ship in the Winds of Winter sample chapter where he is going to Dany to fight the Astaporians or some shit. It's not actually Astapor. What do they know? They're in Marine and they use some of them are fighting something. And it was in the House of the Undying Visions, so it's crazy and stuff. It's like great and sick. And obviously Roberta is being teased here. So how quickly did you catch on that obviously the mate is going to be really strong at EliteAri? The first time they mentioned the dog, probably not. The first time they mentioned the maid,
yeah, as soon as they're like, oh, they have like one servant or something, it's like, oh my god, it's gonna be Roberta. It has to be, right? And then I got excited.
Roberta beforehand, so
yeah.
And then you recognize the music from all my videos, and you were swaying out. You're like, oh yeah.
True. Yeah, Kyle must love this character because she's using the music. Oh my god.
Music's better than character, you know what I'm saying. We see her dropped off at the port and walking through town as everybody stares and avoids answering her questions.
And I
pointed to the yellow flag.
I knew that umbrella was a gun straight away. The first thing I saw, I was like, "Oh my god, that's gonna be a gun."
No, you
and
didn't.
I absolutely did. Anyway.
Liar. Did you think it was funny they were all freaking out because she was in a maid outfit? That was pretty funny, huh?
No, I was freaking out.
Revy is. No, yes, you're a freak, EliteAri. We know that. Revy is bullying Garcia around as they head to the yellow flag too. I don't remember getting paid to babysit. This is a fucking joke. Revy is very mad about all this, and then she starts making fun of Rock. She even does a racist old Black Joe impression about Rock getting a job at the mansion for sucking up to Garcia. Did you remember that part, EliteAri?
No, not at all.
Where she says master, but in
yes, I do remember that.
Very racist black way.
Yeah, that's right. I do.
Yeah, that was crazy. 2007 or something. We get the slow drip feed of information teasing that Roberta's a monster. So, EliteAri, I'm not even going to ask you if you were like, oh my god, is this bitch? You were on my side. You were like, oh my god, they keep teasing her. This is so fucking cool, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fucking sick, bro. Garcia says that she's no good at cleaning or doing chores, and she throws her suitcase around. Oh no, that's like a separate thing. And she throws her suitcase around like she's at the bar.
Yes.
Bao meets Roberta and gets pissed when she asks for some water and gets her a beer instead and slams it on the table. It spills and lands on her face. Oh my god, the tension, EliteAri. And he calls her a dumb bitch, which was fucking hilarious. Roberta ignores the insult and keeps asking questions politely. Garcia comes out, Lamau, and says that Roberta is going to come and save him. Revy has a fit, and Revy's laugh here is very good and very funny. Where she's just laughing at him. She's not going to throw a fucking teacup at me, is she? Garcia recalls a time when he noticed Roberta's strength for the first time when they were arm wrestling, and her arm didn't budge when the Mafia showed up to threaten her, when previously he had always beaten her. She was so muscly, EliteAri. I know you like these muscly bitches.
Absolutely. Yep.
Roberta can sense when the cartel is near in the flashback and in the present. As they enter the yellow flag, she cracks her mug with her bare hands. EliteAri sawing out.
Yep.
Then we cut to Balalaika being presented with the background information. We just got to ramp the tension up even more. And she realizes something is up when she sees Roberta's eyes, the eyes of a soldier. The cartel not knowing who knows she is. You get it.
Yeah.
But she's in asking to find them confront her.
What did you just say?
So the cartel not knowing who she is, but knowing she's been asking to find them, confront her. She warns that she may have no alternative but to be rude. The Lagoon crew and Garcia enter the bar, and Roberta fires from her umbrella cannon thing. The ED music creeps in. Then we've got episode 9, Made to Kill. We open on Tranquility and the CGI butterfly with the Lovelace family at home. Then we see the Lagoon Company approaching the bar in the car. We do a little bit of a flashback.
It's crazy. I couldn't believe they did that. It was so weird.
EliteAri, I remember this so vividly because I wanted to find the great line that's coming up about being a tit-sucking mama's boy that's in all the compilations that I think is hilarious for my Black Lagoon videos. And I remember searching the previous episode and being like, did I fucking invent this scene? They're already at the bar. What the fuck?
Jesus.
And then like an hour later, I clicked episode 9 and I realized they did this flashback thing and I was freaking the fuck out. That was one of the moments, EliteAri, you better not be talking to me. I was so mad. But yeah, that was, so I remembered that. So no good.
Well done.
Garcia comments on how differently and crazy Roanapa is to his hometown. Did you like that we got repeated shots from this episode of like 3 whores and 1 smoking? Pretty cool. You didn't notice it. That's good.
You cut out for a second. Say that again.
There's a repeat shot that they use all the time of like these same 3 whores standing in front of this one building as like a establishing shot for Roanapa, and I was like, oh, EliteAri maybe didn't notice it. The Black Lagoon's actually really good.
Maybe. One thing I did notice is a repeating shot. I think it's in like the final 2 episodes where it's like a plane or a helicopter landing or something, I think. It's like literally the same insert shot. And I was like, damn, I guess they do. Oh, I remember it was an airport or something, I think. Like an outside of an airport. I don't know, whatever. It was lame. I was like, Madhouse, what are you
Maybe.
doing? Why are you reusing animation
It could
like
have been the
this?
same airport that Takayama was in. Or not Takayama, that's
Yeah.
Takanaka and Kageyama's combined things, because they're both on the rock graph
Right. It
that I
probably
was
was the
mentioning
same one.
about parallels earlier. Yeah. So
Anyway.
you're stupid and they're good.
Yeah.
This one that you didn't realize where they do the repeat shot. He reiterates that Roberta is coming to save him. He's not worried. Rock says it's good that he has a good family and wonders about his own family. And this gives Revi, she makes fun of him. Rock, that's fucking pathetic. Only a tit-sucking mama's boy would come up with that bullshit conversation you're enjoying. Incredible line in all the compilations. Funny.
Mm-hmm.
EliteAri thinks it's funny too.
It sounds like something Kyle Entertainment would say, yeah.
Yeah. I probably have said it before, and it's kind of in this fucking thing.
Fix your internet, Kyle.
I quote the show all the time, EliteAri. No, why is it doing that? Is it maybe the microphone? It took the
no, your
earbud
internet is
out?
cutting out slightly.
Get a EliteAri. I don't like it when the internet cuts out.
Because people can't hear your jokes.
Turn the internet off and do the. Yes, I'm saying all these funny things.
Punchlines
It did
are
go
getting cut
down
off.
to 3 things. Is it still happening?
No, I think it's okay now. Keep going.
Bullshit conversation you're enjoying. Tit sucking mama's boy. We remember. Rock then asks Revi. Then asks if Revi is going to charge in and save him whenever he gets kidnapped, which gives us another great Revi line. If that ever happens, forget you know us, and then beg for forgiveness for being such a fuck up before you kill yourself. Incredible line.
That sounds like a good line. I don't remember it, but that's great. I love that.
And you want to know what's so funny, EliteAri? Is that in the last episode, about 3 from now, she will do exactly that.
Amen.
And rush in to save him. What a liar. She's just negging him, and she isn't saying what she means. And, that's my favorite thing in everything. And just like me, for real.
Yep.
Rock takes it all in stride. Oh, yeah, and Rock's like not getting mad at any of this. He's used to every shit at this point, and he's just smiling and say, look, these are the people I work with, to Garcia. It's pretty funny. They then arrive, and Revi taunts Garcia by saying he hopes his mate is real so they can fight. Epic tease for the final battle. Then we catch up to the end of the previous episode. Roberta blows the cartel away. Music cue! They play this scene over and over in this fucking bar area. It was a little excessive even for me, but I was kind of sorting out. And Revi says she wants her umbrella gun for Christmas to Dutch. That was a funny line. Garcia recognizes Roberta to the crew. Cool moment where everybody is slowly brought up to speed as she carves through the rest of them. Yeah, it's always cool when there's like a reveal and you slowly get different, like he walks in and goes, Roberta, and then Rock looks over dramatically and it's like, oh my god, it's the thing from before, and oh my god, now they know that the thing is here. Oh, I'm swinging out.
I'm getting hyped.
Getting something later, right? The cool moment where, yes, I just said that. There's a first person shot. This is now EliteAri always wants to talk about directing because he's a soy boy loser, but there was a shot where it was first person and Roberta was just shooting them all. That was really cool. You noticed that shot?
I do not
recall. Great Lagoon Company photo under the bar table shot is great. I remember I used this in a video for something. I can't remember what all the context was, but they're all just huddled around the bar underneath like a bar table. And you can see like all their recognizable outfits. It's fucking sick. Revi is told not to shoot, and she says, fucking fuck, which is a funny line.
That's a good one.
They decide, it's like in The Sopranos, where Tony Soprano says, I'm the motherfucking one that calls the shots. Because you say fucking twice, and it doesn't really make sense, but he's flustered, but it's also funny and really cool. They decide to leave Garcia and run. Rock feels bad and gives Garcia some final instructions. Garcia is shell-shocked because he didn't think Roberta was the kind of person to kill people. Oh my god, if you want to talk about anything being generic in this show, it's this little whiny kid being mad that this fucking girl kills people. Thankfully, he gets over it pretty quick.
Yeah.
There's a funny shot of Bao calculating the damages. Where he's like, it's going to be 10,000 for the fucking bar, 10,000 for the liquor, and then he catches Revi crawling away and accuses her of being responsible, and it's really funny. They got like very cute little dynamic, and it was great. Revi screams at him as everything goes silent and gives away that they are there.
That was a great gag.
Classic. That was great. The cartel isn't happy about this because they're like, what the fuck is the Lagoon Company here? They're supposed to have our little thingy, but the Lagoon Company was onto them and was already doing them. And then Dutch has to say it's not what it looks like. And then Roberta notices Garcia, and everything's freaking out. Literally, great tension build up and
Yep.
release. She tries to speak to him and tries to get him to go with her, but he doesn't want to. Roberta then notices Rock and aims a gun at him, only for Garcia to stand in the firing line, only for Revy to quickly grab and take him hostage. That was a great shot, Alira. You remember that one?
True. Yep.
And like a second, Revy is immediately there to protect her boyfriend. It's fucking sick.
Yep.
Revy offers a peaceful solution, but Roberta says she needs a moment to think. This was also a great moment where it's like it's a hostage thing. So obviously, like this is how we get to the next scene where the Lagoon Company is running away. But Roberta just ends up shooting, and she's like, "I'm thinking about it," and then thinks, "I'll just fucking shoot at her."
I have the line here. So you're talking about all these great lines in Black Lagoon. This is the greatest one. She said, "I need to think. I have finished thinking now." And I was like, "Wow,
Yes,
I love
that.
Roberta. She's the greatest character, the greatest dialogue. How could this should be in a compilation? It's so good. Damn. Anyway."
Sadly, all the compilations are Revy exclusive.
What a shame.
Revy offers a peaceful solution, but Roberta says she needs a moment to think and calls Revy's bluff in a way, which is kind of interesting. Do you think Revy would shoot Garcia? It seems like Roberta didn't think so, and then he didn't. She didn't, rather. So that's kind of interesting. Would Revy shoot Garcia? Maybe.
Depends how much she loves Rock. I don't know. Probably not.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I guess. But Roberta did just shoot right at Garcia, which is kind of funny. And then I have in big bold letters, "The music is still going." She announces that she has finished thinking now and starts saying a Spanish prayer or something that Rock starts translating Lamau. I thought that was funny. It's apparently the Lovelace family creed. The Lagoon Company gets away, but only after Revy is knocked out by an explosive. You know, Goku's just got to he's just got to have heart disease for half the arc so we can have the rest of the arc, you know. That's what's got to happen. The cartel leader also recognizes the speech and that she's the bloodhound of Florencia EliteAri, and now he's freaking out. And it's like the opposite, where the whole time we've sort of known the tension, and it's been dramatic irony of like people slowly finding out what we know. And then there's an added layer that, she's also this fucking thingy from the thingy that the cartel dude understands that we don't. Crazy. Him announcing that sets Roberta after him. Yeah, Roberta gets mad after she says they say that name. Garcia also wants to go with them and does after announcing that he doesn't know who Roberta is, which makes her drop her weapons and suitcase in shock. EliteAri, she's heartbroken. The cartel guy monologues about Roberta's backstory of her being a former Colombian Revolutionary Army member that everybody thinks is dead. Everybody is looking for her. Apparently, she kills him and the injured cartel members with explosives and then walks through the flaming aftermath after the Lagoon Company runs off with the car.
So cool.
Now, I remembered the flaming walkout thing being even more dramatic, but it's just the shot of her feet. I remembered it being like her whole thingy, like her whole body long shot. You can literally imagine it because it's definitely from something else that everybody's seen. But also, she didn't actually kill that big cartel member because Balalaika has him tied up later. I have no idea how he survived all this. Did you think it was funny where they all got up after being shotgun blasted by the umbrella? And she was like, there was like a throwaway line about how she was like, I don't need to keep you alive anymore. So she intentionally didn't kill them. But that was kind of funny. Rock doesn't see it, but he monologues about her walking through the fiery exit like a movie monster. Black Lagoon does a lot of this movie reference shit where it's like, this isn't a movie, you're not like a movie, this is better than Hollywood will ever be, etc., etc. Which could tie into that fucking thing about that manga stuff where they're all playing characters diegetically or something, and Black Lagoon is all fake. I don't know. We'll look into that one day.
There should be a video about it.
Maybe if somebody read this fucking manga like I'd been promising to do for 4 years, but oh my god, it's like 5 years at this point. My goodness. Roberta chases them in a car she steals. Rock monologues about the Terminator and how Roberta is a robot from the future. Dutch tells him to shut the fuck up. We cut to Balalaika, who is caught up on the exposition and gets the call. Roberta and the Lagoon Company have a car chase. And Revy is still knocked out, so we can save the fight for the next episode. Roberta rams the car, dodges bullets, pulls Dutch halfway out of the car, drives on the roof, and ends up on the roof of the Lagoon Company car. Hotel Moscow is also seen mobilizing in full. Now, that was a soy out moment, EliteAri. They're all coming out of doors and they're all marching. That was fucking sick. We love Hotel Moscow here.
Wait, I have a
EliteAri
question.
didn't know who they were. Uh-huh.
You said before that Revi's voice actor doesn't do anime, right?
Yeah.
Who is Balalaika's voice actor famous? Because they sound very familiar. Like, do they do big things?
Maybe. I've seen like 3 dubs in my life, EliteAri,
okay.
so I'm probably not the one to
all right. Someone in the comments.
I don't think she's
I know
in
you're listening
Steins
right
Gate
now.
or Death Note, because Death Note has no female characters.
All right. Oh my god. Well, it has Misa, but also, oh my god, does that mean that this guy voiced Rock before he voiced Light? Because Death Note was like a year later? Or did the dub come out later?
Well, I'm assuming maybe Death Note was more popular, so I got a dub first, but I'm actually not sure.
Okay. That'd be crazy.
Very similar.
Yeah.
Time periods.
Anyway.
Fuck, there was something I wanted to bring up. It was Hotel Moscow or something. Oh, they call Balalaika Capitan. Isn't that kind of funny?
It's kind of fancy and cool. She commands authority.
That's kind of goofy, you know. Stupid fucking Russian name.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. They're all mobilizing. It's the soy thing I've ever seen. We see that. Oh yeah, and we also get like an after shot to make sure the bartender's still alive.
True.
Which is funny.
Poor guy.
And Balalaika tells her guy to tell him not to worry about the insurance. Oh my god, she's so nice, Balalaika. Yeah. Balalaika announces that they are heading out specifically to save Dutch. She says the Lagoon Company, namely Dutch. She loves Dutch.
He's the best.
Because he saved her life that one time.
Somehow he hasn't died yet. It's crazy. I can't believe it.
Yeah. There's a standoff where Dutch aims at Roberta on the back of their car, but Garcia is in the way and the ED music comes in. It's like another standoff where where Garcia is in between somebody getting shot, Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Episode 10, The Unstoppable Chambermaid. We have a whole arc to talk about after this, EliteAri. We open on the standoff. Rock forces Garcia to get down, and Garcia cries out for Roberta to be okay, showing his internal conflict. Dutch assures Garcia by saying, if this could kill her, we wouldn't be in this fucking mess. Roberta ends up on the roof of the car, and a truck cuts them off, and they end up nearly running off the dock. We get ominous dark flashes of the Lovelace mansion, all depressed looking, like all the good times are over and gone forever. We see the aftermath of the crash, and Roberta seems to be plastered against a shipping container.
Yep.
But she gets up, and the Lagoon Company, as the Lagoon Company recuperates. It was a great shot. All survivors speak up was a great Dutch line, and everybody goes, "Here, I'm alive. He's good." That was good. Luckily for them, Revi wakes up too. Fucking hell, what happened to that stupid bitch? She dead yet? She says as she gets up. Great line. They stare down for the standoff. Rock tries to intervene, but Revi points her gun at him and tells him to stay out of it. When she decided to use that shell on me, she made a big fucking mistake. I'm gonna make that bitch wish she was still home cleaning shitty toilets. It's time to go and teach this fucking cunt the meaning of pain. EliteAri, this show's so good.
Mm.
They said the cunt word. Show me one other dub that's ever used the word cunt, EliteAri. You don't know one. Actually, I think I say that literally verbatim in one of my Black Lagoon videos, and there was one comment that was like, actually, in this one show, they do say cunt. And I was like, oh, that's
isn't that humiliating?
Know-it-all.
Jesus.
Yeah.
You should have pinned that comment.
No, the comment was so nice. It was like, that is pretty cool, but this other one did say it too.
So they even patronized you. Oh my god. That's crazy.
No, they were just trying to not make me mad, EliteAri. Back in those days, I was notorious for making fun of commenters in threads. Fuck you, idiot. You don't know shit. Aaron is the bad guy.
Mm.
No, he's not. Fuck you. That was the comment section, EliteAri. You wouldn't know about that. Yeah. You went around for the interesting stuff.
Mm.
They stand at opposite ends. They shit talk a little, and Roberta says that she has no need for filthy language. There's some fucking EliteAri simp over here. And calls Revi a coward. They run around the shipping containers a bit, and Rock watches unknowing from the outside with Garcia, Benny, and Dutch. Revi eventually gets hit in the shoulder.
Electricity and stuff. It's crazy. It's like what a battle is going off.
That's not yet. That's not yet.
Okay.
I got a note about that. And Revi can't believe she got hit. But little does Ravi know, she also shot one of Roberta's guns. So I think repeatedly we're power scaling here, EliteAri, and
It's
Roberta is
ridiculous.
slightly stronger.
It
than
makes no
Ravi.
sense. Also, Roberta is obviously like infinitely stronger than Revy. But I don't
No,
know.
Ravi's super strong and she could beat her up easy. You're a little bitch and a soy
Yeah,
boy cock.
it's silly.
But it is slightly because, like, she shot the gun, but she actually shot Revy. And later, when they have their fist fight, they both land finishing blows on each other, but Roberta doesn't get knocked out, and Revy does.
And then they declare it a draw when obviously Roberta won. It's ridiculous.
No, if we were doing a count out for the victory, EliteAri, then they would both not be able to get to their feet, resulting in a draw.
Roberta could have got up.
No.
She absolutely could have.
Garcia had to pick her up and take her to the car.
No, she wanted Garcia to pick her up.
You don't know shit about Black Lagoon or power scaling, bitch. Revy's the strongest. Damn. Actually, no, Roberta's a tiny bit stronger. But then for power scaling, we also get that Chang is a little bit better than Revy too.
That is true. Episode. That was really cool. But it is. I think this is one of the most absurd things up there with the Nazis. The fact that just how strong Roberta is, and how the next episode she's just nowhere near as strong as she was. It's crazy. I just can't. It's weird. What a weird, incredibly weird power scaling thing. Which I guess what you're meant to say is that Roberta's strength is like a comedic, like gag kind of strength. It's not a real strength or whatever.
No, Revy jumped across boats and blew them up. She can do all that stuff too. Yeah,
but it's in the same way that, like, I don't know. It's like a Saitama kind of meme strength. They compare it to a Terminator. Like, you're not meant to take it seriously.
You are right.
Guys. Yeah, but I don't know. It's okay.
I don't know. I buy it. Revy could beat her up easy.
All right.
Revy's the strongest.
True.
Revy speculates about Roberta's fucked up childhood, and the feather falls from the sky and lands on her feet. I soyed out at this because I didn't remember this at all. It literally falls out of the sky, and now obviously it's like a metaphorical thing to trigger a bit more of the flashback.
God. Did she shoot birds or something?
No, but it's not a feather, because it's not a feather from a bird. It's feathers from a pillow. I guess literally it was probably a feather from, like, yeah, because she puts the pillow over her father before she shoots him.
How am I meant to know this? Did I get shown?
You're not supposed to know that, but that's what the feather's obviously from, you idiot. What else would it be from? Not birds. I literally didn't even consider that, like, oh, maybe, like, the justification from the show's perspective is that a literal bird did fly over and a feather dropped. But it doesn't look like it looks like a
Where did
duck
the feathers
feather,
come
if anything.
from? Okay.
It's obviously a metaphor about the pillow, you stupid bitch.
All right.
Shut up. You don't know Black Lagoon. Anyway, one falls to the ground. I was like, oh my god, I didn't realize they, like, did this as literally. But anyway, that's when we get the more extended flashback where we see her from behind and the father's body.
Yeah, Roberta's dad, right?
Nope. A bit more than we've seen before. It's not. Right. Roberta even talks about how her late father was, like, friends with the guy, so she didn't kill him. She was friends with her daddy, unlike Revy.
She's lying.
Crazy. Yeah, it was just me recapping the shit. We already talked about that. Revy says she can smell the similar gutter mud sticking to her feet. Roberta flashes to the mansion and says she can never go back there now. We see literally shockwaves and lightning from the site of the battle back with the onlookers. Yeah, that was sick. I didn't remember that at all, so that was kind of like, God, 2018 Kyle Entertainment's a fucking moron. Garcia jumps out and yells to Roberta that she can win and not let that woman beat her. So Garcia's back on Roberta's side. It's cute. Roberta and Revy charge at each other and end the standoff on the ground. Oh yeah, because they charge each other and they point guns at each other. And Revy's is right at Roberta's tits, but Revy's boobs aren't that big, so it's right at Revy's head. That means Roberta wins again, only slightly. Balalaika and Hotel Moscow show up to stop the fight. Balalaika tells them both to stop, but Revy tells her to shut the fuck up and that she's going to kill this bitch. Balalaika approaches, then tells Roberta that she was planning on warring with the cartel anyway, but now Roberta solved that problem for her.
What a scene.
Yeah. And they're fucked now. Oh, the cartel are fucked now. So Roberta can go home and the problem is solved because obviously they can't kidnap the fucking kid again if they're all fucked up. Benny then has a line. Benny then has the line, "Those are no doubt the three most terrifying women in the world." It's in every Black Lagoon edit you've ever seen. Too bad they are three not badass women, right, EliteAri?
Okay, I'm wondering. I just wonder where that video is going. Wait, should I
Yeah,
hypothesize
just
what you think about it? Why I think you say that?
yeah.
I mean,
Sure,
my
go
guess
ahead
is
now.
because obviously, by all accounts, like this is obviously they're meant to be badass, right? Like they're fighting with guns and they're really good fighters and everything. I am assuming this could be completely wrong. You're saying that there's no badass women in Black Lagoon because the nature of badassery is like painted through a male lens or something. Like it's through the male gaze or something like that. That's what I'm assuming the video is
No,
about. Okay.
it's just that they're all like crybabies and
Oh,
secretly they're just
okay.
throwing
That
tantrums.
makes a lot more sense. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess that hasn't been revealed for the other two, but with Revi it's kind of already obvious, so
Well, we'll see.
whatever, spoiler alert. But yeah, obviously it's a very obtuse way to say that because I'm literally saying something like literally untrue basically to get the point across that these girls ain't badass. They're just all whiny little tantrum throwers, insecure little pussies.
I guess we'll see. I'll be the judge of that, Kyle.
Yeah, no, those videos are whatever, you know? One of them's got like 100,000 views. It's so funny that the Balalaika one has the most views, the Revi one has the least amount of views, and the Roberta one is doing alright. It's just funny that Revi should be the most popular one, but part 2 has like 30,000 views only. It's disgusting. Anyway, where the fuck was I up to? Benny, three most terrifying women in the world. Revi and Roberta agree that none of that matters and they still want to fight. The guns are then shot out of their hands, and Balalaika says that she isn't asking. Rock, for the first time, notices how skilled Hotel Moscow is and suspects that they aren't just mafia. Garcia tells Roberta that they can go home, and that he doesn't want her to kill. Balalaika then spills the tea, which freaks Roberta out, which shows her most human side yet, which was very cute. She was very like no in a very human way when Balalaika was going to monologue to Garcia. We get more Roberta exposition. Her name is Rosarita Cineros. Write that down, EliteAri. Okay. Trained as an assassin in Cuba. And wanted for several murders and kidnappings and bombing a U.S. embassy. A lot of U.S. embassies getting bombed in this show, EliteAri. You notice that? This one and the one in the next episode, my goodness. She's a real hardcore terrorist, Balalaika says. She apologizes to Garcia and admits to who she was. And we see old shots of her in Colombia, which is pretty cool. She's in like an actual military uniform instead of a maid outfit.
Yep, no glasses.
Yeah, and it's the shot from the that's on the background of the song that I sent you. Oh my goodness, I bet you recognized it. Oh my god, right. I just lost my place. That's incredible. Oh my god, next page down.
Black Lagoon.
She admits to killing everyone everywhere, even women and children. She realizes in the end that she realized in the end that she was no revolutionary and she was just protecting the cocaine fields for the Colombian cartel. She left and headed to Venezuela to stay. So, EliteAri, you're a racist, so you thought this whole time it was all Colombian stuff, but Colombia is where she fought in the Civil War, and Venezuela is where she lives now with the Lovelace family. Just so you've got the...
Yeah, it's all in South America.
Yeah, somewhere. I don't know how close these fucking countries are. Cuba isn't. It's near Florida. I don't know what she was doing there. Anti-American stuff, I guess, because they don't like America and stuff. We know foreign policy and geopolitics here.
True.
And then she moves to stay with a friend of her late father, Garcia's father. Roberta and Garcia reconnect, and he tells her that her past doesn't matter and that she's just his Roberta now, and cries. She agrees to go back home with him. Balalaika is happy with this conclusion, but Revi is pissed, and her and Roberta agree to fistfight. You know, EliteAri, something I'm noticing now. All these characters got like fucking fake identities and nicknames, huh? Revi is not Rebecca. We got Rock and Rokaro, but then we got fucking what do you call her? Roberta out here's got a whole different name. Roberta ain't even her real name. There's another example, Dutch. Right? I'm forgetting it. You actually might be right, because
I
apparently
don't
there
know.
is Dutch stuff like that in a manga arc that I haven't seen yet.
Hmm.
Where it's like Dutch is finally getting his backstory or some shit. That's not
Cool.
the anime EliteAri. Spoiler alert. Um, there was one other one somewhere or something, but I've forgotten. But anyway, everybody's got a fake identity. It's crazy. Garcia tells her not to lose again, and Rock tries to tell everybody to stop. Roberta starts with the old shoelace trick. That was pretty good, huh?
Oh, that was great. I can't believe she fell for it. Oh my god.
Dutch bets on Revy, but Benny betrays the crew and bets on Roberta. Rock is goaded into physically go and stop it by Balalaika. And he is told to stay the fuck out of it in unison. We cut to the far future, and both land final blows, resulting in a somewhat draw because Revy is out, but Roberta is still conscious. Dutch offers Garcia some help, but he tells him to go fuck himself, and that she's his maid to look after. What a young masculine man, coming into his own. As Balalaika says, he's going to be the patriarch someday.
Right.
Hotel Moscow is going to take them to the airport, but Roberta asks for her glasses before they leave, even though they're fake to help her stay in character, and later he was sorting out of this. Afterwards, Rock asks about Hotel Moscow and gets the exposition. Benny explains that they are ex-military, either paratroopers or special forces. What the fuck's a paratrooper, leader? You always hear that, and I always think about people jumping out of planes.
That's exactly what I
Probably not
thought.
what
I don't know.
that means.
I have no idea.
Yeah. We see old shots of them in the Afghan war. Her immediate subordinates have enough training to fight and win World War III, he says. That was pretty cool, huh? You were
Yeah.
sawing out of that line. Balalaika was their brains, and they were unstoppable killing machines. Rock thinks everybody's feet are covered with mud from the gutter, and the ED music comes in. Crazy. And that's the maid arc, leader. Only one to go.
Yep, the greatest arc of this show.
True. I used to think it was the best arc in the first season. Okay, EliteAri, we're on episode 11, the final arc. Another little funny thing is I used to think the Roberta arc was literally one episode. I don't know why I thought that. And on my latest rewatch, the time before this one, I was like, oh my god, it's actually like 3 episodes.
Yep.
Because I always thought it was like Roberta's barely in season 1, and then Roberta's blood trails when she's an actual character and stuff. That ain't true at all. I used to think this arc was a lot longer because it's pretty dense for 2 episodes.
I'm very. I truly don't tell me. I don't want to know. But this blood trail thing, and you're saying it's OVAs. I'm assuming it's like a backstory. Like it'll be like going throughout.
No, it's literally just season 3. It's
wow! Okay.
It's just an OVA form. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, the Rose blood trail's the best part. Or is the next arc the best one? Or is the last one of season 2 the best one? They're all so good. I'm so mad, EliteAri. We don't get to watch it right away. Maybe I'll watch it and then rewatch it again later when I come back so we can do the thing. I guess we probably should have said this at some point, but if you're still here now, you're probably the only ones that care enough.
Yeah.
The second part to this probably won't be out for like 3 months because I'm leaving again.
Yeah. And Kyle doesn't want to record when he's not in his, comfortable.
Well, it's maybe more likely this time. I don't know. It depends. But I wouldn't. What do you call it?
Add
I wouldn't
a second guest with you. You rewatch season 1, you watch season 2, and then you discuss it together with me.
Huh?
The person. Oh, don't worry. We'll debate the mechanics of this.
I don't know what we're saying. Anyway. Oh my god, this fucking thing scrolls up so often. We open on another Roanopa exposition monologue. EliteAri's like, what's a Roanopa? Yep. And then we see the explosion and see the coverage of the bombing of the U.S. Embassy on CMN News. Did you see that one, EliteAri? That was pretty funny.
Yeah, that was awesome. It's a pun on CNN, which is an American news network.
It's not really a pun. It's just because they're not allowed to put CNN on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
You stupid idiot. Rock then enters Revy's cluttered room where she's got no pants on and stuff. Now that's sexy. What do these guys spend all their money on? All right, we'll get back to that in a second, EliteAri. Oh. But these idiots are like making 50 grand from every job. I assume most of it goes into maintenance for the boat and the company or something. I'm like, what the fuck? Because we see Revy's room here. There's nothing in it. Like when I get money, EliteAri, I'm gonna have a bookcase and it's gonna have manga on it, and I'm gonna be like, now I'm rich. That's what I want.
Material possessions, right?
Absolutely. What the fuck else is money for?
Well, for a comfortable life, for security in case of accidents and
I don't think Revy here has got a lot of security and comfortability living in Roanoke doing crime for a living.
That's
so what the
true.
fuck are they spending their money on?
I don't know. What does Cowboy Bebop crew spend their money on? It's the same thing. They
They
never
don't
have
got
money.
any money. That's
Exactly.
the whole point.
No, they both make
But
money.
these
They don't
guys
have
got
to
some
spend the
money.
money.
I don't know. It's just weird.
I don't know.
If they
Probably
get
like taxes and I don't know, some legal stuff to actually pay off the money to
they're
make
not
it
fucking
legit.
paying taxes, EliteAri. I know that for a
No,
fact.
I think they are
Yeah.
because no, I think in order to stay like alive, like they're paying off the police, like they said. Remember that? They're paying off their taxes. I'm sure. Like I'm sure there's some expenses like that.
Yeah, paying tribute to 3 different mafias, but that's besides the point.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess if you're getting like 50 grand for a job, you get 1 job a week. And you got to let's say you get in the 50 grand to divide it up against the 4 people. Well, then that's like 10 grand. But that's not what's
Basically
happening. It's
nothing.
going to
Yeah.
20,000 to the fucking boat, 10,000 to upkeep on the fucking rent on the house or some shit. 5K in damages. Now we got 15K to split up against 4 people, and that's like 2 grand, and that's like 2 grand a week. That's like a normal salary. I figured it out.
Nice.
All right, now we're in rooms naked with each other. So later we got famous arguments online because one of the big things in Black Lagoon discourse is obviously, are they or aren't they fucking? So this scene,
They're not.
a lot of the time, Larry thinks this is funny, like this ain't serious.
I
So
don't know.
a lot of the time,
What's the compelling argument that they are? Because that's crazy. Sorry, go
well,
ahead.
a lot of time this scene is like one of the big arguments. And I remember thinking when I was like 14, I was like, oh yeah, obviously they're fucking, look at this scene. But this scene is so obviously evidence in the contrary, right?
Yeah. Well,
Like-
I don't think it says anything. I think it's just like
Because
they don't really.
well, obviously it's supposed to make you think about it a little bit, but
Didn't make
because
me
it's
think
like,
about it
oh
at
my
all.
god, look at how comfortable he is around her, kind of naked, and he's not even staring that much, Lamau. They must be fucking. But then also, wouldn't they just like live in the same room?
I took it the
like,
complete
why-
opposite way. I just said, "Oh, look how comfortable he is because he doesn't care about her at all. Like they're just like friends or whatever." That's what I took from it.
I am kind of like, because you're playing it up a little bit, I think, to a different degree to what I would about the Rock not caring thing.
Mhm.
But I do like, part of the thing is like Rock probably doesn't care about her as much as the other way around. That's
True.
probably something I agree with. Or at least if it is romantic, it's more from Revy's point of view than Rock's.
What can I say? I just understand the material so well. So yeah.
No, you're an idiot. You don't even know what a Roanoper is. But yeah, it's just funny. Because there is the similar scene later where it's
Oh, I can't wait.
like this. It's the shower scene.
Oh my god.
But she walks out of the shower.
Hey, well, I don't want to know.
room.
Blah, 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 blah. I don't want to hear it.
Just-
I want to see it. I want
just
to
like-
experience it. You're priming me here. I don't want to be primed, right?
I love prime energy. Anyway, girls are messy, bro. So are anime girls. Remember when Ray was all messy and bitches be filthy
Who's Ray?
or something? From Evangelion.
Who the hell is Ray?
I made a video about
In
it.
Evangelion?
The blue-haired girl.
Oh, Ray. Okay. Jesus Christ. I don't know why. I was thinking of Ray as in R-E-Y from Star Wars, like that kind of Ray. Like, it says
Yeah.
Ray? Like, what the hell? Jesus.
Like
okay.
Ray Mysterio.
Yeah,
No,
Ayanami.
Ray
Ray Ayanami.
R-E-I. Yeah.
True.
Ayanami Ray, actually.
Yeah,
Fucking
you're right.
racist.
Sorry, I forgot I'm Japanese.
I remember somebody saying this. It was like, and I used to take this as gospel because I'd never been in a girl's room because I was not very cool. But maybe it was, who was it? Was it a Digibro talking about? Somebody was like, yeah, man, this is like true to life. Whenever you go to a bitch's room, EliteAri, it's filthy. Not really my experience though. So
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any.
I was like, girls are messy, bro. Apparently.
Right.
And Revy is one of them. Rock knocks past a gun with a bra dangling off of it, or another one where he's comfortable and stuff. You know, bras. Sometimes you see anime characters see bras and they freak out. Oh yeah, that's another classic. Like Black Lagoon is actually for real men, unlike shitty anime that's for Naruto, where they freak out and blush whenever a girl's naked. But in Black Lagoon, they don't do that.
I agree.
Yeah, it's premature. He reaches over her and opens the blinds, explaining that it's a job from the triad that they got, and he sits on the bed. Now, these are the two most sexy things about this scene, EliteAri, if they are fucking. He just leans over this bed to open this up. Like, what the fuck is he doing? Is he trying to get killed? Rev, you should kill him for this, but she doesn't. And also, his fucking tie like slaps her in the face like it's a penis. That was very sexual in nature. At least that's what I was thinking. And then he sits on her bed. You can't just be doing that, EliteAri. They're fucking. I know it.
I think they're a very close crew who like have seen themselves together in gruesome and scary situations, and they just don't care about things. That's
what would Destiny say, EliteAri? If you end up on the bed together, then it's your own damn fault because he's a rape apologist.
Right. True.
So if we apply that principle here, Rock's gonna get raped. That's crazy.
It's terrible.
Chang is at Lagoon HQ. Oh yeah, he's already there. It's really cool. So this is the first time we see Chang, huh?
What a cool guy. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you think now. We'll see if you keep that up. Who's cooler, Chang or Balalaika?
Chang.
You're an idiot.
We've seen. I don't know. Revy acknowledged that he was better than her, so I'm like, oh, he has to be cool.
Balalaika's way cooler, bro.
I do like her voice.
He wants a coffee, but Dutch is slacking. His building was one that got blown up. That's actually not true. The building on the TV was the US Embassy, but they also blew up his building today, which is a little confusing, but we'll go with it. This is the most complicated plot they have in this fucking show, I'm pretty sure. And also him and Dutch have a bit of beef here. It's kind of under the surface. They're kind of shit on each other. He's like, "Where's my fucking coffee?" He's like, "You didn't tell me you were coming. Fuck you." And that's because Dutch is kind of like a Balalaika dude, and Chang and Balalaika are not the best of friends. Though Chang sarcastically says here that him and Hotel Moscow never have any issues, which is not true. Benny speculates if the Russians are the ones that attacked them, playing into this, but Chang says that's not possible and they've always been friends with Miss Balalaika. Rock and Revy then enter and Chang explains the job. Chang caught a Bulgarian selling guns on the street with which no one but the rip-off church is allowed to do, which was a cute little world-building detail. And threatened to crush his nuts, so he made a deal. This guy works for gross. Bulgarian intelligence.
Jeez.
Yeah, that was not good.
Like when they thing and the white stuff came out, I'm like, oh god, it's disgusting. Anyway,
that was garlic, EliteAri. Those things are garlic crushers.
God.
You don't know anything about cooking, unlike me. I'm a culinary chef.
Yeah, you're right.
The Bulgarian dude has the routes for this fucking terrorist thing, and then Chang tried to blackmail them, and they said, "Fuck you, buddy," and then they blew up his fucking building. And they also blew up the US Embassy, and everybody's like, they're the ones that did that I saw on the news. That's crazy. And I guess Bulgarians don't like the US or something. I don't know much about Bulgarian geopolitics, but that's why they were looking at they were trying to help this fucking terrorist group who was literally going to assassinate the president, apparently.
Yep. They sounded so confident. Crazy. Yeah.
We got to save Bill Clinton, EliteAri. He's the president. Is that who
it is at the moment?
Well, it would have been, if it's 1995. 1992 to 2000 is Bill Bartholomew Clinton.
I remember him.
No. He fucked that girl, but then he said he didn't.
Yeah, from that movie, right?
What movie? No.
Wait, is it not Marilyn Monroe?
No, you idiot. That's like 30 years too late.
Oh, Jesus.
Dumb fuck. Marilyn Monroe literally died in like 1962.
All right.
Yeah, fuck.
I don't know nothing about history, all right?
That's Kennedy. President Kennedy.
Right.
Yeah, you know that Mad Men scene where they sing that? Yeah, you know it. Bill Clinton is the Monica Lewinsky one.
Oh,
he did not have relations with that young woman. And then they caught him because he literally came on her dress and she still had the dress, and then they tested it.
How embarrassing.
That's crazy. Coming on clothes is just gross, EliteAri. What are we doing here? Anyway. Yeah. Moving on. Intelligence, hiking routes. Bulgaria doesn't like the US either. Chang tried to blackmail. I said that one. Chang wants revenge, so 5 groups are going to leave Rwanapa at once with 5 different cases in 5 different locations, and only one has the actual documents. And Chang points out that the CIA literally reaches out to him and tells him to do this, and so they got to drop off the documents with CIA operatives. That's crazy, EliteAri. The CIA is now a character.
I know. I got excited then. I'm like, oh my god, I love America. I know America. I know America stuff.
In the future, EliteAri. Oh my god, it's gonna be so cool. You're gonna love Black Lagoon.
All right.
It is funny that there was one little thing in here that's like a hint to something later. That's actually like the only mystery in Black Lagoon, so I'm not going to actually spoil that part. But I was like, oh my god, this is like set up for this, and this is genius.
All right,
But I
good.
can't remember the part. But to the audience who knows that I said I would make a video about that exact thing, but still haven't. We're nodding along, EliteAri. You don't know the meta narrative that's going on right now.
Right.
Remember to ask about this in 3 months so I can explain it to you.
Okay.
They're all leaving. One documents the Lagoon Company is heading to a military base. Dutch doesn't like that they're only being given 2 days. Chang basically uses his clout to make Dutch do it. Plus, he says Uncle Sam came in with this job too. Why is Chang working for the US? Question mark, exclamation mark. Chang's not strong enough to tell the CIA to go fuck themselves, apparently, EliteAri. What's that all about? Is that a
The US
mystery?
is strong. That's why. They're the world
But
power.
why
of
do they care
nukes.
about Rowanapa?
I don't know.
How do they know about Rowanapa? What's going on here?
Wait, so I don't remember. Does this place exist or not in reality?
Not in real life, no. It's a
Okay.
fake city.
Well, I got no idea then.
Yeah, you can't look it up.
Yep.
Because they are scared the White House is going to be the next target. We got to save Bill Clinton. A driver and a guard are going to be waiting for them on the island. Oh my god, they're our favorite characters that we're going to meet soon. Dutch asks about the pay, and that's when Revy notices they're under attack by an RPG. After the explosion, Dutch tries to refuse Chen again. You just didn't like the voice modulation, EliteAri. You get over it.
Yeah, it's like when a normal show clearly doesn't have the budget for like a high frame rate camera, so they just slow down the footage and it gets all like choppy or whatever. It's the same thing here. I don't know why, but it's fine.
Nah, you're retarded, for real.
All right.
Chang then promises to pay for the repair bills for their fucking house that just got exploded, and that he's going to escort them to the boat. They shoot their way out. Chang is also a dual wielder,
God,
and
so
him
cool.
and Revy blast through the terrorists, and he even knows who Revy is, and it's like, you're pretty good, 2 hands, but you're not as good as me, bitch.
True.
Revy's a bit of a Chang fangirl and even admits that she's not as good as him.
So cool.
They get away and run off while Chang yells the password at them. Oh my god, it's a shitty Star Wars reference.
And then
you.
I thought, oh my god, they drove off without hearing the password. That's
yeah,
what
I literally wrote that in my notes. I literally fell for it, even though I've seen the show before, and I had to edit that note later and go back and know they actually did hear it.
Yep.
Because then we cut to Revy going, that fucking thingy sucks. Anyway.
Yep.
On the island, we see Takanaka and Ibrahara, or whatever the fuck his name is, having an argument, about how to deal with Chang. Ibrahara underestimates Chang and the triad,
Jesus.
while Takanaka refuses to. They get into an argument about religion, but Ibrahara says Takanaka is still his comrade. Takanaka susses out the sea route as the one Chang is likely to give the actual documents to, and explains why Chang went to the Lagoon Company. And then he leaves the scene by singing, "What shall we do with a drunken sailor?" Hilarious. So, EliteAri, I did some background reading on this Takanaka character, because fuck me, does Black Lagoon not make any of this evident. So, Takanaka here is a former communist. Oh, he's still a communist.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why he's always talking about revolutions and stuff, because he wants to be a communist revolution and stuff. Okay. I don't know if Hezbollah is like a communist jihadi Muslim terrorist group. Because remember, this is that group that then they changed the name of the anime. I said that 4 hours ago. Apparently, there was a terrorist organization called the Red Army something in Japan. And they were trying to overthrow the government in like the 60s or something. Maybe that's where the Red Ribbon Army gets its name from. They're pretty influential and stuff. And Toriyama was alive during that period. And he was a part of that, but then he had to flee and he joined this Islamic group because Lamau, he's trying to cause a revolution, and killing America would probably be a good way to try and start that there, the capitalist country, etc., etc. We hate capitalism. And the little line here is obviously communist EliteAri are all atheists. So they have a little reference to that here where he's like, I'm not going to take a moral lecture from somebody who doesn't believe in God.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I was like, what's the go with this scene? So that's the story there, EliteAri, aren't you?
I'm glad it's clarified. Thank you, Kyle. I did not pick up on any of that.
Clarification machine. I did research for this. I took all the notes. I'm
True.
a genius. Revy is making fun of Chang's "May the Force be with you" password. True, Revy, it is lame. True, Star Wars fucking sucks. Chang couldn't even make a fucking retard laugh. What a great line. We hear Tanaka getting confirmation about the sea route and the torpedo boat in the airport. He's in the airport or something. He meets a Japanese father and son who are going on a family holiday. Apparently, the Japanese guy doesn't recognize that Takanaka is also Japanese. And there's funny racist Japanese voice acting here, Lamau. It was very funny. He does think he knows him from somewhere, though, and he says that Takanaka gets that. And when he says that, Takanaka gets up and immediately leaves, blowing it off. That he looks like Mr. Ken. I looked up Mr. Ken EliteAri. It's just some old Japanese dude that kind of looks like him, I guess.
Classic.
He monologues to himself that this guy, if this guy had seen him before, it would have been at his local police station on a wanted poster. Crazy.
When it was younger.
There's a boat. Yeah. When he was in the army in the 60s, leader. We just went over this.
Yes.
There's a boat following the lagoon, and Revy shoots its eyes off or something, and Dutch decides that they're going to split up. He and Benny will be the bait, and Rock and Revy will take the documents over foot on the island. Takanaka is on the island, and once everybody down there, he went to the island, and now he wants everybody to come to the island because he's figured out that this will be the handoff point. That's the only safe spot for American imperialists to land, because the Philippines or something is having a civil war between what I think is a communist government and the guerrilla fighters, and the Americans are probably funding the guerrilla fighters or something. So that means the CIA is allowed to land there, but they wouldn't be allowed to land in general government zones or something. I didn't look up this Philippine civil war too much.
Why did communism become such a big force in the world? How did that happen? So suddenly.
EliteAri, there was a little country called the Soviet Union. I don't know if it was a country. I guess it was considered.
Okay. Yeah,
and they were like, "Well, we're gonna dominate the world." This is after they beat up those Nazis, and the US is like, "No, we're gonna win the war."
Yeah.
But then communism sucked and stuff, and all those countries died and stuff.
All right. Thank you.
Now there's no communist countries. That's crazy.
What about China?
Well, they're actually state-run capitalists, and they're not actually, even though their party has communist in the title. You don't know it.
What about North Korea?
I think that's just an absolute dictatorship. I don't think there's any workers' rights going on there.
What about
Russia?
You win.
They're not either. Anyway,
what about Vatican City? Sorry.
I have no idea.
All right.
What was I watching today? Oh, it was some shitty clip. I thought it was Black Lagoon related, but it wasn't. It was about the Vatican and its money or something. Ibarahara is very mad because he wants to focus on assassinating the president, and they're having fights the whole time, EliteAri. The Lagoon Company splits up, and Dutch hands Revy additional instructions from Chang, which Revy puts in her boobs, bro, which is a tease that the documents are going to be there later. Oh my god, set up and payoff. Black Lagoon just plans everything out so complicated and smart. Takanaka doesn't fall for the bait. Rock and Revy walk through a ghost town on the island, and Revy explains that the island has been under martial law for 2 years because of the civil war between the Philippines and the guerrillas. Takanaka pulls up on them in a truck and pretends to be the contact, but fucks it up because there's supposed to be 2 people, and he says the old password because he kind of susses it out from what Revy says, because she's silly, but she's actually smart because there's a different password. And a shootout happens, and fucking Rock falls into the fucking car with the briefcase. Hilarious. Then I don't know how to say Chinglish's actual name. It's ShenHua. In all my scripted videos, I already called her Chinglish, so I am not going to worry about getting cancelled for calling her Chinglish. Revy is part Chinese, so she has the pass, and she gave it to me. And the Irish's dude's name is Leighgarch. Langrich or something.
All right.
The Irish stoner dude is
the Irishman.
I actually refer to him as that later, and I didn't even think it was a funny gag until you just said it now.
You're welcome.
Let's face it, the Irishman is never going to be in another episode, but Chinglish is, so we just got to remember Chinglish, right, EliteAri?
All right.
The Irishman is great. He's pretty funny and stuff. They're introduced as they overhear the shots. Chinglish is doing her lipstick, and the stoner guy is getting stoned out of his mind, brother, but he's a getaway driver. Isn't that funny juxtaposition? Yes, EliteAri, it is. Revi is cornered, but they save her and get away. The terrorists have to fall back because the military has left their camp. So, I don't know. The military left the camp. That was kind of cool, that we're like, oh, we're all under weird rules in this battle zone. We got to go back to our camp because they won't attack us there because, yeah, it's pretty cool. Do you want to talk about Chinglish and the Irishman here, EliteAri?
Sure. I don't really have anything to say.
They're sick, bro. She has a sword and stuff, and she
it
flings it
feels like
around.
they came from another story, like another show or something. It doesn't drive well
After
with the rest of the
Roberta?
tone. Well, yeah, because at least Roberta feels like a soldier with like guns and stuff, I guess. But this just feels so different from anything else we've seen, right?
Nah, you're crazy for real.
I mean, I think it's
English just
fine.
works for the Chinese triad, bro. She's crazy.
True, and Chinese people use non-guns and stuff. It's weird.
Yeah, swords are better. She's pretty hot though, bro. Right?
Right.
Oh, I guess we don't want to talk about that. I'll just move on.
I assume. Let me guess. She comes back next season. She has a shower or something, and Kyle is obsessed.
No showers for Chinglish. She's
right.
in.
Hey,
Is she in
I
the
don't want to
first
know.
one?
I don't want to know, Kyle.
Hold on, I'm speculating.
Oh my goodness.
No, I think she's just in the second one. Her and Revi are gonna come friends too. Revi's not lonely, EliteAri. She's got plenty of friends.
True.
She just fights with all of them and negs them.
They're
just
just
like
the
me.
wrong type of friends, you know.
You're my Chinglish, EliteAri.
No, I'm your Roberta.
You can be my Edda. No, we don't fight, EliteAri.
Alright, true. Alright.
Revi then has to explain that Rock got kidnapped and they have to go back to save him because he has the documents. And then she says, I understand you, yes, because Chinglish is not good at English. Revi pisses off Chinglish by mocking her accent, just like I just did. And then she explains that her English isn't very good because she's pure Taiwanese. And threatens Revi as they threaten to fight each other. And she always saying funny, like, I'll skin your ass, bitch. And it's pretty funny. Yep. We love Chinglish. We already talked about the Taiwan thing, so we don't have to talk about that again. We even looked it up and had some funny conclusions. They were crazy. Remember 4 hours ago? We cut to Rock as a hostage. Ibrahara says that they made an alliance with the government and that their new base is now under their command, which is interesting. The briefcase is empty. Did you notice that, EliteAri, and know that Revi must have the documents on her?
So I didn't notice that. However, when I went back, because before our discussion, I was like, I want to get an understanding of what the hell this conversation was like, what's going on here, basically. So I went back and rewatched some scenes, and then I saw the scene where Revi put the note, or took it from Dutch and put it there, and I was like, oh, okay, I guess I see it now. Anyway.
You know, that wasn't the documents, right? That was just the notes.
Yeah, but the notes went in, the notes went in the briefcase. So then, like, she must have taken it there.
He's figured it out. So Takanaka sits down to interrogate Rock. Takanaka recognizes that Rock is Japanese and tries to question how long he's been in this line of work.
Line of what? Oh,
line of rock.
All right.
And Rock stonewalls him, and the ED music comes in as Takanaka says, "This is going to be a problem." And then we got the last episode, Gorillas in the Jungle. We open on Takanaka introducing himself to Rock. He starts asking and retelling stories about Tokyo and rioting, and then going to a theater or something crazy. Asks again why a guy like Rock is caught up in all this. Says it can't be for money because they can't be for money, and that they are both outsiders to Japan now. Rock rejects being like Takanaka, saying he wasn't chased out of their country. And he doesn't have the rap sheet that Takanaka does. Apparently, Rock's heard of him before. Oh, yeah, this is another example of Rock knowing everything. It's funny. Takanaka says that he might be better than Rock. Takanaka says he might be better than Rock because at least he bet everything on his global revolution and ideal, whereas Rock was just running away out of selfishness. You get it. Rock says Takanaka has clearly given up on his ideals, and then Ibrahara freaks out and wants to get this over with by pointing a gun at Rock's head and demanding to know where the documents are. Revi and Chinglish leave the Irish stoner in the car some ways from the base and approach on foot. Revi insults our Irish friend, calling him a crackhead at the wheel, to which he responds, "Fuck you, I'll have you know that this is the world's greatest off-road vehicle, you heartless bitch." It's very funny, and he's Irish, EliteAri, so I like it. I love the Irish.
It's a very strong accent, yes.
That's funny. Revy then threatens to castrate him if he runs off, and Chinglish continues to make, and her and Chinglish continue to make fun of each other. Back with Rock and Takanaka, he gives the exposition about Rock and the Red Army Japan stuff, commies in Japan that turned into a terrorist group. I already said that, you idiot. People just lost interest as their lives got more comfortable and they didn't care about a wider revolution. Isn't that just the case, EliteAri? You get a bunch of people together, they're very passionate about something, and they get distracted with a girlfriend and a job, and they get some money, and then they just don't care about the revolution anymore.
Yeah, human connection is everything, Kyle.
Yeah, no, it's bad. Comfortably numb, etc. You don't become complacent, EliteAri. Throw it all away for a revolution and your ambitious life goals.
Right.
Takanaka says he gambled everything on this, so we can't stop fighting. Otherwise, it would just be one big lie. Takanaka then says, maybe him and Rock are different. Are different after all. And he says he has until tomorrow to give up the information, or they'll execute him. Ibrahara is infuriated and wants to just torture the information out of him. Revy and Chinglish scope out the camp and agree to strike at sunset. Takanaka and I agree to have another disagreement because the other 3 suitcases were empty, meaning Rock must have had the documents. I think they meant to say 4 here because it doesn't make sense for it to be 3. Revy and Chinglish attack. Rock jumps to his feet in excitement, hearing the bullets, calling out for Revy to save him, and she breaks down the door and rushes in to save him, but there's like a body on top of him. It's very cute. Rock meets Chinglish for the first time. Rock stares down Takanaka before running off with the other 2. Takanaka has clearly gotten to him a little bit. They reach the getaway vehicle, but the Irishman is is feeling pretty good where he is, which was a funny line. Revy kicks him into gear though. Get it? Because it's a car.
Mm-hmm.
He goes on a rant about how he's got to get to Liverpool and how Jimi Hendrix wants him to defeat the Klingons. EliteAri. He was high. It was funny.
Yeah.
Drugs in an anime. EliteAri.
Actually,
that never happened.
That was one of those things where I felt like I was like, wow, I didn't know they could just say that. Copyright and stuff. But anyway.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. In Tarantino movies, EliteAri, which we brought up 3 times now, all unrelated, they talk about McDonald's in it. So
Oh my god. Yeah, but I'm sure they got permission there. I doubt
that
whatever company dubbed this. Like,
I bet they didn't, because Pulp Fiction was a small movie before it became famous. EliteAri, you idiot.
Right.
I'm pretty sure as long as you don't show anything, if you're just talking about it, I feel like you can say anything.
Wait, they I don't know about for TV shows, but for movies, they clear everything. Like, they clear, like, tattoos of people. Like, if you got a tattoo on yourself that has, like,
but
a
that's,
logo
like, visual.
I guess. I don't know. But then again, music is, like, audio. I don't know. I'm sure
that's
some
like
audio.
a song.
Yeah, but what's the
like, you can't
difference?
copyright the saying of a word.
Yeah, but you can
McDonald's.
trademark, like, certain things, right? I don't know. But wait.
Maybe you can get away with saying McDonald's. We're 5 hours in, fuck you. But maybe, like, you couldn't say "I'm loving it" as a little jingle. Then you could get sued. But you can say McDonald's. I don't know. They probably cleared it.
I don't know. I feel like you can't say trademarks things. I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know. Shut up. Who cares? I'm right. You're wrong.
All right.
He ends up backing up into the camp, and they have to shoot their way out again. This ends up in a car chase. Revy and Chinglish play rock, paper, scissors to decide to decide who gets to take out all the trucks, while Rock has an existential crisis and monologues to Revy about how about it, but she isn't listening. Revy's such a boy. She's just me, People be monologuing to me about their problems and stuff, and you just don't be listening, EliteAri.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Revy are the same. Takanaka and Ibrahara are arguing about how reckless this all is, and Chinglish has a flying sword on a string. It's really cool. Do you want to talk about Rock's freaking out here? Because aren't you confused about this or something?
Wait, freaking out about what? About how...
About how Takanaka got to him or something, and you were trying to figure it out. You need anything clarified, EliteAri, by the Black Lagoon expert?
Yes, but in 1 minute, because I have to go get the DoorDash stuff. Wait a minute.
Quickly, EliteAri, we're not cutting this out. I'm going to entertain the people while we're solo. Me and EliteAri been filming for so long, guys. The laptop went flat like 2 hours ago. This is that Black Lagoon in-depth stuff you love so much. I'm hungry. I got some food in the microwave, though. I get to heat it up later. Everybody, make sure you eat and drink. That's very important to living. You think Revi can get by without eating and drinking? I don't think so. You think EliteAri has like a retrieve at the door, or he just makes them like leave it there and then run back to their cars, and then he waits like 2 minutes to make sure they're gone, and then he goes to get it? Because that's what I do, chat. I'm a big pussy. But it's not that bad if you just speak to somebody briefly, like at the door. Maybe you should do that more often, chat. But you usually feel good after that. You're like, oh my god, I did social interaction for 1 second. That's special. You accomplished something. And it might be a little scary. You'll get a little rush, and then the reward is your food. But what if it goes wrong? What if they're like, hey, I just got stabbed. Can you let me use your shower? And then they like rob your shit. Now that could be crazy. How big is this house, you think?
All right, I'm back. You can stop.
Did you hear my monologue, Alita?
Yeah, I did. It was great. I'm sure the audience is loving it.
I'm gonna kill you. I'm just bragging about the length of this video now, so I'm trying to draw it out as long as possible.
All right. So I wanted you to clarify. I do want you to clarify. What's actually going on here? With this Japanese man who is a parallel to Rock. I understand that at least, or is it not a parallel, but like a potential future thing? But what did he convince him about, or what is he what is Rock so concerned about here?
Well, Rock ends up saying that, I just ran away from things and I'm not even cool and stuff. That's what he says in the back of the car. And then he says another thing, but I'm forgetting it right now. He says, all I have to do is run away, I guess. And I guess it hits at his insecurities that what he really should be doing is being a businessman in Japan like everybody wants. Or everybody's told him he should be. Whereas he's just running away now, and it's like going to bite him in the end. It's also like an insecurity thing, because it is true that like, well, I got kicked out of our country because I was fighting the righteous battle for the communist revolution because Japan's terrible and imperialism is bad, and I'm following my ideals. Whereas you just ran away because you hated the mundanity of normal living, so now you're doing unethical things for no reason, and you're just like Revi. Huh? Remember when you were chastising her, you little piece of shit, Rock? And he's like, oh yeah, I guess I am kind of doing that. So he's sort of having a crisis.
Okay, sure. Makes sense.
And it is funny because Revi gets real mad when she has having a crisis, but he's just like very sad and internal. Oh, opposites attract, EliteAri. They're in love.
Okay. I want to see a kiss next season, alright? That's what I want to see.
You already saw the kiss.
That'll prove they're in love. I want to see a direct kiss. Lip to lip.
I want to point out that I'm doing a bit, and I'm not entirely on the they're in love bandwagon.
We'll see.
It's just funny. They leave, sword on a string. We cut to Chang calling Dutch, telling him the deadline is in half an hour. And then he calls the CIA and tells them that everything's fine and that he wants to be paid. We also learn that Hong Kong has told him not to let the situation get messy, which means he's not allowed to fight with the terrorists directly. Cool shot outside. Oh yeah, this was all a cool shot because Chang's like on the top floor of his cool building, and you can see his like reflection in the window, and it's like he's like drinking and smoking, and it's got cool colors and stuff, and it's nighttime, and it was a cool shot.
Yep.
Oh my god, we got like half a page of notes left. Oh my god, right, look at that. Revi then takes over the fighting because the trucks are too far away and Shoshana's sword can't strike them. She takes them out and they have a fight over whether or not swords or guns are better. Revi laments not having a nuke.
That was a good line.
What? No, that was a terrible line. It's like one of my only bad...
Nukes like,
swords over guns, and it was so cringy and terrible. It's literally the worst line of the show, I think.
I was like, this is Revi. This is my Revi. I love it.
Oh no, it's so funny. I hate EliteAri. Now this is actually the best line where the Irish dude yells, "What? My application for the Black Panthers was denied again?" And he's just freaking out. He's a white Irishman, EliteAri. You got me in the Black Panthers. That was hilarious.
Right.
Revi then gives Rock some weed to help calm him down. A Japanese protagonist in a manga did weed, EliteAri. This is trailblazing. This is eyebrow raising. That's the
breaking new ground.
Yes. Oh my god, sometimes when I fucking hold down the screen, EliteAri, it all goes white and then it scrolls up a fucking page and I want to kill myself. Where was I up to? Revi Weed. Takanaka and they have a final fight, and they ends up shooting him, and it turns out Ibrahara had a dead kid, and that's what motivates him. And he says that he hates Israel in his final monologue, and that's like relevant to nowadays, EliteAri.
Crazy.
Takanaka pulls the troops back and says a eulogy for his friend, and says their problem was always looking to the past. Rock gets high and then has a monologue about running away and how that's all he ever does besides talking. Oh yeah, that was another thing where Rock was like, "I'm just all talk, just like whatever he says, and I am not good." We see a Playboy Playmates vision from our Irishman's perspective. Did you pause it and scope out all of the sexy ladies on the screen, EliteAri? I know you did. You're a disgusting degenerate.
I don't even know what you're talking. I don't even remember this at all.
The Irishman has a vision when he's like driving, and it's of like all these.
Oh
like,
yes.
Yeah.
I got confused because I was like, I thought he was actually seeing it, then he wasn't there the next second. But yeah, no, I didn't go back, but I probably should have just to see what's going on.
He was high, EliteAri, on the weeds.
Yeah. Do you hallucinate when you're high?
No. I only been high once, EliteAri. Leave me alone. I was just like tingly and on lying down, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool.
That's
I guess.
Crazy.
I want to have a hallucination though. You want to do LSD like your champion hero Destiny?
Never. God, it's always the worst content when he talks about that. Jesus.
It's worse than when he talks about driving. Speaking about driving, we got an Irishman here.
Mm-hmm.
We then cut to Revi meeting with the CIA guys that she's familiar with, including a guy called Langley, who speaks in third person. He says he's late because too many bastards are shitting on freedom and justice these days. They're like the most American guys ever. It's funny.
Yep.
Rock freaks out because he left the briefcase behind, and then Revi reveals that she has the papers in her boobs the whole time. Chinglish freaks out because now they had no reason to go back and save Rock. Oh my god, she went to save him and she had no reason to. Oh my god, it's full circle, just like from the Roberta thing. She loves him. They're in love.
Mm-hmm.
The CIA leave and tell them to keep their packages in better shape next time, as the documents are all covered in boob sweat. As the CIA guys are leaving, they piss Revi off at mentioning the cops in her old precinct would be shitting themselves if they could see her now. Which makes her very mad. If you remember, she at least said that the cops beat the fuck out of her when she was a kid all the time. So being reminded of that's probably not good. Plus, there might be more to it.
Wait.
What do you think about EliteAri?
So when that line was the most confusing thing ever, because firstly I thought she was Chinese, and then they said she's American, and then they said they said about her precinct. So I thought, oh, she's a cop or something. But now you're saying that, oh, maybe she was like the cops beat her up, so she was like a prisoner in the precinct or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
so I basically
she clearly went to prison a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, she is Chinese American.
No, I know.
So I know. Like Chinese American.
Yeah.
So she lived in America. She doesn't know very much Chinese. And anyway, this makes her very, very mad. They also try to threaten her by... Oh, and this is also... They bring this up because it's also like, we know you're a criminal, bitch. If you don't do what we say, when we come to you with a future job, we'll put you in prison.
It's crazy because, like, when I read the scene and I thought she must have been a cop or something, I was like, oh, these are like her old friends and they're like making fun of her or whatever. But they like her. But reading it as this opposite thing of how she was actually like a bad person, they hated her, and oh my god, that's crazy. Anyway,
well, she does seem to have some sort of rapport with the two guys here, so they might be kind of, but they'll also be like, well, fuck you, bitch, do what we say or I'll put you in prison.
Yeah.
Revi's anger is then quelled by Rock coming up to her and thanking her for saving him. She says he doesn't need to thank them, and they have a cute moment, but then she gets mad at him and says the expenses are coming out of his account. You know, she's just negative. They're in love. Then see Takanaka at the airport again, and he meets up with the father and son duo again. After their trip, Takanaka laments all his failures. In the same time, the family went on the vacation, failing to pass his mission on to the next generation, which was his rock shit, cool. And getting into a fight with a close friend. Oh, that's sad. There will always be next time, he concludes. He is asked what his job is by the father, and all he says as he walks away and the ED music comes in is that his job is to be an enemy of the state. Now that's pretty cool, EliteAri, and that concludes our 12th and final episode.
But what a terrible coincidence. How could you possibly run into the same people at the airport twice? I don't believe it. Unrealistic show.
I'm sorry, EliteAri, I don't have defense for that one.
Alright.
So, EliteAri, rank the arcs.
Oh, okay, we have to list them first. Actually, let me write them down. So we have the
First 3
introductory
episodes, I
helicopter
guess.
man, right?
Well, then episode 3 is just kind of on its own. Then
What's the third one? I don't even remember.
it's Revy blowing up the boats, Mr. Chen.
Oh yeah, okay. I will just lump all that together. All right, we got the beginning
Yeah,
stuff,
introduction stuff.
and then we
Nazis.
Nazis. Okay,
And then I guess you include the episode 7 cigarette kiss scene in that.
sure. Okay, yep, because it's all about her backstory stuff. Okay, yep.
And we got Roberta, and then we got
Yep.
the last one.
Last one. Okay, let's see. So the Nazi stuff is the weakest stuff. However, it also has the best stuff with the cigarette stuff. So I don't know. Then we have
How do you think the Nazi stuff is worse than the first bit?
because the
Nazi
first
stuff
bit is
great.
unashamedly the most generic thing I've seen in my life, which is kind of fun to watch. Yeah, I don't know. But then I guess yeah, I would probably go beginning stuff, and then the Nazi stuff is like slightly better. Then the last one, and then the Roberta stuff is the best stuff. That's probably how I'd rank them. What do you think, Kyle?
Worst one is the first one, baby.
All right.
Then I guess the last one is the second worst one. I used to think it was the only good one in this fucking first season. That's crazy. And then Roberta, and then the Nazi one's obviously the best one.
Sure. True, it has the best monologue of all time, right? From the Nazis. How
Both
cool was
of them,
their
yeah.
speech? Yeah, true.
No, I don't like the Nazis, and also there are much better monologues in Black Lagoon. That's just the one everybody likes the best.
Right.
Balalaika's got a great one, and like
Oh, I
the
love
very last
Balalaika.
episode, you know. Oh, Balalaika's got a great one at the end of that. Balalaika's just the best. Oh my god, and then the Balalaika Revy and rock scene and the thingy that everybody knows about because I swear out about it all the time.
All right.
Balalaika's pretty cool, you know.
Yep. She's blonde. Just
I mean,
like Edna. What was her name? Edna.
Edda.
Yeah, just like Edda. All right.
The love of my life.
And with that, well, I guess
Yeah, I don't think we need to do predictions
Yeah.
or something. We've been doing them throughout. How long did we go, EliteAri? Like 4 hours?
It's like
ironically?
4 hours and 30 something minutes probably. Because after I cut
This
out
is
stuff.
the longest one we've ever done. Oh my god, it's better than Black Sails. I knew
Jesus.
it. Don't let me do the notes over again, EliteAri.
My god. All right. I mean, it's your video. You give the outro.
I'm supposed to do the outro. EliteAri hates Black Lagoon, and therefore the comments hate him, bitch. And now you'll know how it feels. Support links in the description below. Thanks.